Hai Bima Prakasa, thank you sudah hadir. Yo. Yo. Sambil nunggu kita nyoba-nyoba deck aja yuk. Kita pakai apa ya? Kita lab saja yuk. Kita Labs of Legend aja. Lucia ini paling gampang. Yang paling susah itu Riven kayaknya sama Braum ya. Selesai challenge yuk, ada beberapa yang belum tak selesaiin kayaknya. Oh ini masih belum. Banyak banget. Yang baru-baru belum ada tak selesaiin semua. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Sambil nunggu ya. Karena masih live streamnya itu masih 35 menit lagi ya. Live streamnya itu masih 35 menit lagi. Jam 11 ya turnirnya. Yep. Ini jam 11 ini loh. Hai Sky. Kita lagi tutorial. Let's break it. Mati, ini bisa keluar. Vanguard Redeemer. Draw. Okay.
No going back. Approaching the battlefront. To the point. Sound the alarm. Demacian steel protects me. This might hurt. Ha! They'll never know what killed them.
Kita bisa garuk poro. Ini live-nya di mana? Twitch ya? Twitch ada, YouTube ada. Ya nonton di YouTube aja nanti ya.
For justice, for Demacia. Charge! Lead our charge.
Demacia, now and forever. Follow my lead.
Gak bisa ngeblok, cuma dua ini yang bisa ngeblok. Oke. Oh dia nggak ngeblok ke sini ya? Tenang.
I keep step with the heartbeat of Naxos. For the Empire.
Nice. Yang di YouTube channel apa bang? Cari aja Legends of Runeterra itu di sana bisa. Cari aja YouTube-nya Legend of Runeterra ya. Suaraku kedengeran jelas nggak ya? You will need more than allies to survive this time. Cleverly use spelled out with your opponent. Oke. Sabar ya, masih setengah jam lagi, 31 menit lagi.
I have my orders.
Now, where did that one run off to?
This'll shake her.
You've gone and spoke them.
Damn it!
Kayak kita langsung
I
attack.
can barely keep up.
Nobar ya.
Would you believe he once fit in my hand?
Bisa taruh bull elnak.
Who's gonna get in my way?
Randy menurut abang Kindred OP nggak bang? Kayaknya kuat sih. Agak gampang dibunuh dan apa ya? Ya kita memang gampang ngemak lawan sih. Nggak tahu juga ya, nanti coba dilihat ya. Se-OP apa itu gitu, karena Lissandra sendiri juga OP loh. Nah, Lissandra sendiri itu juga OP. Tadi bilang Kindred itu supportnya Nasus. Mungkin ya, tapi kok menurutku ya.
Step away, coward.
Menurutku itu Nasus atau yang Ascended itu kalau dimainin nggak sampai level 3 agak kurang kuat menurutku ya. Bakal giveaway buat Surima nggak bang? Ntar janganlah. Janganlah. Stream Agronar pasti main di seasonal bang? Masih. Yang 4 orang kayaknya atau 3 ya, aku lupa.
Wanna play a game? Tic-tac-toe? Cards?
I don't have time for game. Time for some target.
Oke, ini kita diajarin apa ya? Sejauh ini di Surima aku suka sama si Fir sih. Oh ya, nice. Aku agak kurang suka sama si Fir, tapi it's okay lah. Oh, ini bisa attack loh. Kok nggak bisa attack? Oh, ini bisa.
Let's try this again.
Kan cuma tamu dadakan saya yang lebih jago bayar. Jujur ya, si Fir menurutku agak susah level upnya. Dia harus dimainin sama yang attack-nya gede lah paling enggak ya. Si Fir itu bagus digabungin sama si siapa namanya itu yang dari Noxus. Sivir itu bagus di combo sama Riven. Sivir itu bagus sama Riven. Deh. Pagi-pagi once of the war.
Watch and learn.
Nice.
I knew we had it all along. Easy. Like my name.
25 menit lagi. Kita sabar ya. Kayaknya sih boardnya Surima bakal bagus kayaknya ya.
Sentinels of light.
Don't fear of the dark.
Not so fast.
Kita belajar basic ini ya. Kita bakal draw si Lucian nih, kan?
Hello, love. What's the plan?
Took you long enough.
Oke. Oh, ini lawannya. Cerita aslinya ya. Gila dibuat kayak lore-nya ya, keren amat.
Be careful.
Kenapa Senain Hydra? Kenapa nggak Lucian? Ya sudahlah. Level up.
Sinner!
Oke.
I'll make you regret this.
Sabar, 22 menit lagi. Wow. Wah, curang banget ya.
There, through the trees.
Ini yang kurang.
Here, sound the alarm.
Wind at your back, you'll always find your way. Haseki!
Asegi. Oke. Aku bakal terkejut kalau suatu saat Senna sama Yone jadi champion di lore. Mungkin aja bisa ya. Kenapa ini nggak ngeblok sini ya?
An impasse, huh?
Kurang lagi. Oh ini deng. Ini.
I've got no quarrel with you.
Kok 81 ya? Harus 84 kan ya? Beda berarti kalau di tutorial ya. Aserio. Nama pas kenapa ini nggak dikasih, nggak ditaruh? Oh soalnya mau hafalin.
Well, wasn't expecting that. Call that a sword? Some didn't, but I changed their mind. Big words. Might change your tune when we're done with you. We? Queen Ash.
I've got your back.
Into the fray! Huh. Come on, then.
You are on your own now. Help ya so divitasi anti damage.
Patience and virtue make a true swordsman.
Ini jadi cuma 44 ya.
Some things never dull.
Ini tinggal di stun.
Tomato!
Abet 2.
Unify the tribes.
Abet 2. Terus level up.
Maybe I do have a future. Blade never gets any lighter. That the best you got?
Salah ya, gak apa-apa lah.
Impossible.
Mati. Kita bisa taruh bisa selalu will look out.
Intruder, get him.
My kind of lesson.
Oke, ini jadi 7.
Bring the others. Affirmative.
Feet were
Salah
made
harusnya
for
tadi
roaming
ya.
and kicking.
Langsung menang ini.
Focus earthward, aim skyward.
Nice.
Wanderers learn from their travels.
Aku bakal cuma waktu aku lihat di video reveal Sivir aku agak heran sama apa Rosan Heart buatnya kok statsnya 5/6. Mungkin sudah ditambahin buff apa gitu kali ya. 15 menit lagi, boys, sebentar lagi.
Noxus will ride. Extra muscle never hurts.
Sound the alarm! Stay safe.
Our borders grow. Death by my hand.
Bakalan nonton Agronaut kah, Bang? Nggak tahu ya. Kan yang milih rakyatnya, bukan kita.
Noxus is proud.
Ini sama aja sih, yang mana aja dibunuh kan? Ini cuma masuk 4 jadi 10, terus masuk 10. Terus ini masuk 8 bisa 4, 10, 6. Ini lebih banyak ya. Sama 10 kurangi 4, 6. Sama aja.
Stay safe.
Itu Agronaut gila, MMR-nya 2400 nggak bakal kejar. Kalau untuk KMR iya, tapi kalau untuk turni ya semuanya pengaruh ya. Ada yang namanya luck, ada yang namanya matchup, ada yang namanya ya kalau skill mah mirip-mirip semua ya. Udah top 32 tuh skill mirip-mirip lah.
Go boy! Yep, I'm flying. Forward! Can't fly if you don't try. Whoa!
Nothing a good kicking can't fix. Let's break stuff. More where that
Nice.
come from.
Ya masih banyak banget ya ini ya. Bisa berapa? 12 menit lagi. Oke, kita sabar aja. 12 menit lagi.
How did that move go?
Puluh menit lagi.
Defy and resist.
Can something play out? Oke. Tiga.
Dishonorable.
3, 4 gimana? Oke. 10 menit lagi. Kita siapin ambil minum dulu ya. Ini sebenarnya turnnya udah mulai dari jam 11 tadi. Cuma streamnya sih jam 12. Kenapa? Ya biar stream delay ya. Jadi biar nggak ada yang bisa nyontek nanti ngeliatin live streamannya. Begitu. Kenapa kok live streamannya jadinya jam 12? Yes, 11 Wita. Sorry ya. Salah bilang aku ya.
You're in over your head.
Thank you Dam, sudah diingetin Dam. Thank you.
Enough.
My arrow won't miss.
Nice. Tujuh menit lagi. Nah, kita pakai ini dulu. Oke. Untuk magic ini baru ini. Nanti Surima muncul bakal ada tutorial yang baru lagi ya. I see.
The dragon lives.
Okay. 6 menit lagi. Atun dulu yang pasti.
wise retreat. I won't stand by.
You are brave, young one.
Ready for the fight.
Center your spirit.
Oke, yang ini harus agak mikir ya. Hampir bingung.
Ionia endures.
Ionia endures. Oke, the deep. Wah, ini baru juga nih. Ya, masih 5 menit lagi. Jadi masih santai ya. Tambah 3 77 ya. Oke. Faris Akyar, halo Bang Bento, halo Faris Akyar. Ini defend ke sini. Oke. Empat menit lagi.
Dive deeper.
Level up.
The water rises.
Man the cannons! Now! Man the cannons! Now!
There you are. The depths take you. Forward.
Nice.
The sea does not
3 menit lagi.
forget.
3 menit lagi. Plunder pace. Yuk, kita coba yuk. Orang di grup lore yang lolos ke playoff siapa semua, Bang? Aku agak kurang tahu ya, mau Ramdhani. Yang penting kayaknya AG ada, terus di grup tuh ada satu kayaknya. Aku agak kurang paham. Oke, ini plunder.
He started without me. Let's get to it. There's plenty of killing left. The dead don't need riches.
Dua satu.
Fight or die. Leave nothing standing.
Final quiz katanya.
There'll be blood in the water.
Satu menit lagi. Kita scoutin dulu. Kita selesaiin scoutnya. Cukuplah 1 menit ya. Kalau nggak cukup nanti kita tinggal quit. Gampang. Scouting ahead.
Don't let them reinforce. Still heart, steady aim. Just like hunting thresher geese. Great. Now let's get back out there.
Oke, tinggal sebentar lagi. 1 menit lagi.
Come on. We go. Quickly, before they organize. He smells something.
Bukan ke sini.
Good dog.
Oke, nice. Mulai dah. Yep. Betul bang, mau nonton turnamen server mana sih dong? Kan kita karena kita di C, jadi kita nontonnya yang C ya.
Let's get him, crew. Looking for trouble? It
Find
found
you.
Still heart, steady aim.
Try me. Not done yet.
We go.
Then, just like hunting thresher geese, they were on the tree.
Mati sih harusnya. Masih belum mulai ya? Ya kita coba. Ya pasti belum mulai.
We're safe for now.
Masih belum mulai. Kalau gitu kita lanjutin lagi. Bentar lagi banget nih.
I deal in coins and carnage.
The beast will wait.
Oke, masih belum mulai. Padahal sudah lewat jamnya ya.
Success gets you noticed around here.
Yep, belum mulai. Kita coba di Twitch. Oh,
take Shivada up to 5 HP again, and he has a lot more mana work here. He has single combat, Pale Cascade, so if he really wanted to, he can use a Pale Cascade.
oh ini yang dulu nih. Ya masih belum mulai ya.
Always wanted the old shit cat. And I've always wanted to carve off those tattoos. Phil! Break their legs. I won't stop coming for those who wronged me.
Streamnya sudah telat hampir 3 menit ya. Nggak ngerti kenapa.
I'll make corpses of them all.
Ini semua. Nggak langsung attack.
Hang them by their entrails.
Layar lo hadir bang, thank you.
Drink up. The taverns will sing our tale this eve.
Buset dah. Jadi 4, jadi 6. Jadi 7 kan. 7 ke sini tambah 6 13. Ada yang tahu komunitas lore Indo nggak maksudnya? Iya, belum mulai, nggak ngerti. Udah, tapi masih nunggu lagi 25 menit lagi. Masih nunggu 25 menit lagi. Gila, udah tadi nunggu, disuruh nunggu lagi 25 menit. Kurang kerjaan kali ya. Yap, masih. MaDGM, coba cari di Facebook. Di Facebook itu di announcement ada grup WA.
Stars have so much to tell us.
Ini disuruh ngapain ya?
Cosmos call. Better take cover.
Yes. Kita punya grup WA. Terus punya punya grup WA sih. Ya, nanti coba tak ganti ya thumbnailnya ya. Nanti tak ganti ya thumbnailnya ya. Tak coba deh buat thumbnail.
Faraway worlds, galaxies, all connected. Slash dash.
Kenapa baru ditaruh?
Hello, Runeterra. Let's rock. Bow.
Oke. Kita bisa cosmic inspiration.
To the stars.
Yuk.
See you next time, Runeterra.
Di apa sih namanya, di announcement, cari di bawah-bawah itu ada grupnya.
Admire me.
Oh, ini gini. Jam berapa bang turnirnya? Harusnya sekarang, tapi masih nunggu 16 menit lagi. Sabar ya. 16.32. Yep. Kalau mau coba sini ya. Coba tak kasih linknya. Kalau mau join Discordku bisa, join channel WA sebentar ya. Coba, nggak tahu kalau di web ini ada nggak ya WA-nya. Sebentar, coba ya. Harusnya ntar lagi masuk. Oke.
Raise your weapon, Sunwood.
Lord Indonesia. Ini nih linknya grup WA-nya ya. Ya, sebentar ya. Ini grup udah rame banget nih. Aku lagi iseng pingin ini, main ini enak kayaknya. Ini di close dulu. Tuh buat siapa namanya MaDGM, linknya udah tak taruh. Clarion Ravega kurang 15 menitan turnirnya. Yep, betul. Kurang 15 menit ya. Sabar ya. Gue akan coba, kita nobar di sini dan aku akan coba nge-cash ya. 7 tambah 3 10. Oh 8 ya. Oh kita kalah. Aku nggak tahu dia yang nge-tag ya. Penuh ya. Kita cuma adanya itu doang sih. Sabar aja, biasanya sore itu ada yang keluar dia. Sore itu biasanya ada yang keluar. Mungkin nanti sore coba.
Face my shield.
Nah, ini baru kita taruh nih.
Defend our sacred ways.
Nanti kita kasih nih.
Stand and fight. Our deeds will be written in the heavens.
Coba aja nanti malam. Kalau misalkan nanti malam nggak bisa, coba besok malamnya. Gitu.
Our sun will not set today.
We are one and the same, sun child.
No more of your lies, Lunari. Raise your weapon, Sunwood.
Behold the divine power of the sun! We rise!
Stun.
Piercing rays.
12 menit lagi.
All Invictus!
Port alas, permana kamu dia shadow isle. Raja shadow isle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Masih banyak banget ya. First time expansion tanggal 3 langsung mau bikin deck apa? Mono ini, mono ya pasti mono Surima. Mono Surima, Lisandra sama Scout sih kayaknya. Oh ya, by the way, tanggal 4 aku ada buat video khusus, bakal fit Lutfi sama fit AB jam 9 WIB sudah tayang ya, tanggal 4 nya gitu. Yep. Aku pengen nanya tapi takutnya ini nanti.
Her flowers bring the moonlight with them. Chosen of the moon. Chosen of cowards and blasphemers. Lunari, rise. Face your heretic. We speak and they will hear us.
Full apanya full Advance Athena. Buset dah. Coba 1, 2, 3, 4.
The moon is our queen, the night her kingdom. For truth.
Ini nggak bisa ngeblok. Yep. Nice. Coba nanti malam atau coba besok malam. Kadang malam itu ada yang keluar soalnya. Ya WA terbatas sih ya isinya ya. 8 menit lagi.
Face me! Everlasting.
Menit lagi. Sabar ya, 7 menit. Kurang lagi 4. Bisa lah. Kita selesain. Gila, namanya Dragon Nest. Kayak game aja ya. Nice.
Told you we'd run.
Deck yang OP apa murah apa bang? Jujur untuk sekarang aku agak kurang tahu. Tapi kalau mau coba buat deck overwhelm itu sedikit lebih murah harusnya. Deck overwhelm murah, atau deck spider bisa, atau deck discard aggro bisa. Empat menit lagi. Dulu.
Yup, that tasted purple.
Nggak diserang ya. Diana.
Get a pick.
By the moon's crescent blade.
They won't like this.
I will be heard.
Up we go!
Saja dulu. Jing.
Jinx stands for Jinx. Stay still! I'm trying to shoot you.
Oke, ashe. Langsung serang aja lah.
It's called gunplay. Come on, fish bones. I don't want to. Change your mind.
Disuruh gacha. Siap Gan, masih 2 menit lagi. Next deck spider ada tambahan cardnya jadi lebih enak. Ya betul. Belum mulai nih turnya, belum, masih 2 menit lagi ya. Disuruh nunggu loh mam. Invest di discard aggro aja buat rank up cepat banget ya, betul. Gue punya shards banyak sih, cuman masih belum nentuin deck apa. Jadi inget momen pas keluar champion bagus-bagus Nautilus gitu-gitu. Langsung sejauh ini OP nggak menurut kalian? Noxus. Oh Noxus. Champion Noxusnya apa dulu? Gitu. Nunggu 3 Maret aja kalau baru mau build deck. Ya, nunggu 3 Maret aja karena ada deck baru. Tahan-tahanin aja. Oh, dia nggak punya tag token ya. Itu gacha di expedition kuat banget loh. Salah ini. Ya, ternyata salah saudara-saudara. Ya. Ya, I see caranya. Udah kelihatan sekarang caranya ya. Ya salah mam. Biasa nggak ngitung. Salam dari Malaysia. Hello Asmir Zamawi. Thank you. Yuk nobar yuk. Oke, sudah mulai. Kita stop dulu. Kita sudah mulai, kita ganti dulu. Oke. Sudah mulai ya. Round of 32. Bawah itu ada Kalamitas, Belkut, Andrew kanan. Ini nggak ada suaranya sebentar.
Very competitive tournament decks from both Bra and Runeterra, and in terms of the decks, guys,
kita lihat bro. Wah, namanya bro ya. Dia bawa lucu ya. Epelios sama Tamkens. Terus lah
first they have the Aphelios Tamkens followed up by Twisted Fate. This and then last but not least they have the most stable deck in the format right now, the Fiora Shen. So I think both players have
kemungkinannya
exact same
bakal
lineup is gonna
di-ban
be
via
you know,
Rasen.
back and forth from both players, and I just want to
Apelios
take a little bit
Tamken,
more
menarik ya.
attention on this Aphelios Tamkench deck that actually just got a little bit more popular in the past few weeks
Lucu banget ya.
because of the Aphelios Sister Fate deck being so prominent in the meta right now, thus having this deck to counter one another. As you guys can see from Runeterra, he also have the same lineup as Bruh, so it's gonna be really close, it's gonna be tight, you know, both players don't want to make any mistake in this matchup.
Apelios Tamkens jadi terkenal ya. Bawahnya sama persis loh. Apelios Tamkens, Fiora Sen sama VSTF. Harusnya Fiora Sen bisa menang lawan VSTF. Kayaknya sih yang di ban bakal si Tamkens sih.
So we're seeing great minds think alike, and I'm very excited and curious.
Fiora Sen bisa menang lawan semua, ada chance menangnya. Cuma gedenya nggak tahu, kita lihat ya. Apelios Tamkens, Phil Temple, Lunaridas.
So how does this work, Moonboy?
Yeah, so this deck is just all about control. It basically does everything. It has bot control from Aphelios Moon Weapon. You know, you have the River King himself, Tamkench, the new addition in this deck list, where he could remove his opponent's unit as well. So stuff like Boxtopus wouldn't be able to get a clear on the Tamkench, as you know, his health is at 6, is really thick, right? Not forgetting he has the Astral Protection as well. Stuff like Astral Protection, Bastion, Star Shaping. These are the cards that could keep Tamkench alive in this matchup. Whoever has that Tamkench alive is gonna have the upper hand in this matchup.
I'm very interested. Do you really have to keep the Tamkench alive here in this kind of a deck, Moonboy?
Well, definitely. The Tamkench is all about the bot control of your opponent. As long as you have Tamkench on the field with sufficient health, you could take down any units from your opponent's side of the board. That being said, Tamkench having a skill that could just eat up the whole unit as long as his health is able to sustain. So looking at opponent's board, with every single unit has so little attack, and plus the buff from the Val Temple, the Tamkench might get even bigger and much stronger following on in the subsequent turn as well.
That's right. So we were going to be seeing the match between Bruh and Runeterra, and of course this is already
Bruh sama AG Runeterra. Ayo kita bela AG ya.
In the Cosmic Creation playoffs. What can you say about this opening mulligan? I think we didn't see the mulligan.
Apa yang di-ban ya?
What's left in the hand?
Wah, gila sih tangannya si AG Runeterra jelek banget ya.
Basically no units. Wow, is he in some kind of trouble right now as of the moment, Moonboy?
Yes, definitely. Look at his hand. It just looks like a full house from the hand with a triple and double from Runeterra's hand. I mean, look at what Bruh actually has in his hand, right? He has Boxtopus on 2. He has Tamkench on 4. He even could go for the Val Temple on subsequent turn as well. So he is so comfortable with this hand, and all he needs to do is just drop the Tamkench on 4, start controlling Runeterra bot, as the TF is don't really have much removal for the Tamkench, as there are so many outlets of protection for the Tamkench as well. So that being said, I think Bruh is in such a comfortable position right now. Runeterra is in a lot of trouble if he doesn't draw into any other form of
tangannya si Runeterra jelek banget ya.
That's right. And we're seeing a bunch of draw pieces coming
Harusnya
on
Poronya
from
keluar
the
semua
hand
sih.
of Runeterra right there. You see a bunch of rummages, and now you can see again, as Moonboy said, there is really a really good curve going on right now on the side of Bruh. And there you go. Another draw coming out from Runeterra, and he draws out the Fizz. This is going to be one hell of a match right here, considering the Fizz can actually gain elusive once he gets his own spell in.
Yeah, so that is the thing about the TF Fizz deck, right? That is basically, it's okay to be behind. All you need to do is just rush down with your elusive, having the Mind Melt to close off the game as well. Like, look at his board right now. He's so behind in the early games, but like looking at what he has right now, two Daring Poros and a Fizz, and a following up by a Wiggly Bubblefish top deck. He's a little bit more comfortable. All he needs to do is just count to 20
face-nya
and
pasti
bruh
dibiarin
will
mati
be
sih.
over by the end of the game.
That's right. And we're seeing here
Dia tinggal keluarin
the
Poro.
two Poro survive. And again, you said the bubble fish is right there on the rightmost side, and
Oke, Poronya dibuang ya.
to draw out more cards. And here we see one of the newer stars of the lineup right now. As you said, the past few weeks it has been popular. We're seeing now Tamkench. And what do you think about this matchup? You said a while ago in the pre-rounds that he can easily eat anyone here on the board. Moon Boy, what do you think about the Tamkench right now?
Yeah, so you look at the Tamkench, right? At
Tangannya
this point
si
of
Runeterra
time,
agak
right? Runeterra has
agak
no
bingung
way
sih.
to put any units down because of that Tamkench in Bruh's side of the board.
Ya,
So
karena Tamkench jadi serba salah ya.
Prone to being eaten by Tamkench immediately.
Karena Tamkench jadi serba salah.
Tamkench has so much board control over whatever that Runeterra has.
Dukung siapa bang? Ya dukung Runeterra lah ya.
The excess of this moon weapon is gonna be a hell lot of trouble for Runeterra, and the caliber chose from Bruh. So I believe the caliber might make a little bit of difference. But what do you think? Is the caliber gonna make? Is gonna remove anything from Runeterra's side?
Yes, I think this is going to be
mungkin sekarang dia bakal attack dulu sih. Kalau dia nggak open attack agak susah ya, karena bisa di remove sama moon weaponnya si Apelios.
A lot of options coming out from Runeterra's side in terms of dealing more damage towards the opponent. So, and there you go, and he puts in another bubble fish.
Nah, dimakan sekarang. Oh, ditembak dulu.
But nope, there's no elusive on this side. Now maybe the Calibrum or
ditembak dulu pasti.
Maybe Tamkench will be able to eat one of the units on the side.
Tembak terus dimakan. Yang 42 pasti ditembak. Kenapa ya kok si Runeterra dia keluarin 42-nya dulu? Apa dia nyari satu mana? Spell?
And like, look at what Bruh has. He has another copy of Boxtopus. He has that the spell to actually take out whatever unit that he wishes to take out as well. So this little damage coming in from Runeterra might not stack up as much as what it seems, because he has lots of healing, he has lots of potential to control Runeterra options. So as long as he keeps his health a little bit higher than this, he's gonna be so comfortable with the Tamkench.
And dari
immediately see he's going
ada
for
si Agi Runeterra tuh dari Indo.
The ballistic bot as well. So this way he's not gonna take additional damage from the ignite, and I'm sure Bruh is having everything under control.
That's right. And very, very good acquired taste right there from the Tamkench.
Tadi yang dimakan si dua berarti.
And he needs two more.
Oh, yang itu dimakan.
From acquired taste to get it to level up. But again, look at the health of both of these players. Bruh down to 10 from all those elusive damages, and
ini dia bisa TF. TF yang deal 1 damage ke semua biar nggak ditarik ya, paling nggak. Wow.
Challenge one of the units. Which one do you think he will challenge in this attack?
Well, likely it's gonna be that wiggly bubble fish, like as we're seeing it is happening right now. The bubble fish is so much pressure. It's gonna apply so much pressure against Bruh. He has to relieve himself from all this pressure, and keeping that acquired taste up, Runeterra is discouraged to place that TF down no matter what. Even though he
kalau
has
gua sih bakal
the
taruh
means
langsung
to
TF-nya ya. Ternyata dia mainnya enggak.
But
mainnya sabar banget. Nggak tahu pertimbangannya apa ya.
Gonna be coming down for Runeterra.
Ada berapa orang agak nggak ngerti deh. Itu seharusnya kalau ditaruh kan dia bisa nggak ditarik ya. Harusnya sih itu. Aku juga bingung kenapa kok nggak dimakan.
That's right. And
nah itu aku juga bingung kenapa kok nggak dimakan ya. Mungkin dia takut di harusnya sih red card ya. Oke, dia ngedraw.
Yo, the gold card is definitely gonna be landing on the Aphelios if he ever chooses for the gold card. But unfortunately, we're not gonna see that gold card. He's going for the blue card, drawing himself another card, and it's gonna be a fist. He might be going to bait bruh to go for the kill on to go for the acquired taste on the Twisted Fate, which Runeterra could follow up with a get excited himself as well. But not forgetting, bruh actually has 2 copy of Bastion and a guide card as well. So like he has so many ways to actually protect this Tamkench, and at this point the
Karena dia tahu kalau dimakan ada yang bakal turun.
Yep. No time.
That's right.
Ya ya. Emang mainnya pro player ya. Kalau aku udah kayak nggak sabaran gitu ya.
Even though we can see right here on the Runeterra side, he can easily kill it off, but of course he doesn't see what's happening right now. He's kind of hesitant to do so as well. So each one is already waiting for the turns to happen. And here we go. We're going to see a bunch of actions right now. Acquired taste going on or going in to the Twisted Fate. Maybe a successful eating frenzy coming out from the Tamkench right now.
Berarti ya fishnya bakal turun. 2, 3, 4, 4 tambah 3, 7. 4 tambah 3, 7, kurang lagi 3 damage. Pakai apa 3 damage ya?
There is no way that he could burst the Bastion and then immediately going for to get excited. He might even go for the get excited.
Soalnya masih ada Bastion ya di tangannya.
Jadi go for the bio branch and eating up the Aphelios and then spitting him back out as well. So these are all possible moves that Bro could have done, but instead he went for the Vault Temple. He's say
masih ada 4 mana buat di save. Jadi jadi masih bisa Bastion ya.
There's no way you're gonna remove my Tamkench this turn.
Right, there's no way he's going to be able to
nice.
that Tamkench. And right now, Vince is going to level up. That means he is going to get sleep with the right now at the next
4, 4, 3, 7, 8.
Look at that fist.
Oh, bisa menang ini.
Discounted to make it 4-4 just in case. Whichever, it's probably going to go to Daring Poros, right? Or which one do you think is the best option right there?
Tapi bisa dihas ya sana ya.
Well, I believe right here, Bro is just gonna take in this 5 damage, bringing himself down to 5. Just not allowing Runeterra to do anything funky at this point of time. He has the guiding touch to bring himself back up to health, but at this point he really needs to find himself that copy of Star Shaping that he's looking for, and he's unable to tap out of 4 at this point of time. So for Runeterra, game plan is just have to apply pressure as much as possible. Like this ballistic bot as well is just gonna
si Runeterra masih bisa menang ini ya. Kita ada monyet 3 damage-nya. Makwe main kurang tahu, kayaknya sih enggak ya.
With 2 mana up, he could be lying for a mystic shot, but Bra has to be really careful with his health moving forward.
That's right. Bra is really in some kind of a danger right now, but looking at it right now, he chooses to heal his Tamkench and uses the remaining mana to heal his Nexus back up to 7. And that's not really kind of a safe spot right there, because he's like get excited away.
Wow, okay.
One missing shot away from lethal. So what do you think about what's going to happen right here, Moonboy?
Well,
si Fishnya kan nggak mungkin di target.
So he really has to control what Runeterra has. The tide has already changed, being controlling a passive, while Runeterra is being so aggressive the whole game. So Runeterra is gonna be applying more pressure with the Wiggly Bubblefish in his hand as well. Not forgetting he has an Ignite also and the Get Excited in hand. So Bro really needs to dig deeper into his deck, which he's unable to do with this particular hand that he has. But he's going for the Graviton.
Pore nggak bisa attack,
not allowing it to move the next turn as well. But I think Runeterra still had that amount of aggression in his hand, and it's all gonna be
ya dia keluarin bom itu bagus banget ya.
It's gonna be uphill battle for Bro for this whole turn.
That's right.
Terus bisa dihas, bisa sih.
Still a bunch of options coming out from Runeterra's side.
Discord, oke, disuruh Discord aku.
Created skill right there to deal 1 damage, but
pingin join dia.
We're seeing the attack token right now being not. I'm fairly sure that he will not utilize the attack as of the moment for the side of Bro. What do you think about that, Moonboy?
Well, bro is probably not gonna attack. He really needs
Dia
to
bakal
find,
ngambil
the
yang
outs to
damage
actually
kayaknya.
clear out, Runeterra bot as much
Damage
as possible.
3
We might
entah
be
ke
seeing a
bot atau ke
Caliburn over
Puro.
here.
Yang di stun
And
itu nggak mungkin
Caliburn might
dibunuh sih.
even, be possible. So bro could just go on a put it on the thumb catch and then follow up by a
Oh
quiet
bukan,
case.
dia
That
ngambil
could
life
also
steal
be a
ya.
possibility, or he could even go for a Severum
Dia
onto
ngambil life
the
steal.
Aphelios and then heal himself slightly more, and this way he could survive this onslaught coming in from Runeterra. So as we see immediately the Severum going onto the Tomkenge, and is likely to use the quiet taste to actually trigger the life gain and healing himself up by 3 more.
Menangnya. Darah 6, nggak ada heal. Terus bisa apa? Nggak ada ini, nggak ada challenger.
Ya bener heal 3.
Up right there, fleeting, already ready to be triggered. But right now, I'm thinking
Swallow bot.
Dia bakal makan, ya dia bakal makan si bot.
And there you go. He uses it on the ballistic bot, and let's see how Runeterra is going to react.
Lalu jadi si
ini
si Runeterra lu bakal apa?
What do you think about that, Moonboy?
Well, especially right now,
masih nggak tahu, ini agak susah ya soalnya.
Kalau gua
kalau mau dijadiin 4-4 pun nggak bisa.
Nggak, 4-4 bisa dibunuh masalahnya. Deal 3 damage. Pertanyaannya dia bakal ngebunuh. Dia bakal bunuh Tomkenge apa enggak?
I don't think he's gonna waste a burn spell on
soalnya dia ada get excited
just
kan.
to remove this
2, 3, 5 tambah.
Memang 4-1 memang nggak qualify. Dia memang harus menang 5-0 baru pasti qualify gitu. Memang dari dulu di desain seperti itu sih Noval.
4-1 waitlist. Kalau DC 4-1 waitlist.
Harusnya persaingannya sama aja ya Noval ya, karena kan jumlah peserta yang ikut sama.
Kan ada yang nggak masuk. Udah kita.
Gitu. Oke. Aku kasih attack nge-heal 4.
Enggak nge-heal. Belum nge-heal.
Ya belum nge-heal. Pasti kalau attack pasti nge-heal kan, darahnya jadi 10. 10 tapi
kan 3 plus 1 plus 1. 3 plus 1 4 plus 3 7 7 tambah 3 10 10 tambah 1 11 11 tambah 1 12 bisa 12 damage next turn kalau dia nggak ngapa-ngapain.
It's kind of a close match in the sense
di-combine jadi 9 damage.
And there's still a lot of options for him.
Kayak misplay.
With the Severum
That's a misplay.
Already activated on the time.
Ada TF.
And right now it's still anybody's game.
Ya karena dia nggak tahu di tangannya dia ada TF.
Iya, but that's harusnya dia tahu persiapan 5 mana, harusnya persiapan.
Belum tentu juga. Ini kan dia gunanya dia pengen nge-heal semakin banyak.
Iya, cuman harusnya salah dia.
Enggak juga sih. Ya karena kan dia nggak tahu.
Ya bukannya nggak tahu, harusnya level segini itu harusnya udah persiapan di tempat mana ada TF ya. Harusnya kalau ada TF ya udah. Maksud persiapannya gitu-gitu loh. Kayak tadi udah berapa TF yang turun.
Ya TF tadi kan sudah turun 1. Terus ngedragnya juga jarang. Tapi itu menurutku good play. Kalau enggak dia tambah kalah kalau dia cuma nge-heal 4. Mau nggak mau dia harus main kayak gitu.
Iya, cuman harusnya ya emang harus persiapannya harus siap-siap.
But again, Tomkenge took control of over the whole match. A lot of options coming out from Braw's side. And again,
ya akhirnya Runeterra menang ya. Tapi emang ya dia harus nge-heal sebanyak itu sih. Sekarang yang pakai Fiorasen ini siapa ya?
Runeterra. Enggak.
Yep, so Runeterra is leading 1-0 in this top 32 series
yang pakai Fiorasen.
Oke, berarti Fiorasennya si Runeterra di ban, sedangkan Runeterra nge-ban TF-nya ya, Fizz TF-nya.
Tomkenge, sorry. And in this matchup, I think
ini Fiora masih bisa, belum tentu bisa menang sih.
I think from then Bro might be a little bit comfortable, but looking at his hand right now, he is indeed in a pretty comfortable
salahnya lah
position.
bisa Lawannya apa? Lawannya TFS
Bukan, lawannya kan Apelios Tamkens.
Apelios Tamkens lagi masih bisa, soalnya kan bisa ini.
Time and again in the Fjordshan deck just to draw out the spells that are
bisa deny-nya si Tamkens
on the board. And right now, Moonboy, this has to be a very
Oke, ini bakal ini kayak harusnya sih bakal di tag di challenge ya. Tapi mungkin dia takut ada barrier, ada repulse ya. Dia takut ada repulse kayaknya, jadi nggak jadi diserang.
Kalau di tangannya si barrier sama ada
and not forgetting, he also has that species schedule as well, which he could use it to find himself more options like the charger or a serpent to actually deal with this.
Ini mungkin si Runeterra dia bingung dia mau attack atau enggak, karena mananya ada 7, masih ada kesempurnaan untuk repulse. Oke, kalau ini bakal di attack sih sama dia karena nggak ada repulse kan.
Ya, tapi dia bisa ada ini.
Kemungkinan besar dia bakal attack, mau single combat pun berarti kan sennya. Nah, dia pasti attack sih. Pun mau di single combat dia masih punya yang defense ya, nambah 2 health itu.
Ya, masih ada Aegis.
Nggak mungkin di single combat sih ya, rugi. Paling nggak si Bro itu dia sudah draw 1 spell, jadi makanya sama Bro dibiarin aja gitu.
Dapatnya apa? Oh, yang dapat barrier plus lifesteal.
Oke, Firasannya dia bawa ini ya, barrier sama lifestealnya dari Ionia. Kalau di deck tuh sih nggak bawa.
Really careful with that single combat because it's probably his only reaction spell in his hand right now. He do not want to waste it onto this combat because Runeterra actually have 4 mana open, so that being said, he has to respect the bastion in this lineup, and neither does he want to put any damage on this
Oke, dibuang ya
before the next combat. So this
karena ada ini dia.
Mungkin dia mau cari. Kalau dia ini kayak dia pilih antara stun atau spell shell kayaknya sih.
Kayaknya mau dibalas.
Oke, dia pilih stun kan? Dia pasti pilih stun.
Single combatnya nggak dipakai. Mungkin rugi juga.
Enggak lah.
Mending single combatnya dipakai buat ini.
Ini kayaknya sih dia turunin naga sih kalau kayak gini ya.
Hati-hati aja.
Dia turunin naga kalau dia turunin naga bisa di stun. Pilihannya sih itu. Oke.
Gua nggak bisa baca.
Bisa juga.
Gua pikirnya si Blue kenapa dia turunin barriernya sekarang.
Ini mungkin dia mau open attack, jadi Sen sama
dia mau mancing sih.
Sen sama yang ini bisa attack. Kalau dia attack kan nggak ada yang mati ya, karena maupun di defend, kalau di defend pun rugi di Runeterra, karena dua-duanya dapat barrier. Mungkin kalau misalkan dia keluarin naga, mungkin pemikirannya si Bro itu mungkin dia takut antara di stun atau dianeh-anehin karena dia cuma sisa punya 3 spell mana. Sedangkan paling nggak Firasan itu biar nge-treat lawan dia harus punya 4 spell mana. Karena banyak banget spell yang 4 mana yang Firasan yang butuhin gitu. Oh oke, berarti dia mau ngedraw. Oke. Di stun ya.
Oh, ada Notify.
Oke, ada Notify juga.
Immediately answered with a notify saying you are not gonna start.
Kalau kayak gitu harusnya drop naga aja. Oh, mungkin dia takut sennya di hit ya. Karena memang kuncinya di sen. Karena dia juga punya yang mana 9. Jadi dia harus gimana caranya dia ngelindungin si sennya. Yang 31 ini kayaknya harusnya defend ke 32. Yap. Ya, ini Runeterra bagusnya ngebloknya kayak gini sih. Aku lebih suka Runeterra ngeblok kayak begini daripada yang tadi.
Oh, dapat value.
Izin share ya live streamnya boleh. Agung Rizky Eka Pras Yono, thank you banget ya sudah mau di share.
Gua bakal ngambil apa? Gua bakal kalau bisa gua bakal ngambil kalibrum.
Kalau ini gua sangat jarang, tapi kayak sih harusnya ngambil. Oke, dia ngambil Crescendum ya. Berarti dia pingin narik 34 ya kalau ditarik sama itu sekarang ya.
That's basically what Runeterra might be going all about. Having just for 2 mana, he could just fetch himself a box to first at the 3-4 lineup.
Oh ya,
that's
like Crescendum bisa ngambil kalibrum
do 3 damage to myself. And that being said, this is the value of the Crescendum. This is
ini value-nya dia jadi bisa narik yang 22. Tapi tapi mananya masih 7.
Tembak yang 3 tembak dulu pakai kalibrum biar dia nggak bisa ngedraw.
With a challenger, guys, you have known this time and again that the challenger is actually one of the best
harus tembak dulu dia. Terus dia juga ada sini kan yang bisa nyolong spell, dia bisa pakai notify juga kalau dia pakai single combat.
Ini sih harusnya si Bruce sih nggak naruh apa-apa ya. Harusnya. Kalau mungkin dia nurunin yang mana satu. Dia bisa jadi turunin mana satu, terus dia masih punya 6 mana. Mana gitu. Oke lah.
Attack. What do you think about this?
Harusnya sih si Runeterra sih masa dia bakal ngeluarin Wiggly sih, kayaknya sih enggak ya. Dia nggak keluarin Wiggly.
Runeterra is in lots of decision. He has a decision to actually, should I go aggressive or should I just waste burst mana and waste his turn by just.
Harusnya sih kalau aku jadi si Runeterra aku nunggu sih. Tapi rugi juga kalau dia nggak nyerang sekarang. Masalahnya tuh di situ.
Sayangnya sekarang
dia bisa si Runeterra bisa antara narik Sen dikasih nggak bisa sih karena Pale Cascade sekarang udah +1/+1 ya.
Dan dia juga ada barrier plus lifesteal, jangan lupa yang itu. Cuma nggak bakal mati.
Ya makanya si Runeterra ini dia agak bingung. Oke, ini pasti ditembak ya. Si Runeterra bisa nembak. Oke, masih punya 6 mana.
So it's tug of war in
terms of whoever is going to be more proactive about these two players. It's like
dibiarin ya sama si Runeterra ya. File Temple itu draw-nya bagus. Nah, ini yang buat bingung nih. Dia masih punya 5 mana.
Masalahnya boardnya sekarang
actually has that calibrum in his hand ready to fire at one of a burst followers. So that makes it the
Runeterra
River Shaper
mau
and
coba
the
main-mainin
Green Blade Caretaker,
banyak banget di tangannya si Bru ini. Combat tricknya ada barrier, sharp side, ada single combat. Meskipun mananya cuma 5 tapi more than enough.
Ini si Runeterra dia masih pusing karena kalau Fiora-Sen masih punya mana di atas 4 itu masih pusing. 5 mana tuh dia masih bisa.
Pasti karena dia takut sama
dia masih bisa yang apa? Dua ngehit 1 ya kan. Itu bisa pakai removal, lalu bisa ada barrier juga. Nah, jadi si Runeterra ini dia pasti bingung. Dia mau nembak dulu atau enggak. Bagusan sih dia nembak ya. Sekarang tinggal Runeterra mau nembak yang mana. Nah, memang paling bagus dia untuk nembak River Ship. Karena pasti Sen bakal maju. Oke, berarti kan ini sudah nggak punya barrier. Dia sudah nggak punya barrier ini.
Cuman dia bisa ngebunuh ini.
And
Apelios.
Bisa ngebunuh Apelios atau bisa ngebunuh
ya dia pasti di dropin ke situ. Nah pasti tarik Apelios dia dapat dia dapat shield dan yang octopus. Oke. Menarik ya.
Yang di barrier malah naga.
Pasti yang di barrier naganya lah. Kalau aku jadi bro juga yang di barrier pasti naganya. Antara antara yang Apeliosnya dia bakal dev ke Shen atau ke River Shape. Kalau dia defend ke Shen, Shen-nya bakal kurang darahnya jadi sisa 2, jadi lebih gampang di remove. Tapi kayaknya sih dia bakal defend ke River Shape biar River Shape-nya mati. Gak di block ternyata. Oke. Masuk banyak ya, masuk 10 damage dari
kuncinya. Soalnya dia ada heal juga, 10 heal tadi.
Habis ini dia bakal kayaknya sih dia bakal naruh ya. Dia bakal naruh si Wiggly.
Ya, udah saatnya naruh Wiggly sih. Oke, this is nice.
Oh, nggak ditaruh. Oke.
Enggak, soalnya dia bisa 10 kan.
Dia pakai Apeliosnya nih kayaknya.
Gravitum dulu dong.
Yes, kalau aku sih pasti Gravitum ke naganya sekarang biar nggak bisa ngeblok dan biar nggak bisa attack
single combat.
Tapi next roundnya dia punya Black Steel Protector ya, mana 9 itu bakal mana 9-nya sih bakal gila sih. Nah ini pasti di spell shield sih.
Either spell shield atau lu notify.
Berani nggak notify?
Gak punya notify dong.
Bisa nyolong. Bisa nyolong.
Ya bisa nyolong sih. Dari spell thief ya. Tapi kayaknya sih
nyolong dia. Tuh kan dapat. Lebih cuan lu 3 cost soalnya daripada
3 cost ya.
Notify, or he could actually go for the shop side, buff the Aphelios up, and then it would survive.
Dia bisa buff juga 66. Tapi bisa di barrier juga.
Mendingan notify lah.
Kalau kayak gini ya, tapi enak bagus di notify.
Instead to cancel out that single combat and effectively protect his Aphelios.
Apeliosnya jadi Well Temple ini +1/+1 atau +2/2 ya?
+1/+1.
Berarti habis ini Apeliosnya bakal 55. Tapi dia bisa bunuh pakai yang mana 5. Apa sih namanya itu? Yang spell mana 5 itu dia bisa bunuh pakai itu sih Apeliosnya.
Bisa pakai Twin Strike.
Ya Twin Strike itu.
Weekly Bubble Fish. So this way he could sustain his board, he could maintain aggression, and he could still control what is
masih ada ini,
masih
ada spell shield
as well with the Boxtopus. So I think right here Runeterra might be a little bit comfortable,
ini ada
but he can't get himself too comfortable because we are moving on to turn number 9 the next turn, and the Bright Steel Protector in Burst hand is just
that's a very nice counterplay
real quick.
And with that swap and barrier
bakal berubah. Oke. Oh next roundnya bakal kuat banget sih si Bruhnya.
Oh very nice. Jadi stunnya cuma turn ini doang.
Very effective. Why? Because of course Shen is not
Ya.
Ya udah nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain lagi, letting soft aja.
Ibrohnya ya well play ya, nice banget playnya si Bro. Tapi habis ini bakal di attack sih sama Wiggly Fish-nya pasti turun semua round ini.
Yeah, so if we're ever gonna move into turn number 9, the Bright Steel Protector is gonna be online.
Ambilnya pasti ini.
Every single unit on broad side of the field will be getting barriered, and with
harusnya ngambilnya yang lifesteal.
Buffed in terms of attacks as well. So it's got with the Bright Steel Protector, tides are gonna turn, and right now Runeterra really has to build up his board or control burst board, and which I believe
Runeterra bisa nge-remove. Harusnya di-remove yang 72 sih.
And he also has that Aphelios champion spell as well, so those
yang
can also be used
bos.
to find himself a gravitum and then survive the next attack as well. So that this swap actually stuns that Shen instead of the Screeching Dragon.
Bisa ditembak ya.
On the Screeching Dragon, or else he's gonna be in huge trouble.
Yes, he needs to get that graviton stun and that follower.
Ya berarti bakal nembak.
Well. And this is going to
be
nembak yang
72. Right there. No way for Bra to protect himself from the Ballfish right there. 2, that's going to be a total of 6 damage, which can possibly bring him down to 11. Looking at the hand right now, there are no spells, reactive spells on the side of Bra to possibly remove those little 3-1s with elusive, and of course that's going to be free damage and bring down to 11. He removes.
Dia pasti bakal di remove yang 72 itu.
In that encounter.
Harus di remove sekarang.
Yep, and not forgetting Runeterra has the caliber.
Gravitum juga,
as we said, is immediately going for the caliber, going for the caretaker.
Yep.
Dealing 3 damage to it,
atau naga,
taking it down. Bro actually has the answer from the fresh upside that he has just drawn from that River Shaper. So he might be able to save this caretaker, but instead is not going for it. He has the upper hand in terms of
nggak keluarin subside-nya buat nge-save.
But he has to be really careful as that 2 Bubblefish is just gonna cause so much havoc for Runeterra if the attack token ever flips back to Runeterra favor. So we might not even see a Bright Sea Protector coming in from Bra the next turn as well.
Oh, finishernya keluar.
That's because there's a lot of chances for Runeterra to just put them down or pin them down with the breaks.
Wow.
And there you go, you can see.
Kok dia nggak taruh yang mana 9 dulu ya?
Enggak, karena ini dia mau langsung 4 damage. Sama dia ada rally, coy.
Oh iya, dia ada rally, benar. Udah dia ada rally ya. Mau nggak mau harusnya di defense sih.
Dibiarin aja.
Surprise move from Bra. Boy, what do you think about that?
Well, I think at this point of time,
stun.
I think that
harusnya dia stun sekarang sih.
Without not being protected is not
kalau dia stun sekarang di notify nggak bisa rally. Dia harus stun sekarang.
Masih bisa rally. Cuman dia nggak bisa keluarin yang cost 9. Tapi dia bisa keluarin yang satu lagi.
Percuma juga kalau dia rally sekarang dong. Kan di stun naganya.
Iya, tapi dia masih 3-4-3.
Mending di stun, tapi dia keluarin yang break steal.
Sekarang
enggak juga sih.
Sekarang kalau dia notify kan masih ada 9.
Ya.
Masih bisa naga.
Dia masih bisa attack. Dia masih naga terus bisa rally lagi.
Kalau sekarang dilihat, kalau sekarang dilihat boardnya juga masih bakal menang ini.
Menang sih, bro.
Bakal menang sih.
Ya. Ya harusnya sih di notify sama dia. Kalau enggak, karena next roundnya Brook bakal kalah karena bakal udah keluar yang main meltnya itu. Dikasih loh. Karena dia nggak tahu.
Might still come back. There's still he can still use Relentless Pursuit, and there he goes. He uses Relentless Pursuit right now, possibly going to use it on his second Sleeping Dragon. And let's see how this is going to go. He's probably going to challenge Philius, but nope. Another reactive way, and it gets notified. This is back and forth decisions coming from Bra and Runeterra. Wow, boy, this is exciting.
Yes, exactly, and right here, Bra is just gonna apply so much pressure onto Runeterra. He is eager to close off the game as soon as possible, and also challenging the affiliates.
Ini perlu si Bro itu perlu draw deny biar bisa menang. Habis ini di main melt sudah pasti menang si Runeterra ya.
Heal, going for the star shaping and heal his nexus up by 5, finding invoking
pasti
and
nge-heal
trying to find more answers for him the next turn as well. He this could widen up his gameplay.
Kalau kayak gini menang Runeterra sih.
Keeping himself healthy, and there we have.
Kalau kayak gini sih menang Runeterra sih ya.
He has the Scourge, he has the Destroyer. I think right now Runeterra is so comfortable picking either unit from his hand.
Yeah, that's a very good invoke right there, and that is going to be.
Oke, Runeterra menang ini harusnya.
Would he use a mind meld right now,
menang
or
Runeterra.
would he just try to develop the board? What's the best option right now, Moon Boy?
Tapi masih bisa di. Tunggu, kita harus lihat main meltnya berapa ya? Bukan, maksudnya nambah berapa? Sudah berapa spell yang dia keluarin? Harus 8 ya? 8 dia jadi 11 kan? Enggak ya? Atau jadi 88 ya? Karena dia masih bisa di. Sebelum keluar main meltnya bisa di ini. Bisa di. Double strike kan?
Right there if he does ever put down the zap spray fin. Oh man.
Ini waiting game nih
This is
sekarang.
actually
Kalau misalnya dia tiba-tiba keluarin Braxil formation sih, nggak pakai lama langsung keluar itu main meltnya.
So what does that mean, Moon Boy? I'm just really
Yaudah, bye-bye.
on my
Thank
toes
you.
right now. Just,
Thank you for playing.
Oke, Braxilnya keluar.
Nah, sebentar.
Oke.
Ini
main meltnya keluar.
Dia harus siap-siap sama ini.
Tapi dia masih ada subside. Masih bisa defense 1.
It's gonna be a singular move from Runeterra, and it's going to go a mind melt, and everything is gonna get so huge from now on. Excelsior, I'm so excited to see how big this bubble fish is gonna be.
I think it's going to be 20.
12 coy.
12 yang menang sudah.
If this is going to be as big as we expect.
Menang.
Yes,
Wah, Runeterra menang ya. Nice.
24 damage coming in from Runeterra. No blocks, and you can see the elusive sharp sight.
Nice.
One of the bubble fishes is going to be
Nice.
blocked, but that's not going to be enough. 12 damage going to face.
Emang harus nunggu-nungguan ya. Runeterra menang 2-0. Nice banget loh.
We see Runeterra going on with the second win.
Nice banget.
Very back and forth match between the two. But what are the highlights of that match?
Indonesia menang. Wow.
The biggest moment for me is gonna be that 12-12 mind melt going in for the finish, as Runeterra is not careful with the mind melt.
Gila.
Protector on the final turn, and skipping himself away from denying mana. And Runeterra saw that opening. He has to finish the game that turn. He went for the mind melt. Gosh, it's so satisfying seeing such a huge bubble fish going into the Nexus just like that.
That's right, and we just saw a while ago that when he put down the Bright Steel Guardian of Brightsteel Protector, that just says, okay, I don't have the deny, or I don't even have the mana for a deny.
Keren.
Two of my notifies right there. So no, it's not going to be enough, and that just leaves the gates open for ML to finish off the game.
Tapi tadi
seru sih.
Deny-nya nggak keluar sama sekali. Yang keluar cuma Notify.
Yap.
Jadi meskipun sudah pakai reverse shaper, jadi mungkin agak nggak beruntungnya si Bro ada di situ. Tapi ya.
Yeah, so congratulations to Runeterra to moving on to the next best 16. He's moving forward to the top 16 rounds in the
Tapi tadi juga si Bro juga fight back-nya juga lumayan pas dia di poster 5 sampai 8.
Showcasing such a great game
dia
to us,
keluarin
and
naga
it was so exciting. It was back and forth.
Sayangnya pas dia keluarin Brightsteel Formation, harusnya
top.
dia bisa bluffing di situ.
Players as well.
Supaya si
ada dari luar kalau nggak salah, sebentar.
Which players started to move on to the next round.
Karena si Bro kagak ngeluarin.
Oh, ada yang dari luar. Tapi kayaknya yang ini dari Indo deh.
Apaan?
AG Runeterra. Enggak, AG tuh ada beberapa yang di Jepang satu, terus ada yang di luar
ada yang dari Filipina
berapa gitu.
Tapi yang masuk top 30 itu dari Indo. Di Runeterra sama staff.
Bener, Mama ada yang boleh. Murni salah Bro tadi ya. Ya sih susah juga sih ya.
I literally used to stay up all night
yang
just to wait for this cut.
yang
I'm
pas
so
round
excited,
pertama
and
juga
I'm
salah
really
pas
excited to share with you
Yep.
guys what's coming up next after the break as well. So do guys.
Oke lah, best play ya, yang best player bakal menang ya pasti ya. Memang adu pikiran sih memang.
Ya,
harus main
si TF
harus main ngepas gitu ya. Aku kalau masuk di sini kayak bakal stres ya. Ya bisa ke counter, betul. Gila, kita nunggu setengah jam lagi loh ini ya. Satu game nunggu setengah jam, satu game nunggu setengah jam.
Karena langsung next round Ben.
Iya.
Nggak apa?
Enggak, next roundnya juga harus nunggu setengah jam ya.
Iya, next round kan ya kayak round kita aja.
Iya, aku nggak tahu sih kenapa kok dia nurunin yang mana 9. Apakah dia setup untuk next roundnya? Karena next roundnya dia bakal attack ya.
Iya, cuman
gitu.
Kayaknya juga ada another play yang lebih bagus gitu loh. Bisa pakai whip strike lah.
Tadi padahal si Runeterra kan sudah pas ya. Harusnya sih pas aja sih menurutku ya. Karena Runeterra dia udah nyisain berapa mana coba. Gitu kan.
Harusnya bisa baca dari
mana yang sisa. Yep. Oh, Rap orang PH tuh. Bosnya sendiri ngomong itu loh, Rap orang PH tuh loh.
Udah ngomong.
Hai, Xiaoken.
Xiaoken, sini gantiin gue.
Nafsu bang dia. Yang dari Indo siapa aja? Bert, AG-nya. Kayaknya nomor 1 tuh dari Indo ya. AG ininya ya.
Scarf itu dari Indo kan?
Kenapa?
Yang Scarf itu dari Indo kan?
Ya kayaknya Scarf. Tadi di mute bang streamnya biar enak ngobrolnya. Oh oke. Tadi ke pause sampean. Kita mute dulu ya. Oke. Bentar aku nyalain Runeterra aku dulu kalau gitu. Masih setengah jam lagi kita bisa main beberapa game ya. Itu ada yang mau tes deck. Kaf 42 MD, Yepnus. Oke.
Gue cabut dulu kalau gitu, gue balik lagi untuk menghemat baterai.
Boleh. Ayo anak Moa kalau mau. Mana nih anak Moa nih? Anak Moa. Ayo kalau mau boleh. @bento MOC. Bento MOC. Enak nonton di sini. Yap. Di sini rame loh. Ajak teman-teman kalian semua nonton di sini lah. Gitu loh. Top 16 dapat 5 jutaan. Wow, lumayan buat beli board nanti ya. Karena aku merasa boardnya bakal bagus sih dari Surima itu. Sama ya 2 juta ya. Oh ya? Oke. TFAP yang barusan bang. Aku nggak punya deck TFAP ya. Karena nggak suka makainya. Oke. Ini kita draw 2 Withering Wheel. Apa saja. Puro spell shield. PH ada 10-an, Taiwan ada 2, Jepang ada 3. Keren banget loh. Gak mungkin di blok kayaknya sih. Kalau kayak gini kan kita bisa setup Withering Wheel ya. Gila, AG mendunia, bosnya di sini loh. Bosnya sering podcast sama gua loh, bosnya loh ya. Gila, boleh lah aku dimasukin AG, jangan deh. Aku tidak berpartisipasi apa-apa nanti di AG ya. Anzai. Gua di bawah aja skornya 4-1. Satunya itu dikasih menang. 1-4 deng berarti ya. Dia sudah punya game house sendiri loh. Gila, Sasuke apa ini Xiaoken ya? Sudah dapat bantuan dari mana dia? AG kepanjangannya Agronaut. Tuh. Oh, dia main poro. Wow, lucu sekali poronya. Poro snack. Satu. Box. Ditambah poro snack pun ini tetap mati ya. Oke, kalau gini kita pas aja. Kapan ketemuan sama Riot Dev, Bang? Udah kemarin tanggal 25. Tapi ternyata kan banyak orang ya nggak dapat kesempatan tanya jawab. Agro Juggernaut. Kok AG Hearthstone? Di loncang juga jadi staff. Wow. Oh iya, gua jadi apa di AG? Gua pengen tanya sama si Xiaoken. Gua jadi apa nih di AG nih? Ada ininya nggak gua? Oh, gua nggak jadi ini. Apa namanya? Nggak jadi konten creator. Woi. Jadi konten creator lah ya. Konten kreatornya AG. Tapi nggak tahu gue dikasih apa nanti sama si Xiaoken ya.
Snow, wind, and ice.
Dikasih semangat dan harapan. Nggak mau ah kalau cuma dikasih itu doang. Wah gila. Wah gila sih nih. Satu, dua, tiga, empat, 5, 6, 7. Nggak bisa. Ini harus mati ya Spiderlingnya ini. Baru nanti itu bisa dikombo sama Chronicle of Ruin. Habisnya kita enter aja dulu. Oke, kalau gitu kita bisa ini. Ya biasanya kita bisa Vengeance katanya ya. Agronaut band hero jadi boy band. Kenapa emangnya Tok Dalang? Aku belum baca loh. Ada apa dengan Tok Dalang? Di Tok Dalang ada apa Tok Dalang? Wah 38. 5 tambah 2. Gak bisa sih ini. Udah GG sih harusnya. 5, 2. Ini sudah GG sih. Nggak ngira ada gituan sih. Terlalu sabar mainnya. Ya, terlalu sabar mainnya. Salah sih tadi, salah. Ini nih. Aku buat deck sendiri nih. Riven Listen, semoga bisa ya. Tok dalang nyinyir. Oke. Yep. Oh, sama si ini sih. Aku sebenarnya ada yang agak bete itu sama si siapa sih namanya tuh? Black Kid ID itu loh. Dia segitu kontranya sama bahasa Indonesia ya. Dan ngawur lagi ngomongnya. Nggak ngerti kenapa deh. Ada apa dengan bahasa Indonesia gitu. Oh, Lizoi. Oh ya, tok dalang ada 2? Baru tahu aku. Bam. Yeay.
It's my time.
Words of power
Iya
linger
betul.
in the air.
Itu malah buat orang jadi pingin main loh.
Halo.
Halo, ini siapa ya? Tiba-tiba masuk. Oh si unnamed. Oke.
Join the hunters, they say.
Oke. Dia pas, kita pas.
I'll show the hunters.
Oke.
Water changes but never breaks.
Wah, obliterate loh. Oh my god, matilah. Handku habis loh.
Force is meaningless without skill.
Oh, nice. Yang Indo gak ikut AG maksudnya? L2 tuh other unit. Gila sini decknya, ngawur. Ini sih udah pasti kalah sih, ini gak mungkin menang ini kan. Yang ikut turni, oke. Dia udah pasti kalah tuh ini ya. Artinya dia udah begini loh. Dia udah pasti kalah sih. Tadi jadi masuk ke top 32. Harusnya sih ya nggak bakal ada yang udah masuk top 32 nggak main tuh, nggak mungkin ada sih. Menurutku ya. Kalau sampai ada sih gila juga ya. Yuk kita main deck apa nih? Kalah semua loh aku loh lawan decknya loh. Ya mana mungkin ada yang nggak masuk ya. Edan juga. Dari tadi pakai file jot semua loh. Gila. Aku nggak tahu Relo ideal ini siapa ya. Oh my god. Kita tidak draw Timo. Tidak draw Ezreal juga. Dulu. Nah, kita bisa love cap.
There was a little fella asking for me.
Flesh was weak, but look at me now.
They grow up so fast.
Oh, deck Poro lagi ya. Oh, MG. Bakal di defend kah? Jamur tuh jadi ini ya, ilegal ya. Nuh, belinya ilegal tapi jualnya segini banyak. Edan juga ya. Kejam. Aku kasih tahu ya. Aku tuh admin calling kejam di antara yang lain loh.
Oh, if mushrooms could talk.
Tahu nggak kenapa? Kalau ada yang ngepost lah sedikit beda aja dari apa namanya lore ya, langsung tak ini loh, langsung tak kick loh, nggak pakai babi bu, langsung tak block.
Observe and learn. Metal is perfection.
Wah, quick attack, tough, gila ya. Sorry to say, menurut sepenglihatan gue, konten kreator di grup FB kok saling sikut ya, kubu-kubuan juga. Maksudnya? Gue nggak ngerti nih, kalau yang saling sikut sama kubu-kubuan tuh gimana ya? Aku tidak merasa ada yang saling sikut loh di grup FB loh. Kalau ditanya kubu-kubuan, aku kenalnya sama AB, sama si Shoken, makanya aku sering buat konten bareng dia. Kalau sama yang lain aku nggak kenal, tapi jujur kalau bisa dibilang kubu sih enggak. Cuma aku nggak suka sama si apa namanya si Rise Black ID. Nah itu aku kurang suka sama dia. Aku kurang suka sama personalnya sih. Begitu. Jadi itu doang sih.
Yes, of course.
I go ways to find me mushroom.
Rob has seen many things, but flying Oro?
There they go. Trade it.
Kenapa ini jadi gibah? Belum, masih 4 menit lagi. Masih 4 menit lagi. Sabar, sabar ya. Gila ya, kartu di tangannya dia ada begituan. Oke, 8 semua, terus ada spell shield semua. Terus ada ini semua. Kalah sih ini. Ini sih udah gak mungkin menang ya. Gila, aku kalah terus loh lawan dia loh ya. Gosip di live. Gue suka di komennya nih. Gosip di live chat. Aduh, gue ngomong loh ini ada rekamannya ya. Tapi nggak apa-apa, gue memang nggak suka sih. Gampang kan? Simpanse. Nah, aduh, mau bocoran ya? Ini bocorannya ya. Tanggal 4 ya, jam 10 aku bakal post video nyobain deck baru yang kita buat sendiri semua ya. Jadi aku Lutfi, AB sama Simpanse ya. Itu kita buat deck sendiri ya untuk patch baru. Kita akan main bareng ya. Videonya akan tayang tanggal 4 jam 10 WITA atau jam 9 WIB. Oke? Videonya epic banget ya. Itu ada sesuatu yang sangat epic di sana. Keren banget loh. Ya. Saya kasih tahu ada video. Jadi aku collab sama Lutfi, sama AB, sama Simpanse. Kalau aku sama Simpanse baik sih, tapi dia jarang ngajak collabs. Ya aku juga jarang ngajak collab sih. Gitu. Apalagi dia sudah 1000 subs ya, keren banget dia itu. Gitu. Seru banget itu ya. Bocoran decknya ya. 3 deck itu aku pasti akan buat deck. Yang satu Monosurima, yang satu lagi Lissandra, yang satu lagi Elite. Aku baru kepikiran 3 deck itu sih. Gitu. What form will the waters take? Fansnya siapa ini? Sorry ya kalau ada orangnya atau fansnya. Gue cuma nyampein unek-unek ekosistemnya baru jalan. Janganlah saling sikut. Tolong definisikan saling sikut itu seperti apa? List Aurefoir. Yang gue kenal Bento dari dulu mah lebih sering nge-up konten Simpanse. Yep.
A storm approaches.
Oh, dia go hard ya. Ada Om Jits yang gua kenal, Bento itu terbaik. Aku jadi terharu loh Om Jits loh. Aku jadi terharu loh. Bawa Jarvan pasti. Jarvan Garen ya. Sudah duanya ada elite ya. Di support viewer. Aduh, gue pikir ketawa dah. Asik di sini, rame banget.
Sweep them away.
Sesepuh. Imam sih keluar grup sih kan.
Waters are still. Can see the Demosian border from here. Nothing escapes my watch.
Stream penutup. Sudah mulai. Kita exit dulu ya. Nih, kita exit dulu karena udah mulai. Kita ganti dulu. Sebentar. Kita exit dulu ya. Oke, sudah mulai. Kita ganti dulu. Sorry banget yang lagi main bareng ini udah mulai. Jadi tak ganti aja langsung. Tunggu mana ini? Nah, ini dia.
Both the top 32 and
kita nggak tahu next ini bakal siapa lawan siapa.
That being said, we are featuring the top 16 round.
Win MF kayaknya sih enggak ya.
In this tournament, and without further ado, let's just take a look at the bracket over here. And the next round that we are gonna feature in this tournament is gonna be Belkut.
AG Beyond kalah ya. AG udah keluar satu. AG Runeterra menang lawan Scuttlebot.
Yeah, and these are really great players.
Berarti ini kayaknya yang dilihat bakal Belkut lawan kanan ya.
Competitive meta, and it's great to see him here for the first time going into the top cut of the seasonal tournament. Belkut, not a stranger as well. He has been doing great.
Ya, turun tier lah.
I am very excited to see this matchup between Belkut and Kanan, and they are bringing some
malah
extremely spicy
didina.
decks. Of course,
Padahal telurnya kena itu nanti kalau kelas
Belkut, he is bringing in the brand new Timo Ezreal coming in from this patch, and Kanan has some old favorites in his lineup, which is going to be interesting to see as well.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a strong hate-to-hate going into both of the players for the top 16. But
kanan, yang pasti dia bukan dari kiri ya kanannya.
Before the break, we are gonna have a little bit of a surprise, a little bit of special moving forward before the round of top 16 for you guys.
Yeah, there's going to be some sinister cards coming in from a nice video prepared here from Riot, and yeah, we're gonna.
Semoga dengan gini next aku bisa dikasih disuruh jadi ini ya, jadi caster ya. Aku pengen banget loh jadi casternya.
And that was really nice. And yeah, speaking about reviews,
beneran kualitas begini harusnya dapat viewer asik. Thank you Naufal FR. Aku jadi tersanjung. Tersanjung 7 nanti ya, nggak selesai ya. Mulai set 1 beneran. Maksudnya set 1 yang pakai kacamata mirip lo bang. Dia lebih kurus saja kayaknya.
Let's just jump right into the video.
Serius loh. Wow, ini kartu baru nih. Sigil of Malice, Reputation, I cost 1, deal 2 to anything. Wow. Kalau sudah Reputation bagus ya. Turn of the Rose, when I'm summoned, create a Guli in hand. Guli ini yang stun ya. 3 mana 5-1. Kartu ini jelek ya.
Thorn of the
jelek
Rose
banget
here.
kartu ini.
Malice, a forecast card going to do
kartu ini jelek banget.
to anything, and then once you have reputation
5-1. Paling nanti di buff 5-2. Atau enggak paling jarang dipakai ini 5-1 ya. Tapi kalau main reputation, apakah worth it? Ini gampang banget di remove ya. 3 mana di remove mah.
More aggressive statted units with 5 power and just only 1 toughness. And if it ever gets hit on a Nexus or a follower, a champion or whatever, and it's going to
coba caster bahasa Inggris. Bahasa Inggris. Aku nggak pede kalau caster pakai bahasa Inggris ya. Gila lu.
If you don't remember what Guile is that 1 mana sorcery, slow speed spell that stuns.
Buat AC Seju kepake.
And yeah, what do you see in this other cards?
AC Seju kepake.
Well, for Dawn of the Rose, I mean being 5-1 from Noxus, I think
bagusan yang 2 mana 5-1 deh. Serius.
Moving forward as well, and at the same time it could proc
2 mana 5-1 lebih bagus loh.
Moving forward, and that being said, the second card that got revealed
1 mana stun 1 unit slow kalau nggak salah. Betul. Guli itu spell yang udah lama ya.
Looks really interesting. I'm not really sure where did I see this before.
Gila nih di Bali hujan deras tiba-tiba panas. Panas paling cuma 1 jam, hujan deras lagi. Hujannya berhenti, panas lagi. Ini hujan lagi nih. Sarang ban sound podcastnya kadang nggak jelas, kadang pada tabrakan. Karena lagi asik ngomongnya tuh makanya pada tabrakan tuh. Terus yang nggak kedengeran itu si Albert, dia nggak mau beli mic ya. Jadi tolong kalian semua PM si Albert Ferguson yang di grup, Bang beli mic gituin ya, biar dia mau beli mic. Oke? Daripada Trapper enak pakai itu kataku. Kalau aku sih enak Trapper ya, dia nyiptain satu cost 55 gitu. Itu di Bali lagi ada taruh landmark kayaknya. Oke, Belkut. Wow, wow, dia bawa Tamken Soraka, Scout, sama wow, ada yang lolos ya pakai Timo Ezreal ya. Oke, kemungkinan besar yang bakal di ban adalah Tamken Soraka. Menurutku ya, Timo Ezreal nggak mungkin di ban, sama Scout juga kayaknya nggak bakal di ban ya. Yang bakal merepotkan adalah Soraka Tamkens, menurutku. Kalau aku jadi musuhnya Belkut, aku bakal nge-ban Tamken Soraka. Grupnya di mana Bang Ben kalau mau masuk? Ada di Discord ada, dan juga ada di WA ada. Nih kanan Licin Apelios kuat. Ini decknya deck meta semua ya. Fiora Sen kuat. TF sama Fizz ya. Kalau aku jadi musuhnya, aku bakal ban TF Fizz. Ya, Timonya kuat untuk lawan Lee Sin. Lawan Fiora Sen agak susah. Kalau aku jadi dia, aku bakal ban Tamken Soraka. Fix sih bakal ban Tamken Soraka ya.
From Kanan side, the Fiora Shen would be banned, but I think over here we get to see the deck list of the Timo Ezreal deck coming in from Belkut, my boy Timo.
Oke, ini bagus decknya ya.
So if Belkut actually goes with this list as he choose to go for a little bit more
Tele nggak hidup bro. Wah, aku nggak punya grup Telegram ya, nggak main Telegram.
Has in his lineup with Fiora Shen and also Lee Sin as well. So having the freezes
ya, Sen Fiora deck tuh nih banget betul.
Right, he could just freeze this strong units, and at the same time he could just
Soraka sih buat ngebet. Kalau mau kalian ramein di grup ini kok loh, di Discordku loh. Kalau mau semua kalian masuk Discordku, ramein aja di sana lore-nya ya. Mau ngomongin game lain juga ada di tab-tabnya yang lain. Jadi lebih fleksibel. Banyak yang join tapi nggak ada yang ngobrol di sana. Ramein lah kalau mau. Oh iya, sama ini juga. Kan grup kita tuh sudah grup FB tuh sudah masuk official Riot Sea partner ya. Itu sebenarnya nanti bakal ada grup Discord-nya, tapi masih dibenerin gitu. Kalau nanti sudah online, kalian semua bisa masuk ke sana. Jadi enak banget nanti. Gitu. Aku nggak main Line, aku nggak main Telegram. Line terlalu banyak apa ya? Promo-promo nggak jelas gitu, terus aku udah nggak install lagi, jadi males gitu.
Interesting things about the
lain perlu jadi member. Ya kan cuma jadi member aja nggak apa-apa gitu. Kalau memang banyak nanti dan ini maju, siapa tahu bisa tak boost nanti servernya ya. Gitu. Di Discordku ada di description ya. Gitu.
So many puff caps in the later rounds, especially with the help of Hexcore Foundry, and I think I didn't see it exactly in the list, but
oh, thank you banget sudah ada yang kasih Saveria ya. Thank you.
It just helps you so much more because the draw power coming from Hexcore Foundry helps the Timo player so much more than it helps his opponent, especially
kita
when
cek
the opponent is
dulu
not playing
Saverianya.
super aggressive.
Dari siapa itu ya?
Let's take a look right over here. We have Belkut versus Kanan moving forward in the top 16 round, and I think right now both players are going into the first game with Kanan having the Lee Sin affiliates going up against Belkut's Timo Ezreal. We've seen the list of the Timo Ezreal previously as well. You know, if Timo actually has if Timo could find himself that freezes to control the Lee Sin, I think Timo right here.
Thank you banget Pro Kaisa sudah kasih 100.000. Wow, tetap fokus bikin quality content bro. Thank you, ditunggu turningnya, semoga tetap sabar juga nge-adminin FB. Thank you bro, thank you banget. Ini sih kalau menurutku bisa menang Belkut ya. Timo kuat banget lawan deck Timo ini memang counternya si Lee Sin ya. Gila itu ke draw semua. X-core-nya bukan X-core thermogenic beam ya. Sih dia bakal drop ini ya, si jamur itu ya. Wow, di thermogenic beam lagi.
Yes, and here we see a thermal beam immediately going into Kanan.
Ini bakal di-attack lagi, langsung attack sih.
Immediately, he's not allowing Kanan to go any further in terms of bot state. He's not allowing Kanan to not go for the gems as well.
Ini sih bakal ngedrop yang satu ya, Lunari Dustbringer. Terus bakal ngedrop si Eye of the Dragon sih. Kalau aku ya, ini dia bakal turunin Puffcap Peddler.
That being said, the Puffcap generation.
Puffcap Peddler harus. Oh, aku nggak lihat dia dapat ini ya. Oke, Puffcap-nya turun dia. Puffcap-nya harus turun. Yang megang Discord itu soalnya bukan admin FB. Betul, beda orang ya. Betul. Hai Bento, hai Lokani, hai Mardikan. Ini pemain HS juga nih Mardikan ya. Itu bukan Discordnya FB. FB nggak punya Discord.
And that's been a lot of control coming in from Belkut, basically removing anything that goes down. And I think there was a key decision there for Belkut.
Thermogenic beam-nya sudah keluar semua.
Hexcore Foundry and go for a
Timonya bakal ketarik.
If you do that, you don't actually respect the Pale Cascade coming in from Kanan here. He does draw into it late, and he didn't have the Pale Cascade to save his mentor in the previous turn. And now we have Puffcap Peddler down on the side of Belkut, and now we are starting to get into that range wherein I was talking about. It's like a mini Exodia deck with Puffcap Peddler and Timo already on the board. We're just missing a few key pieces in some mushroom generation, and it's gonna be a doozy here for Kanan to handle all the Puffcaps going into his deck.
Yeah, Kanan not necessarily have to be afraid of the Puffcaps, Puffcap game coming in from Belkut as well. He has the Eye of the Dragon to heal himself a little bit more carefully, right? He could go for the petal.
Terus Apelios turun, bakal ditembak 3. Ya pasti ngambil Calibrum deh ya, nembak 3.
So as of right now, I think Kanan is in a really comfortable slot.
Wow, dia ngedraw Timo.
Not gonna do too much to him as well, but you gotta be a little bit more careful of the Trochan in Belkut hand, as that could really play around the caliber.
Berarti bakal
might be a little bit of a
kenapa dia attack semua?
He has everything under control based on his hand that we are seeing right here.
Yeah, and this is quite an interesting attack here from Belkut.
Kenapa dia attack semua?
His whole board basically, and we're going to see maybe a troll chant try to save this Puffcap Peddler that Lee Sin is blocking, and he is doing this because he wants to put Lee Sin in a range where he can use Brittle Steel and be able to freeze the Lee Sin coming from Kanan. And there was an Aphelios rip off the top deck on this round, and he gets a Calibrum trying to take out possibly one of these Puffcap Peddlers.
Gila,
and of
good
course,
play sih si
it's going to force the hand here of Kanan giving the Lee Sin a barrier.
Oke, berarti dia bakal nyari berusaha naruh Puffcap-nya banyak ya.
We have 6 more Puffcaps and multiplied by Timo. That's a huge hit coming from Timo, doubling the Puffcaps in Kanan's deck, and there's a Hexcore Foundry. This is looking spicy. 3 Puffcaps, 1 Puffcap. Wow, that's a lot of damage now.
So as of
Ini
right
bakal
now,
dikasih bakal
dikasih
troll chan sih.
Also has that troll chan to protect this Puffcap Peddler from this Calibrum as well. Kanan, look at Kanan's hand. He has that Zenith Blade. All he needs to do is just level up Lee Sin as fast as possible that he needs to right now.
Belkut harus draw
clean off the game as fast as possible before he
yang buat 0 ya. Harus draw freeze. Dia harus ngedraw freeze. Scarf lolos masih belum tahu.
Kanan might be in a little bit of a trouble if it's not starting to heal, or else the puff cap is gonna stack up and it's just gonna start draining his mana.
Wah, itu bingung juga siapa yang gak aktif ya.
Yeah, and Belkudizer here has a decision. So the Calibur is going on to one of the puff cap peddlers. He has a choice here to make.
Tim AG udah main tadi round 1. Round 2 dia pasti lagi main lagi nih.
In saving that puff cap peddler, but no matter.
Wow.
Is drawn from the top deck and it's now back onto the field. And we still have the Lee Sin going in for an attack, and there could be a crucial decision there being made. We could have seen an Icevale Archer going on to the Lee Sin. But it looks like Belkut is respecting the gem that's coming out from that he already knows is in the hand of Kanan.
Okay, dikasih lifesteal.
Going on to Lee Sin and a Severum perhaps to try to pad this life total, but that's going to be a sort of risky play, knowing that Belkut hasn't put down any Icevale Archers from the deck, and he has 3 copies. Of course, you're going to have to think.
Dia agak sedikit misplay, tapi dia harus nge-heal. Paling enggak nih, dia nanti bisa kasih ini. Dia bisa nge-heal 3 lah, pakai. Dia bisa pakai si Zenith Blade-nya ya, ke Lee Sin sekarang.
But over here, Kanan is able to level up the Lee Sin immediately over here, and also with the Lee Sin's champion spell, and he could also potentially add up 2 more additional damage onto the Lee Sin as well. So I believe Kanan is kind of comfortable, even if he's unable to kill off this unit. As Belkut could answer with the Troll-chan, this puff cap battle is going back into Belkut's
bakal kasih ke Lee Sin sama kasih ke Timo.
Yeah, definitely. This Troll-chan is going to be huge here. Troll-chan onto the Timo +2 and -2 on the Lee Sin. Only one power left on the Lee Sin.
Habis ini bakal langsung nyerang. Harusnya Timo bakal langsung nyerang sih sekarang.
And yeah, Timo and the puff cap peddler lives to see another day. One mushroom only. Oh no, that has to be not so good for Belkut here. He's going in for an attack with a Timo, and looks like he is not going a deep meditation, fishing for the Hush perhaps. So that's just gonna double.
Sebenarnya bagus, cuma keluar 1 jamur. Kenapa kalikan 2-nya jadi lebih banyak? Sekarang dia bakal ngedrop.
That being said, he has 3 copies of draw spells in his hand. He have the deep meditation that could draw himself 2 cards. There is also the
ngedraw dulu dia.
Could allow him to draw 1 more card. And here comes the veteran investigator.
Dia bakal ngedraw lagi pakai veteran investigator.
Kanan is in so much trouble moving forward as well, so he has to be a little bit more careful. He's drawing 2 more cards the next turn, and Belkut also has that Hush Read to answer, and a Guiding Touch coming in. 2, 3, 4 more puff caps. Kanan is
in keluarin sekarang. Ezreal keluar.
There's a potential of him dying as well.
Ezreal keluar, terus pakai spellnya yang dari Timo.
Veteran investigator there, drawing a total of 8 damage.
Yeah, Runeterra lolos.
And now that he didn't use the deep meditation before the
Ezreal turun, pakai spell yang jamur. Terus ngedeal 1 damage.
Now it's just gonna be much more dangerous because drawing those 2 cards from deep meditation.
Tapi dia bisa nge-heal.
For Kanan, since he only has 3 HP left, and
tapi si Kanan bisa nge-heal.
Mushroom Cloud with Ezreal on the board, putting in 5 plus 3 more puff caps and 1 damage coming from Ezreal.
Kanan bisa nge-heal. Kanan harus nge-heal.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if Kanan even draw himself a puff cap the next turn, even though he is lucky enough to dodge himself from puff cap damage.
Gak bisa, Kanan harus nge-heal. Tapi nge-heal pun dia bisa nge-draw. GG. 90 puff cap ya, udah pasti keluar lebih dari 2.
Here we see 1, 2, 3 puff caps going in. Kanan
nice.
Going down to 0, and there we have Belkut
well play ya. Ya Timo bisa menang loh, nice ya. Sedangkan Timoku selalu stuck ya. Tapi draw ya.
And Zero Infinity, that was the most satisfying moment that I've ever seen.
Auto win yang Timo, yap. Gua pasti lah. Wow, akhirnya tembus 40-an ya. Tadi maksimum cuma 30, sekarang tembus 41. Thank you semuanya yang udah join.
And of course the
Timo
protection spells going into Timo, and the really
Mau ganti mau juara.
was Ice Veil Archer going on to the
Gila, semakin malam semakin seru ya ini ya.
the Severum, and that just denied him a lot of lifesteal and was able to save both of his.
Nah, Fiora Sen-nya Tamkensnya di ban kan? Ya, sesuai perkiraanku Tamkensnya pasti di ban. Nah, si Belkut ini
Yeah, so I think over here if Kanan could maintain his control.
Si Belkut ini agak susah lolos pakai ini loh.
Not too much of an options that Belkut have. Two MF, two Lauren Prodigy. He has a little bit of bot control, but not too much.
Belkut, nah gini baru benar. Astaga. Belkut ini susah loh. Mau lolos pakai scout.
Control a little bit more. Could control Belkut just a little bit more, but he is in need to find himself that least in to close up the game.
Nggak bisa.
Or else he's gonna be a little bit of a trouble.
Yeah, and misfortune now coming down from Belkut, right? And fortunately we have an on-curve Aphelios picking up.
Oh iya, dia berani sih karena nggak mungkin diblok sama Aphelios juga ya. Mungkin sih dia punya Pel Cascade, tapi tetap mati. Ya.
40
view tadi, yes, thank you.
To Misfortune's attack trigger, and he has a choice here to make if he wants to go for a block with the Dust Bringer, using the Pale Cascade to survive the initial one damage from the attack trigger and try to get.
Ya kalau ngeliat orang main kok kayaknya enak banget pakai Timo gitu ya.
Onto the MF and cleaning it up completely, but he goes for a
gila dituker ya, di trade ya.
For the Aphelios block onto the Misfortune, thinking that
karena dia punya Misfortune lagi. Oke.
Value from the Aphelios moving forward, and we now see another Dust Bringer coming down, and he has a nice. Wah,
kalau kayak gini bisa menang Belkut nih. Handnya Kanan jelek banget. Habis ini Queen turun. Ya, Queen turun habis ini. Queen harus turun sih, nggak mungkin nggak. Queen harus turun. Dia bisa nge-remove 2.
I mean, look at Kanan's hand right now. Kanan's hand is all about spells. He has no way that he could remove any units from Belkut's side of the field.
Oke, ini bisa di-remove sih. Burungnya bisa di-remove pakai Kalibrum. Tapi dia nggak bisa nurunin si goatnya, Mountain Goatnya.
The most right card that we are seeing in Belkut's hand is a Stony Suppressor. This is one of the cards.
Habut lagi males main Lord.
One additional mana cost for any spells coming in from his opponent as well. So that is gonna pressure Kanan so hard, and it's gonna remove.
Kalau kayak gini, si Queennya bakal maju.
It's gonna cost one more extra, and it's gonna be so painful for Kanan.
Terus dia bakal turunin Goatnya. Dia bakal attack lagi.
It's such an MVP just putting 1 mana more on all of your spells, and Dust Petal being 2 mana, that's not really what you want.
Wah.
Bastion
Queennya mati ya.
Up to 5 mana, and it's just not going to be as profitable for you as it would have been with.
Habis ini bakal turun yang nge-challenge itu.
But it gets cleaned up by a Pale Cascade onto the Mountain Goat, and Kanan here drawing a little bit well with.
Oke, dia Stone Suppressor dulu.
Previously had a hand with like all spells onto it, but drawing back-to-back Mountain Goat, he has a chance here to try and stave off the aggression coming from the scouts.
Yep, so Kanan is being faced
with
bakal
so much
pressure. He has pressure coming in from the MF. He has pressure coming in from the Queen. He's also having another form of pressure coming in from the
Kenapa dia milih Repose ya? Kenapa dia nggak milih Upside aja?
Protecting that Misfortune. Kanan not having a hush, even though he has a hush, it's gonna be for.
Gila, ini gamenya cepet banget ya.
It seems like Kanan is really running low on options. He has no Lee Sin.
Bakal taruh yang Scout.
All he sees in his hand are just a bunch of red cards that are being taxed so hard by the Stony Suppressor that it seems like Kanan deck is really against the wall, and
wah, GG
of help right now.
Nge-heal 6 damage ya.
3 mana Guiding Touch, not as good as 2 mana Guiding Touch, and man 2 mana Gems, that's not so good.
Langsung attack lagi. Masuk 7-9 damage ya. Oh, 8 masuk 10 damage.
And it's going to be a lot of damage going into Kanan, and we see a
habis ini bisa turunin
no more creatures on the side of Kanan. Unfortunately, the Lee Sin comes in a bit too late, but he is going to
bisa turunin Bannerman sih harusnya.
To try and pull the misfortune off of the field, and now he has a choice here to make, because if he does a gem spell, he actually doesn't have enough mana for
nice.
Adonai, because it's being taxed by the stony suppressor. He goes for a gem spell here, and I'm going to be curious what he is going to pull on the side of Belkut. He goes for double gem, and I
menang Belkut ya. Ditendang.
On the side of Belkut. But is that going to
Tapi menang Belkut sih. Dikasih
and it's looking grim here for Kanan.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what Kanan pull as of this point in time.
Harusnya dikasih sih, 77 kan nggak mati ya.
He even
harusnya dikasih sih.
That sharp side, if he ever chooses to, ever wishes to take off the lead, and
harusnya dikasih.
As well with the Genevieve. And I think as of right now, Kanan is in so much problem.
Oh, dikasih
he has
ya?
no way to defend himself against a relentless pursuit. He has no way to heal himself back up. 2 more additional health with the guiding touch, and immediately the relentless pursuit coming in from Belkut. This might be the end of Kanan.
The end. Iya, selesai. Selesai.
I think Belkut right here has lethal.
Wow, gamenya cepet banget ya menang Belkut ya.
This is a huge, fast game, ladies and gentlemen. Belkut taking in the top 16, moving on into the top 8. Wow, what
gila, Lee Sin-nya di counter banget loh.
The skull stack, even though with the nerf coming in from misfortune, it doesn't really affect.
Gila, itu Lee Sin-nya benar-benar tercounter banget loh.
It was really crucial there. There was a lot of spots where I think Kanan had a good early game with double Dust Spellbringer, and then he had the Aphelios and the Calibrum to start and relieving some pressure off of the board on Belkut, but then it got a little bit too much on the mid game, especially with Kanan drawing a lot of his spells. There was a certain help from double drawing into the Mountain Goats, which helps stave off the aggression, but really Scouts is really favored against the Lee Sin deck, especially a version running the Stony Suppressor, which taxes, puts 1 more mana on all of your spells, and it's gonna be hard to come back from an unanswered Misfortune and a Stony Suppressor on the board.
Gila.
Was really quick because
cepat banget menangnya loh.
Yeah, so that game ended a little bit too quickly, but hey, we got another game from the top 16 for you guys, and we're just gonna jump over to Adele. I assume he's one of the players all the way from Philippines representing Team Tyrants. I think this is Zero Infinity's homeboy over here.
Yeah, Adele here coming in with a.
Gila nih, kita langsung masuk lawan Adele lawan siapa ini? Wow, dia pakai agro pirate loh.
It says match 2 set 2, but I'm not sure if that is accurate. It might be. We have on the side of his opponent
76. Tapi dia punya lifesteal 7. Ini susah sih.
I just got confirmation that this is already the second game, and he is on the MFGP
Match 2 set 2. Yang menang sebelumnya siapa ya?
Fangs now looking spicy with 7-6 already on a stat line, and it's gonna be going to have a great effect here for the aggressive deck moving forward. A spell shield also tacked onto that Fangs, and it's gonna give Adele here so much padding going into the later rounds.
Yeah, as of right now, we got news that currently Medieval
Wah,
is leading
ini Medieval sudah nggak mungkin menang ya.
At this point of time, and this
Medieval sih sudah nggak mungkin
2.
menang.
As of right now, Adele actually went for the star shaping, healing himself back up, so health is of
Bento kameranya taruh di atas kanan aja, di atas kanan.
So attacking with the Fang for just 7 damage, he could heal himself
di sebelah mana maksudnya?
I think if
bingung
Adele
aku di atas kanan. Taruh di pojok kanan atas.
Just over
ya,
here.
oke.
The Fang itself is going to carry
bentar ya, coba tak pindah ya.
Yeah, dude, as you were talking, I was literally taken aback. He went from 7 HP all the way back to 20 HP with just on the back of Star Shaping and the attack from the Fangs. We're gonna see an ignition here coming down that was generated from the
ini si Medieval udah pasti menang sih.
On the side of Medieval going into the Captain Farron for 2 more damage. He does have a Moonlight Affliction in hand to stop the Farron from getting in with overwhelmed damage if he manages to do anything. Well, actually, it's not gonna matter much because he doesn't have a small creature left in hand. He does have the Scourge for the next turn, but I'm concerned about how much damage the Medieval here can put out with Triple Decimate in hand, Asleep with the Fishes. There is a Gangplank as well and Zap Spray Fin for his side, and Asleep with the Fishes now going another time onto the Captain Farron, bringing Adele down to 16 HP.
Yeah, as of right now, 16 is not exactly where Adele wants to be, but at the same time, Medieval is not exactly going in for the combat as well. So if Medieval actually chooses to go for the attack, that being said, Adele has the opportunity to heal back 9 more additional health.
Ini udah susah, heal 9 loh.
Looking at Adele's hand over here, he has that Moonlight Affliction.
Ini sih kemungkinan besar Medieval menang, skornya 1-1 ya.
Has low as about 2 creatures or less, or 2 units on his board, he might be able to just go for a swing and then click.
Berarti Adele nih bisa nyangkut di deck ini nih.
So massive from Adele for the next turn, but over here we see the Pirate aggro going in for the aggression, choosing not to attack with the Captain Farron, but just the Zap Spray Fin just to pinch Adele down just by a little.
Really, this is a big draw coming from the Zap Spray Fin. He picks up a Noxian Fervor, and if Adele blocks wrong here, he is going to take a lot of damage because he is not going to heal up from his fangs on the board if he decides to go for a quick switch. He decides to block something less than
Gila, masih bisa menang si Adele.
4 HP. Now, it's going to be 4 HP now because of the barrel now coming down from the leveled up Gangplank. So it's gonna be tough here. If he blocks wrong, he is going to get denied out of the healing through the use of Toxian Fervor.
Yeah, so Adele really has
8 tambah 5, 13, 13, 14, 15, 16.
This attack coming in from a Medieval is so huge, it's gonna be so massive.
Ini dia pinter sih Adele ya. Farron sama itu ditaruh paling terakhir. Ini pinter banget si Adele.
Just remove that Noxian Fervor to deny the Noxian Fervor, but what Adele needs right now is healing, and healing. And at this point, at this rate,
ini nanti tinggal di Noxian Fervor. Menang Adele ya.
Yeah, this is what I was saying a while ago. If Adele blocks wrong here, but the attack from Medieval was actually really good, putting front loading a lot of the damage. So
9, 8, 11, 11, 12, 13.
We see coming into play the Noxian Fervor on the side.
8 tambah 4, 12, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 23.
Excited somewhere. And I don't think, is there a way to save him from getting from
menang sih ini si Adele. Gila, agronya kuat banget loh. Masih bisa menang si Adele. Si reset tangan Medieval tinggal 3 ya.
2, 3 plus 8 coming from the Farron, that's 11, 12, 13, 14, and then I think this is exactly 20
harusnya begini ya.
Right?
Si Medieval ini bisa menang.
Yep, exactly. As of right now, Adele has no answer to what is coming from Medieval. I think that is gonna be GG for Adele. There's no way that he could heal. There's no way that he could save himself from this amount of damage.
Agronya menang loh.
There we have, the Farron going in, doing 8, and then there is the Gangplank doing 6 as well. That is gonna be lethal, and Medieval is going into the top 8, taking down Adele in the top 16, in the round of top 16 as well. Dude, every strong player is just going down, and just gonna see, how strong these players are, and the aggressive deck is just winning it today, Zero.
Yeah, that was a really good order of attack. And actually, I think it's Adele that had one game, so it's now 1-1. So we are going to see a third game.
Ya, ini baru satu ya.
Whoever is we're going to
Agro bawa ke lead.
But yeah,
untung kartu leadnya keluar semua loh ya. Feren, terus Gangplank.
Really the MVP of that attack there was the Noxian Fervor coming in from the Zap Strafid, being able to deny all the healing coming in from the Fangs, because it was really a huge heal, right? With the Veil factor in the Veil Temple, I think that was like.
Tapi berapa pertandingan Bang? Kan top 32. Karena sudah top 16. Habis top 16, top 8 ya. Habis top 8, semifinal, top 4. Habis itu final ya, top 2. Tapi nggak bisa. Kalau dia ngeblok paling awal, dia rugi. Yang bagus adalah positioningnya si Medieval tadi, attack-nya. Ya, dia bagus banget. Kalau kamu ngeblok yang pertama, kamu cuma dapat tambahan 4 heal doang ya. Kalau kamu ngeblok yang kedua, kamu dapat tambahan 9 malah tadi, 9 heal. Cuma sayangnya yang kedua itu darahnya dikit. Gila si Medieval ini bawahnya agro semua. Sampai malam nih live stream kayaknya sih. Tapi nggak bisa juga. Blok terlalu jauh kalah. Blok di awal juga kalah. Memang dia harus blok kalau nggak kedua, ketiga. Gitu.
All he has to do is just control Medieval's bot slightly, and he could be able to be a little bit more comfortable moving forward as well.
Okay. Gila, ada yang bawa Endure loh di sini loh.
He has the hash to actually answer to the Endure as well. But looking at his hand, 3 Endures with it's just gonna be so aggressive in the late game as well. So I think Medieval is kind of cool and chill at this point of time. He just want his unit to be traded off with Adele and then finish off with a Dehu Endure with an atrocity. That could be his game plan moving forward too.
Yeah, I think the
ini dia, kita nggak tahu ya dia Apelius apa ini. Menarik loh deck yang dibawa Medieval ini. Dia adalah agro player. Nih ya, kalau kamu lihat ya. Siapa bilang agro nggak bisa sampai top 16 ya?
Coming in from Adele's side, possibly blocking one of the 3/2s with the Mountain Goat, and we are going to see Solari Priestess invoke a card here in just a second, and he is picking up Meteor Shower,
langsung attack.
2 more creatures on the side of Medieval, and he has a choice here if he wants to chump block with the Solari Priestess to save.
Si Adele ini kaya banget loh, semua kartunya prismatik loh ya. Kaya banget nih si Adele, pasti beli dia. Kalau kalian perhatiin ya, si Adele semua kartunya prismatik.
With the Fangs on this turn to try and catch up some HP, and a crucial stalking shadows here coming
from sih.
and that's going to help him.
Nah, ini harusnya langsung attack, masuk 4 damage. Gila.
Pumping up his Dehu Endures, and he picks up a Stalking Shadows, but it comes up quite a dud with Ravenous Butcher being the only choice there, and he picks up another atrocity. This is an atrocious hand from Medieval, but Adele here doesn't have a lot of answers as well. Opting to pass the last turn was, I think, quite questionable.
Nggak bisa. Dia ada Mystic Shot, pasti di Mystic Shot ya.
At that situation, passing over there might not be too ideal. You're a little bit behind against your
opponent. Gila si drawnya Medieval jelek banget ya.
Want to catch up just a little. As of this point, he could go for the Affiliates and then go for that Calibrum if he ever chooses to, and just to control a little bit more on Medieval side of the board. But you know, have seen
si Medieval jelek banget.
Firing off by Medieval, but at the same time, not seeing him putting down any units now is a little bit fishy. But at the same time, he has to respect that Medieval's game plan is that he wants his unit to be sacrificed. He wants his units dead, and he has to be a little bit more careful on combat as well, so that he doesn't really build a really huge Dehu Endure. As looking at his hand right now, Adele has no way.
Ini tinggal di Mystic Shot ya.
An Endure, you know, he has no hash or any sort of hard removal for this Endure. So he has to play. Maybe he's playing just a little bit slightly more conservative at this point of time. And a Vigor immediately going for that Aphelios, taking out their Butcher. And as we know, Medieval at this point, he has no way to play that Butcher in his hand. And the Endure is just so far away from being placed down at the moment. Adele has to capitalize on this moment and just go all in, go wide, and just finish off Medieval before the Endure comes down.
Yeah, and I think Adele has a good read here on his opponent's hand because you're actually right. You talked about it being fishy on turn 4 that the Endure player didn't develop anything, so that has to give you an idea of what the Endure player has in his hand. So it's probably a couple of spells or like a lot sacrifice creature like
tangannya Medieval
like
udah jelek banget ini. Kalau kayak gini sih kalah sih Medieval ya.
Be guessing that he has Blighted Caretaker, but he can't put it down because there are no good targets. Medieval here draws, of course, an Unspeakable Horror, and that's not gonna do much because he can't actually trigger the Nightfall because Ravenous Butcher has to come down with a target creature, sacrificing a creature on your own board, and Adele recognizes that now, I think, and he goes for a much more greedier play with Severum going onto the
udah GG sih. Kalau aku jadi Medieval udah pasti nyerah sih.
Going up all the way
kalau
back
aku
to
ya.
HP. Medieval here on 13, he can put down an Endure, but it's not gonna be super impactful in
harus taruh Endure sih, nggak bisa enggak ya.
Endure is around 4-4 or 5-5 if I'm not mistaken, and another Unspeakable Horror
harus taruh Endure, nggak bisa enggak.
It's again like the situation the previous turn, he is not able to proc that cleanly, and the first Endure now comes down. It's a little bit tiny, not how we are used to seeing this.
Langsung di Thermogenic Beam.
Usually we see it 10 plus power.
Oh, di stun sih.
5-5, it's not threatening
at
all.
Diapain deh? Kan di stun.
Adele here just going to use a Gravitum and it's gonna stun the Dehu Endure. And are you going to use? He's probably going to use Unspeakable Horror, one of Adele's creatures, just to hopefully get or fish a creature from Unspeakable Horror to play into the game. And a Doom Beast now coming in from the card generation of Unspeakable Horror.
Yeah, as of right now, Adele actually went for a full attack with Medieval having so much mana open, and he actually tested for a I kind of just tell Medel that he has no vengeance in his hand right now. So all his game plan is just going to go wide. He already has the stun on that day who endure. He is not going to go for an attack the next turn as well.
Udah pasti kalah si Medieval ini.
Nggak mungkin menang. A huge ball and moving forward. It's going to be what, 6, 9, 10, 12 damage coming in from Adele, and he also has that Mystic Shot in his hand as well, so that's gonna be lethal. And a gem coming in, and the open attack over here is gonna be so huge for Adele. And knowing that Medieval has no answer for this board, we are likely to see an atrocity, but no, he's going in for the full attack, and it's gonna be GG with just a Mystic Shot.
Yeah,
that was a huge attack with the Gravitum onto the Dehu Endure, and now he goes for a full attack, bringing Medieval all the way down to 1 HP. Yasuo emote now coming from Adele. There is a Unspeakable Horror, but that's not going to be enough for 2 damage going into the Nexus from this Mystic Shot. He does do the Unspeakable Horror onto the
Oke, Medieval kalah ya.
Cobra there, but that's
agronya loose, agro.
Exactly, so putting him in down at 0 HP.
Itu lawannya toxic sih. Harusnya kalau turnamen gini kamu jangan nge-sticker kayak gituan ya.
There was triple endure, double.
Ya, itu nggak boleh itu.
He had a chance actually with the Stalking Shadows coming in around turn 7 or 6, I think. But he drew a dud as well there, and that is heartbreaking to see. He drew only the Ravenous Butcher, and with no targets.
Itu memang disuruh kalah ya. Tangannya nge-break banget. Kartunya, drawnya jelek banget.
They'll go in for a ton of damage with the wide board.
Kalau bisa lebih cepat daripada itu bisa menang tadi harusnya.
We know that this is a card game. Even though the Day Who Endure is kind of a little bit more favored towards what Adele actually brought onto the table today. RNG is all part of randomness is all part of this game, and drawing dots after dots after dots is just unfortunate for Medieval in this lineup. And we see 2 Stalking Shadows actually failed him just like that, as usually in the Endure deck there are so many units in the board, but he failing just 2 Stalking Shadow is just so low of a percentage of it happening, and it kind of
Ini pemain lama yang baru main lagi, Bang.
really unfortunate.
Maksudnya?
But on the bright side,
Oh, dia ini. Kenapa rank silver lawannya keras-keras?
Really tough, and it's gonna get tough.
Brown silver itu masih gampang sih. Gold mulai agak susah.
To the later rounds, going all the way to the grand finals, it's going to be a challenge, much more than the last round, since players here.
Kayak aku pernah buat video deh. Itu ngajarin si Lokani. Itu aku kasih tahu. Coba deh, aku ngajarin Lokani dan ngeliat orang mainnya di silver sih agak parah ya. Nah, itu nanti coba dilihat.
And there was he already had a copy of Stalking Shadows. I think he had a glimpse beyond as well during the earlier round, and it was really such low of a chance to break with just the Ravenous Butcher as one of your choices, and it was really painful to see. But then here we see also
Brown silver spam aggro dah lancar jaya. Mungkin ya.
As I mentioned, that knowing that the
Platinum sering ketemu burung.
on turn 4, you're going to feel it, that you can start pressuring him. You have turned the matchup upside down. You are.
Oke, nanti hari pertama aku bakal pakai ini aja ya, Monosurima ya. Kalian nontonin ya.
Situation, he would be going in for an aggressive game plan moving forward, and that's exactly what he did to win that match.
Yeah, that's what you say, right? Like Adele is good in the sense whereby he is able to sense when Medieval his deck is actually bricked. There is no way that Medieval could progress aggressively, as he's the most aggressive deck. So as the aggressor is going down, Adele would be a little bit fishy, and I think that is where he catch on and he knew that, hey, Medieval is actually bricked.
Ini kita kayak bakal nunggu sejam lagi deh. Dan aku lapar banget nih, belum makan.
And Adele actually took it, and there we see, that is the level of play. I mean, if he would play another way around, play a little bit more safe, it might actually bite him in the back, as all we see in Medieval's hand over here. We have the Callista that he drew into the Callista. He drew into another unit as well. So
makan dulu ya Pak bis ini. Kita lihat dulu. Ini dia nonton yang lain atau enggak ya? Kalau ada timernya aku ngambil makan dulu sebentar. Monosurima Renekton. Aku Monosurima sih pakai Renekton. Sama pakai siapa namanya? Renekton sama siapa tuh namanya si anjing itu? Renekton sama Nasus. Kalau beneran nanti ada Azir, aku pakai Azir 3-2-2-2 nanti ya.
Veiled Temple with an Aphelios paired with PNZ during most tournaments.
Monosurima itu kelemahannya cuma satu. Kalau landmarknya dihancurin, GG.
Much less popular choice coming into
itu harus gimana ya, kalau landmarknya nggak bisa hancur aja kuat, tapi karena bisa hancur jadinya ascendancy-nya nggak bisa level 3, nah itu lemah ya. Tapi kalau bawa lebih dari satu landmarknya dia jelek gitu.
Well, I mean, on the ladder meta and the tournament meta is totally different, right? Zero. And as
harus di buff itu apa namanya landmarknya ya.
Select what you want to face, basically with the banned phases
cannot be destroyed
the
kayak gitu.
Game actually start itself. So you could actually ban the deck that could make the game into your favor. As we see over here, Endure is really weak against Targon with like Harsh, with like Gravitum and things like that, and it also a little bit weak to what Teemo S0 actually has on the table as well. With Freezers, we could counter your Atrocity or even Ionia, like knowing Ionia with like the counter spells and things like that. So knowing what your weak against, you could swing
sih nggak ada sih.
Like the game to your favor.
Mungkin nanti ada buat ngelindung landmark kayak spell buat unit. Ya mungkin ya.
So I think in the tournament meta,
menurutku sih kelemahannya dari Monosurima itu cuma ngelindungin landmarknya sama
And I think over
Draw.
here Medivo
Itu
actually did it really well. It's just unfortunate that he bricked. But if everything goes smooth, he might actually be the player that actually went through just because of the deck lineup and just because of the choices of decks that he ran against Adele.
Osiris, Obelix, Ra. Oh
yeah, now,
keren.
Closing off this segment, we are
Obelix itu
going
di
to go for
decknya
another
si
game for you guys. We have
Aiba dulu
Mr.
kan kalau nggak
Bear
salah ya.
finally on
Dewa
screen,
Dihas nangis.
and we are going to jump into that match. I think he is
Oh, masih
up
ada kan?
against Daph,
Dep lawan
and
siapa
it
ini?
is a Lee Sin mirror, if I'm correct. Am I looking at
Wow,
this
Zoe
correct?
Lee Sin.
Yeah, it
lawan
does look like the
Zoe Lee Sin mirror ya.
with both of the Zoe
Menang Dep sih karena Lee Sin udah keluar.
Right now, I think looking at the board state right now, Mr. Bear has to close off the game as fast as possible, or else that Lee Sin is just gonna be going for the OTK this round as well. So it all comes down to what Mr. Bear is gonna do, and if Mr. Bear is not careful, we might be looking at the end of this round number 2 against these two players. And Mr. Bear being the number 1 seed in the top 32 as well, dropping down the Great Beyond immediately. I think Duff actually has the answer to do with this Great Beyond.
Bro, I don't even know what to talk about here in this board state. There's a Veiled Temple here for Mr. Bear. There is a leveled up Lee Sin. There is a leveled up Zoe on both sides. There is galore in this board state. There are spell shields on the side of Mr. Bear. A Great Beyond is going for an attack here, but this is quite insane with the whole board.
Kok cuma satu aja yang attack?
Elusive. I think he was going for a nice clean attack there, going for all his creatures with elusive, right? But then it gets completely denied by the Sparkle Fly coming down from Daph, giving his own units lifelink and the elusive keyword as well.
Wow. Bisa di recall. Nggak ada deny ya.
As Mr. Bear doesn't have the Hush for the Lee Sin, but he does have a concussive bomb that can go onto the Lee Sin as it attacks. And Daph here doesn't have the answer for that. Mr. Bear is actually up 1 game, and it's great to talk about him here. He is one of the most consistent tournament players in Southeast Asia. Very good on ladder as well. I think he finished rank 4 this season, or rank 3 if I am not mistaken, and he has been on the top of the ladder a couple of times, and I personally played with him so much on ladder, and I can really confirm that he is one of the best players from Southeast Asia.
Yeah, so Daph here going for the Dragon's Rage onto the Great Beyond as well. Not forgetting, Mr. Bear actually top deck into a very crucial card all the way to the right of his hand. It's gonna be a homecoming for Mr. Bear. It's gonna just bounce that Lee Sin back to Daph's hand, not allowing it to go for the Dragon's Rage. Neither is it gonna get that overwhelm damage as well. This is gonna be so huge for this combo. It's gonna swing everything back to Mr. Bear's favor. He could even like drop the messenger over here. Draw another card, and he has a Hush. That is so huge for Mr. Bear. I think if Mr. Bear needs to just find
Cosmic Inspiration,
or he could even just drop that Scourge the next turn to close off the game. I think Mr. Bear is kind of comfortable. He has all the utility cards that he's looking for. Mr. Bear
Karma.
is really comfortable, and Karma. It seems like Mr. Bear is going for Karma instead of Lee Sin in this matchup.
Wow, Lee Sin, Zoe Karma, astaga. Oh my god.
Zoe deck. We didn't previously see it.
Bukan Zoe Lee Sin, Zoe Karma.
This is one of those decks that really does well into the late game, and great pickup there, Mason. Seeing the homecoming in the hand of Mr. Bear. I actually missed that with everything going on the board, and it's great that you pointed out that there is a homecoming to bounce back the Lee Sin and completely deny the Dragon's Rage as well as the attack on the Lee Sin. But the huge thing there was taking out all the buffs out of Lee Sin. There is no more overwhelm on the Lee Sin. There is no more lifelink on the Lee Sin. And now we are going to see an attack with the Scourge, pulling everything that Daph has on the board, giving everything +2/+2. There is a deep meditation on the side of Daph, and he could draw into a Hush or something, but I think that is not going to be enough, especially with the Great Beyond here. 17,
bisa di stun.
This is a huge attack, giving everything +2/+2 and overwhelm, pulling back the lifelink units all the way to the back of the line in the attack position. There he does pick up though a concussive bomb, but it is absolutely crucial that a lot of the creatures here has spell shield, so it's not going to affect them. And there are no other spells that can target them to try and get rid of the spell shield. So it looks like this attack is just gonna get through. I haven't counted yet, but
Zoe Listen bisa kalah Zoe Karma.
Well, we got
wow, menarik banget ya.
From the Great Beyond, 2 from the Zoe, and 1
Gila, ini turnamennya menarik banget sih.
I don't think it's gonna be enough at this point of time, but bringing Duff down to 4, having the Hush in hand, I think Mr. Bear is gonna be really comfortable. As of right now, Duff has no way to remove any form of creature. Neither is he gonna able to stun the next combat coming in from the Great Beyond as well. So I think Mr. Bear right here is just so comfortable. He has the Karma. If he ever chooses to have more value, but at this point, I think the Karma is just not gonna be important in this matchup. And looking at Duff's hand right now, he's running low on options. He has nothing much to respond to Mr. Bear. I think Mr. Bear actually kind of swing everything to his favor with just this combat by itself.
Masih bisa di stun.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that Scourge had trample, overwhelm. Sorry, that Scourge had overwhelm as well. But yeah, it only has the Challenger Keeper. It only gives the other creatures +2/+2. So the Leasing here now is going to take care of the Scourge immediately, and Bear here not going to opt for any tricks to save his Scourge. He has a much more advantageous hand here with the Living Legends already going down. First already, he has a couple of choices here.
Wah, di obliterate itu lisinnya.
He might be respecting deny depending on what he has.
Lisinnya di obliterate itu.
He might go for a great the Destroyer play here with huge band 16-7. Overwhelm, it gives everyone else spell shield again.
Oke, ternyata dia lebih milih itu ya daripada di obliterate ya.
So, I mean, look at this board right here. Mr. Bear is in such a commanding lead. Not having the Scourge is not too much of a problem. And here we see the Legends actually got himself that Great Beyond, and he actually refused his mana back up to 10 as well. So Mr. Bear is so comfortable at this point of time, where nothing could stop the spell shield from going down, other than the Hush into a concussive palm. That is probably one of the ways that he could do it. But I think Mr. Bear has a Hush on himself as well. So
Astun,
Mr. Bear is just so comfortable. This particular attack itself is just going all in, and Mr. Bear taking the whole series, keeping his #1 seed, moving on to top 8 himself.
Gila, si Dev udah nyerah banget ya. Oh, nggak bisa diapa-apain juga sih karena ada spell shield ya.
Honestly, very exciting players here moving on into the top 8. Mr. Bear being one of the best players in
takut ada
moving on to the top 8. Adele as well considered.
Salah sih, bagusan dia playnya malah naruh follower ya. Emang kalau pro player main susah memang kalau kita mau ini. Gila, seru banget loh.
But yeah, man, there was so much going on in that match last.
Wow, Zoe
spectated, and it's really,
Zoe Karma.
A testament to how great these players are, keeping track of all the information that is on the board, keeping track of all the options that they have moving forward. And Bear there didn't rush into any win cons. He knows he was in a comfortable
Glasgow ini harus dicuci ya, kotor
so
banget.
He didn't have to rush anything. He just didn't
have
terlalu
misplay.
Snowballing the game. He didn't even try to save his
sampai malam dong.
He had so much more resources than his opponent.
Yes, sampai malam dong.
Do anything to get blown out by any combat trick he would have done on to the Lee Sin. And I think that's really
makanya bantu support channelnya ya. Subscribe, like, share. Okay.
Yeah, and there's a couple of plays coming in from Mr. Bear, where he actually respects his opponent, the options that his opponent actually has. He could actually go for that Supernova and just clear off that 2 last units in his opponent's board, and then he could just go for a full swing for a clean win after that as well. But he has to really respect the deny as well, so therefore holding back that Supernova, playing the Destroyer, knowing that the Destroyer wouldn't be removed. So at that point of time, both players we get to see high level that Mr.
Udah
Bear is
bang,
actually
thank
playing
you
and the respect
Simpanse.
he has for his opponent in this high
Aditya
stakes
Putra
competition.
Pramungkas pro
So I
player
think
juga
without
butuh
further ado,
keberuntungan
we will
buat
be
deck.
moving forward
Ya
for
bang.
a short break as well. So we will be back the best of 8 and
Semua
Excelsior
butuh.
will
Oke,
be back
udah selesai.
onto
Top
the casting table with
16-nya udah
Zero
selesai, top
Infinity,
16-nya. Sekarang
on
top
the
8
top
ya.
8 as well. So thanks so much for joining us and we will be right back. Stay tuned guys.
Stay tuned. Oke guys, aku ngambil makan dulu. Mau makan di sini atau mau kalian mau lihat aku makan atau enggak? Gila, ini animasinya keren juga ya. Pedangnya. Gila, buat ginian keren banget loh. Wih, Victor. Siapa ini? Zoe. Oh, Victor, Zoe sama ini Riven ya itu ya. Tiga champ yang terakhir yang dirilis. Wih, keren banget loh. Oke, 15 menit. Aku ambil makan dulu ya. lagi. Dari tinggal langsung turun sih. Agi udah tumbang semua. Astaga. Ya ini ditinggal langsung sisa 10 doang ya. Ayo semenit lagi, semenit lagi. Di level di Pimiho gugur atau masih ada? Wah, kurang tahu. Ayo di share top 8 top 8. Biar ramai lagi nih streamnya ya. Iya, dia juara tahun kemarin si Ping Ho. Ping Ho kalau nggak salah namanya ya. Atau Ping Ho, lupa. Ping Ho udah nggak ikut lagi kayak. Ikut masuk kok dia kemarin. Namanya ada. Emang ada wordnya, Mam? Emang sudah ada pemberitahuannya ya? Ikut lah, Mam. Kalau menang dapat duit lagi loh, Mam. 150 juta. Lumayan. Oh, sudah kalah. Di 32. Oke. Yuk, share. Top 8 ya, top 8.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to the 2021 Cosmic Creation Seasonal Tournament. We are already into the top 8, and we are going to witness a lot of amazing matches here moving forward, and I am really excited to get this next matchup going. But here with me again is Excelsior, man. How are you doing today, bro?
I'm doing well, Zero Infinity. Nice to see you again, and of course, nice to be back for the top 8 matches. I'm really excited. As I've seen in the previous matches that you were casting with Moonboy, there were a lot of epic plays from our players and a lot of comeback. There are a lot of comeback hints. It's not a straight 2-0 right there. Just 1-1, 1-0, 1-1, and then 2-1 comeback. So anyway, we have to move on to the top 8. These are all great players, but who are we casting for today? Zero Infinity.
Yeah, we are looking at Tanya Wannabe and versus Noodle. Tanya Wannabe all the way from Malaysia and Noodle coming in from Singapore, and they have brought Noodle, especially as we go into his deck tech later on. He is bringing a really aggressive lineup here, just trying to smork out everyone else into the competition, smork his way to that $10,000 grand prize, and I expect it to be one of the quickest matchups that we are going to see on stream today. While Tanya Wannabe is going to be bringing in some more controlling decks, and we'll see if he can weather the storm coming in from all the aggression from Noodle's lineup.
That's right, and right now we're looking at Tanya Wannabe's decks. We are seeing right now a
Tanya Wannabe.
Decks right here.
Gila, ini pasti ya. Apa Fiora Sen? Wow, dia bawa agro ya. Darius Sejuani. Bukan, Darius Draven. Itu pasti main Overwhelm sama TF Apelios. Sih kemungkinan bakal di ban si ini ya, Fiora Sen kayaknya sih.
Which are you gravitating towards in terms of banning here in Tanya Wannabe's lineup?
It's actually It's actually pretty
AP
hard
Sivir
to
bisa.
determine which he is going to be
Noodle.
banning. There is the possibility of getting Fiora Shen banned out because you don't want to deal with the Fiora level up.
Gila, ada discard aggro loh.
Copies of Spirit Refuge if he has that. But there is also the consideration of banning out the TF Aphelios deck just because of the power level. It also has focuses on a lot of healing.
Kalau aku kayaknya sih ban discard aggro ya.
As I mentioned a while ago,
dengan line upku yang tadi agak susah. Agak susah untuk aku ngelawan discard aggro.
He has the TF Fizz and what is this? Is that go hard? If I'm I think there is
ini menurutku agak kurangnya tuh kita nggak bisa ngelihat bandnya.
One of his decks wasn't correct there, but we are spectating here into the Tanya Wannabe's deck, and we are going to see his Draven Darius Overwhelm deck, and this has been a popular choice to combat against TF Fizz.
Kayaknya mendukung back to back.
Has a lot of small creatures and they are not going to block so well into huge overwhelmed creatures.
Discard aggro kalau nggak ketemu Anif sama FTR kuat banget Bang Bento. Yap, makanya kayak sih bakal di ban sama si Tanya Wannabe ini ya. Siapa namanya si discard aggro. Mungkin kalau yang lagi satu itu bakal ngebannya Fiora Shen. Tebakanku ya. Dan juga apa ya? Ya sih itu aja sih.
And that's going to be a bit hard to deal with if you have smaller minions on your side. And you can see here on Noodles decks we have here the TF Fizz.
Oh iya, apa namanya buat Aphelios sendiri pun aku jarang pakai ya karena menurutku agak ribet. Jadi aku gak pernah pakai.
In the ladder meta right now, as well as the tournament meta.
Yeah, J01 really created a monster in this deck. I think he was the first ones to pilot Fizz Twisted Fate, and since then the community has refined it into a much more powerful state. Now it's just so hard to deal with small creatures backed up by a lot of card draw. This deck looks into leveling up Twisted Fate as early as possible, and of course there is the possibility of Fizz into turn 2 suit up, which is almost unmanageable for a lot of decks, and there is a lot of protection going to Fizz. Even at 0 mana, they can use a Poro Cannon to start doing.
Ntar aku ambil isolasi deh, aku pingin benerin kabelnya mic-nya sebentar.
Can have in their hand, and the recent addition coming in with the Aphelios patch was stress testing, which allows you to draw additional cards, giving your Twisted Fate a much more consistency in leveling up. You can
malam ini LB, maksudnya LB apa ya? Power bracket atau apa?
That much card value.
Nah, bentar aku ambil isolasi dulu.
And from what we see here, a lot of creators use or promote a certain deck. Then at the end or around 1 to 2 weeks, the community just polishes it and it submits it into a perfect deck that can actually give you a golden bullet while going into ladder. And of course, as you're seeing right here, it's also very effective getting into the tournament scene. So we are really going in to a very crucial moment right here. Top 8 guys. That means a lot of these players have gone through the ranks and now they're here on the top 8. And in terms of the gameplay right there, I'm expecting a bit of a fast matchup between Noodle and Tanya Wannabe because of all the aggro cards or the aggro decks that Noodle has brought up here. What do you think about that, Zero Infinity?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a quick matchup depending on how Tanya Wannabe can weather the storm against the aggression, especially against discard aggro. Things can get really dicey really fast, and we have on the board.
Okay, Fiora Shen ternyata nggak di ban ya.
On the side of Noodle, and Fiora Shen not getting banned out here on the side of
Tanya kan? Dia juga kira Fiora Shen yang di ban.
And we are in for an exciting matchup. Fiora not exactly in the hand of Tanya Wannabe yet. There is no sharp sight, and that is going to be crucial into blocking the early elusive units coming in from the TF Fizz deck. And an early attack now from the Green Terker. There is a Poro Cannon in hand. There is double pick a card. We are just looking for the crucial parts now, such as Twisted Fate and Fizz, to start the aggression going.
That's right. I'm very surprised that the Fiora Shen, which is one of the harder decks to deal with in Tanya Wannabe's lineup, is not banned. But as of the moment, it's still going to be.
Ya, jadi yang di-ban apa ya?
Going to go a bit more aggressive as of the moment, considering that he does not have a lot of minions on board, a lot of spells, or a lot of spells on his hand, and there are 2 fleeting spells as of the moment. There you go, Poro Cannon is going in, and I think he has a lot of
dia bakal naruhin si Poro.
More elusives in terms of the daring Poro.
Dia pasti bakal taruh Poro.
Again,
Dua Poro tuh ditaruh sih harusnya.
Choices for the Fiora Shen deck to react to those small minions, right?
Menurut lu siapa yang bakal menang, Bang? Agak sulit ya ngomongnya.
And of course the challenger units from the Fiora Shen deck.
Bisa kayak sih bisa si Tanya Wannabe ya.
Keeping at bay all these elusive units because you want to be getting them off the board.
Kalau TF lebih milih Casino sama Jing, udah kebiasaan dari dulu. Oke.
Of course you have to respect.
Jadi Fedli Verza Overwhelm sama discard aggro kayaknya.
He has a lot of elusive units on the board. It's going to be a problem for you if you don't have that deny coming in.
Discard agronya sih kayaknya sih pasti di-ban ya.
Noodle here thinking that he needs to provide himself more options, so he in the last turn he went for a pick a card, and
dia harusnya taruh Poro sih.
Not so good. I think he was fishing for, of course, a Fizz, and he is going for a Poro Cannon now, and that is key interaction here. The bot actually levels up from all the elusive Poros that comes out from the Poro Cannon, and that adds to the aggression of DTF Fizz. And now we see a suit up timely here into the hand of Noodle, and he has a choice here to make if he wants to use it this early for the discount, or he can use it later on as a combat trick.
Harusnya jatuhin si Poro sih.
It's going to be a lot of elusive units now coming down and pumping up that bot and giving Noodle such a good early presence into the game.
That's right, and we are seeing here that kind of interaction that you said a while ago, Zero Infinity, is very interesting, considering that the ballistic bot will have extra +1 attack from each daring Poro. Very nice interaction right there. And right now he's trying to just develop.
Abisnya 0 mana ya si Wiggly-nya.
Was no inside. Oh, did it get negated, or was it not used?
I think he used
Thief-nya keluar.
on the suit up in the previous
Fizz-nya keluar.
To use it for later on in the rounds. What's crucial here though is that the Burble
Dia pasti naruh
Fish
Fizz
is all the way down to 1 mana, and the Burble Fish could go down all the way to 0 mana right now. With iterative improvement in hand, that could be a huge swing turn here for Noodle. What's unfortunate is one of the pick cards actually picked up a iterative improvement earlier on. I think in the 2 turns ago, but it wasn't. But since it's fleeting, it's gone now, and that's going to be one less iterative improvement to copy this Burble Fish for an aggressive
dia bisa rally ya.
Right, and we can see this Burble Fish that has been in the previous round 32 matches very crucial in dealing more damage. Iterative improvement is also going to get a copy, and there you see that Fizz starts to level up, giving him a lot more options, and you can see another Burble Fish going there. This is going to be very crucial again.
Blast damage ya, masuk ya.
Damage against Tanya Wannabe, and he goes all in. This is
masuk.
Probably the best way to get in all the damage and to get it quick against the Tanya Wannabe's deck, right? Zero Infinity?
Yeah, that was a crucial turn there. That was huge damage coming in from Noodle. That was, I think, 3, 6, 10, 11 damage all the way onto the
12 damage masuk.
Another ignition going down for 1 more damage.
Dia masih ada heal ya.
Of course, Tanya Wannabe here has
Tanya Wannabe masih ada heal.
To start healing back up. He has double Spirit Refuge and Shen now coming into hand, but he is really fishing for that sharp side so he can block the next turn, and he he might just get that through the River Shaper. River Shaper is also one of the key cards into the Fiora Shen deck, especially when you
ditarik sih
the
harusnya.
barrier multiple times. It's going to draw you a lot
Terus
of
bisa
spells
nge-heal
and give you
6
a lot
ya.
of options going into the mid and late game. And now he has a choice here of who he wants to drag, the Screeching Dragon, and he is thinking about that augmented bot. But I think the cleaner play here is just to try and get rid of all the elusives in play right now.
Ya.
That's right. I agree with you.
Dia harus bunuh elusifnya, betul.
Considering that your hand doesn't have a lot of single point attacks or spells to deal with those elusives, right? There's supposed to be
Wow, misplay ya kalau dia ngedrop itu ya.
That can deal with the elusives. And but now you can see Spirit's Refuge going down to the Screeching Dragon to have lifesteal. And
kenapa nggak elusifnya yang ditarik ya?
This is going to be very, very effective in bringing up the health of Tanya Wannabe.
Ini bisa di Mystic Shot sih.
At least 5 damage into the nexus of Noodle. Okay, so this is going to be the crucial turn just to gain more health for your nexus to further prolong the game and possibly just gain the advantage over Noodle in this match.
Yeah, and Noodle here has a choice. He has the Mystic Shot in hand, recognizing that he can be able to take down the Screeching Dragon if he does go for the Mystic Shot on it. But Tanya Wannabe here has the exact answer. Notify now going in. I assume he's going to use it, and he does put it onto the Mystic Shot, denying that barrier from getting popped, and it's going to take out this augmented bot, which is already huge, coming in from all the ignition and all the elusive the daring poros that were cast previously in the turn. And he also has an option to use the Relentless Pursuit, and he will be able to heal up 5 more HP coming in from the Screeching Dragon.
Oke, karena ada rally ya, dia jadinya milih untuk bunuh si botnya. Sedangkan dia masih punya heal 5 lagi. Jadi dia heal 9. Ya, heal 9 ya di round ini ya.
That's right, and I was just thinking about the Relentless Pursuit being a viable option to use right here, just to maximize the Spirit's Refuge, to bring you up back to 15 HP and to bring the Screeching Dragon up to 6-5, if assuming that it doesn't go contested. But probably, of course, he will just challenge one.
Dia pasti bunuh yang 4-2 sih.
In terms of the units, which one do you think is best to challenge as of the moment? Zero Infinity.
Yeah, I think you just get rid of the 4-2 right now. And honestly, I think Tanya Wannabe would have been more hesitant to cast the Relentless Pursuit if Noodle was on 4 mana, because if he did cast the Relentless Pursuit and Noodle was on 4 mana, he could just go for a Golden Card, Twisted Fate, and that would just deny the healing coming in from the dragon. But he tapped out of the range of Twisted Fate, and I think he got a little bit impatient there. He could just have passed there, and there would be a nice open attack for him with 3-6, 7-8, and 4 more coming in from the
Poronya keluar lagi.
Burblefish was buff from the iterative improvement that would have been 12 damage already. So I think it was not the best play for him to put down
Poronya keluar lagi.
He could have saved 1 mana just to threaten the Twisted Fate.
7, 8, 9.
Just because he didn't do that, Tanya Wannabe there got a free Relentless Pursuit, healing him up for another 6 HP, and now Noodle is a lot further from closing out this game.
That's right. It used to be that Noodle was dealing so much damage, and now with that just one turn coming from Tanya Wannabe, he just maximized the.
Ini harusnya langsung attack. Dia bakal taruh jamur terus langsung attack.
He dealt a specific
6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 11 tambah 3, 14.
The units of Noodle. So now, instead of having a bunch of Burble Fishes that are dealing so much elusive damage against Tanya Wannabe, Tanya Wannabe is now looking that he can actually deal with all these minions on the board. Especially, you can see that he has Concerted Strike and of course Riposte on his
Deny-nya nggak boleh dipakai. Kalau dia pakai deny kalah sih.
Yeah, I think that was a quite a disciplined play coming in from Tanya Wannabe. He doesn't want to top out of Deny mana or the Notify mana. He is representing both Notify and Deny with 6 mana on the board, and the Noodle here has to get excited, but he must be thinking about if it's going to get denied or notified, especially with all the draw coming in from River Shaper. So it was a really disciplined play not to fire off the concerted strike there, so he could deny the get
Dinanya. Dia mancing deny ya.
Here, trying to close out the game with a get excited, but a deny coming out right out from Tanya Wannabe.
Mancing deny.
The 3 damage coming in, and it's going to be crucial to get this game still moving forward. There is another Spirit Refuge and
dia bisa draw 2 si Noodle. Kalau dia dapat get excited lagi selesai sih. Di stun ya si Trianya. Si Trianya pasti di stun sih.
But he has the Twisted Fate for the gold card, and it's gonna possibly stop the Sithria from giving everybody else fearsome.
That's right, and that's actually a good insight from the previous turn right there, having the discipline to just block off or possibly think of a possible closing option from his opponent. And right now, Sithria the Bold gets stunned by the gold card using the Twisted Fate, and the Twisted Fate also gets reeled in to deal more damage. Let's see if Tanya Wannabe will be using the Spirit's Refuge to gain more health as of the moment. But let's see how Noodle is going to try and block this off. Oh, the crucial minions are going to get hit right here. And let's take note that Twisted Fate can actually die if the Green Gladiator
itu harus diblok semua ya.
Gets buffed up.
Ya, harus diblok semua.
One of the units gets upgraded or buffed with a riposte or a Spirit's Refuge.
Yeah, it's getting dangerous here. Even with the Spirit's Refuge, both of the Green Glade caretakers are going to get pumped up +2/+0. So
dia bisa nge-heal 6.
Catch there. The Twisted Fate is going to go down after one of these spells are cast here by Tanya Wannabe. But of course, I think the cleanest play here is just to go for the Spirit's Refuge on the dragon. Try to get that out of the way, and maybe Noodle here can fish for something like a Mystic Shot and try to deny
ini harus buang. Oh, dia nggak ngedraw. Okay, sorry.
Or Rummage trying to fish for that Mystic Shot.
Dia nggak ngedraw ya.
What Tanya Wannabe here is just going to get 6 more HP, and I don't know. Would you have gone for a riskier play there to try and fish for the Mystic Shot?
I would actually go for a riskier play right there. 0 and 30, because if I was going to go and play to win,
kalau aku sih kasih 4-4-nya ya. Karena dia udah nggak punya mana.
Or probably if he has more get excited right there and finish off the game. But again, these guys know what they're doing, and they're very, very careful as to the turns that they're taking. And up to 9, Tanya Wannabe still hanging on, being the receiver of the aggressor right here, Noodle, down to 6. And is this also going to be important? This is just going to be an additional win condition for Tanya Wannabe.
Ya, pasti di Concerted Strike.
Mindmeld! Mindmeld, dude! Mindmeld now coming down from Noodle, and Deny isn't anywhere in sight for Tanya Wannabe. And dude, I think I gotta check on the Mindmeld.
Nice.
I think it's 10-10, and that's a scoop from Tanya Wannabe. Yeah, that's hard. That's going to be 30 damage.
Dirma tebangga Bamben rame live-nya. Thank you Aji Kinasi. Malam sepi. Ini mereka karena nonton turnamen aja, ngumpul di sini. Kan enak apa namanya nonton turnamen rame-rame ya di sini ya. Enak loh.
And it just gets you the win right then and there, especially not having deny. That was a crucial turn there for Tanya Wannabe.
That's right, and Noodle just getting the 1 point right there against Tanya Wannabe, because Tanya Wannabe, of course, wasn't going to doesn't have any of the choices or the
attack sih pasti
to react to that. And now Tanya Wannabe still goes with the Fiora Shin.
Tapi dia punya Fiora ya.
Gangplank is going for is being used now by Noodle for game 2. So in this matchup, still again, it's still going to be the aggressor, trying to just be proactive for each and every turn. And of course, Tanya Wannabe can still be aggressive in his own
Miss Fortune pasti turun. Fioranya turun.
There are a lot of other spells that can be drawn out in this deck.
Yeah, not wasting any time here. Noodle is actually going all in with double one drop on the turn and then Misfortune directly. He is going to attack with the Misfortune here, trying to get rid of the Fiora.
Tapi dia ada Fiora lagi sih.
He doesn't want that Misfortune to stick around on the board for too long, and also because he drew into another Fiora, which is going to be
gila.
Triple Fiora now being drawn by Tanya Wannabe, and he might just be looking for a Fiora win con here.
Kalau kayak gini menang sih, menang Tanya sih. Area 1-2
into your favor is you threaten them with the alternate win condition of Fiora.
Harus area 1-2. Lagi udah bener-bener rata ya bang. Katanya sih begitu. Dapat infonya sih begitu. Oke. Kalau aku udah nafsu banget ya, pasti attack semuanya.
Just challenging the Dreadshot course right there.
Iya, aku juga bingung kenapa kok dia ngepas.
I'm not too sure what he was going for there. I think he wanted more mana to protect his Fiora investment, so he wanted to put up mana for Riposte or the Spirit's Refuge going into his defensive turn. But here, Noodle is just going to go all in, using up all his mana, putting down all his creatures on the board, and he is going for a full swing here. And I expect Fiora to be trying to drop down either one of the 2/2s or the
Fiora pasti ngeblock yang 4/3.
Just to stave off all this damage coming in.
2/2, okay.
Of course, the River Shaper is opting to block here as well, going on to one of the 1/2, so he can draw into more spells, possibly a Spirit
Refuge,
bisa
di heal.
Try and give Fiora a better Spirit Refuge turn. But yeah, man, Noodle here just stepping on the gas.
That's right. Noodle is just keeping on the pressure right there with all of his minions right now. Dreadshot Coursers are going to deal extra 1 damage to the Nexus of Tanya Wannabe. So this is going to be a lot of damage. And the reason why Tanya Wannabe just keeps on choosing which ones are the best for for blocking with Fiora is just because he's probably thinking that he can probably use one of the spells right there to buff up, and there he goes.
Wow!
There it goes. The response goes on towards the River Shaper, thereby protecting it for 1 more turn and another more draw. But Zero Infinity, he goes down. 5 more damage. It's going to go down to 4 more damage. Going to go down to 7. He's very, very near, and considering that the hand of Noodle, there's an extra 4 more damage right there. Oh my gosh, this is so.
Tapi bisa nge-heal 3 ya.
Rebel Demolition is here, man. Just directly 4 damage here. The only thing that can stop that is possibly a single combat onto what the Rebel Demolition is going to target. But even that isn't in the hand of Tanya Wannabe here. He is going to fish for it using the River Shaper and Noodle not opting to block. He has double Notify in hand, but there is nothing to counter in the hand of Noodle right now. So those are practically dead cards as of the moment. And yeah, there is double Spirit Refuge, so I don't think Tanya Wannabe is out just yet because he can heal so much more with double Spirit Refuge here. He goes down.
Dia bisa heal banyak dari Spirit Refuge-nya.
If Cytheria gets
Alvin meski udah rata masuk 16 besar juga ya, but yes.
6 HP more onto the side of Tanya Wannabe, and Noodle is just a little bit outside of range because once he goes for the open attack, there is 2 more damage coming in from the Crackshot Corsairs. He's going to be left at 1 HP, and I think the
Ayo, draw kapa. Draw kapa.
To save
tidak.
That's right. That Spirit Refuge is probably gonna save Tanya Wannabe another turn because this is going to deal. This is going to deal 2 more extra damage from the.
Lagi satu ke Fiora. Heal 9 ya.
To protect him by gaining lifesteal for 6 more health. Again, this is going to be a very, very close match. I'm thinking, will Will a decimate help if Noodle draws it out, or will it be too late because he's running out of gas?
Oh, kok Fioranya dibiarin mati ya?
Yeah, I think a decimate will definitely help here, but there is the possibility of relentless pursuit. So we saw there Tanya wanna be going for a dance of the blocks, if you might indulge me, and he was really thinking about if he wanted to do another Spirit's Refuge or he was going to keep up Nopify, because I think there is Noxian Fervor in Noodle's deck, and if he goes for a Noxian Fervor onto the creature block Spirit's Refuge, that is going to be he needs to have the Nopify up for that, so he gets the healing back. So opting not to use the Spirit's Refuge on that turn, he uses it for this turn to get 6 more HP, and there is a single combat and a relentless pursuit, and I am thinking that he is going to opt for it to get more HP, pad his life total.
Heal 18 damage satu round ya.
And it's gonna give him another a second wind if you know what I mean. And he is going to get 6 more life back, all the way back up to 15.
Rally lagi ya.
And wow, this is looking like
wow. Noodle kalah sih kalau kayak gini. Noodle kalah sih kalau kayak gini.
On his hand and did just one bold move. He just went back to 20, guys. Oh, that's a really it's really effective on the side of Tanya Wannabe, maximizing Secure the Bolt with Spirit's Refuge, and of course the life steal with also with another turn with Relentless Pursuit. And now he draws out another River Shaper to possibly draw out the other spells that he has on his deck. And Jack is here. He's going to deal more face damage, but Concerted Strike is going to finish him off right then and there.
Udah ngedraw Spirit Refuge lagi ya.
Another Spirit's Refuge from Tanya Wannabe's side. There is going to be a relentless pursuit now coming in from here. He's trying to turn things around, puts Fearsome onto the River Shaper. That River Shaper is gaining
Noodle udah pasti kalah sih.
He's going to draw a lot of cards from that.
Udah GG.
One block going on to Cythria the Bold, and now Noodle is the one in trouble here. He doesn't have blockers for the next attack with the River Shaper. He goes immediately for an attack. There is 3 damage. It's been put with Fearsome because of the Cythria the Bold attack trigger.
Guys,
is going to be it here. Noodle going down. Tanya Wannabe makes the run back, making a great comeback with all the Spirit Refuge and making great use of the lifelink mechanic with the single combat Relentless Pursuit on the Cythria.
Iya tadi roundnya gila sih nge-healnya 6. Wah.
That's right. The aggressor becomes the oppressed
in
that matchup. You see, Noodle was very aggressive during the first few turns, but then again, there you see Tanya Wannabe just maximize Spirit's Refuge, Cythria the Bold, single combat, Relentless Pursuit, all those spells that came out from drawing or striking with River Shaper just got maximized and even got him up back to 20 from 6. Anyway, we're going on to the next match.
Okay, aggro vs aggro ya.
The Darius Draven deck with Tanya Wannabe going with
aggro vs aggro.
Well, yeah, Darius. This is Darius.
Orang nggak bisa diblok.
With Noodle.
Habis ini Noodle bakal keluarin si.
Yeah, he is going to try to get this.
Ini salah ya namanya ya.
Pirate Burn deck, and Tanya Wannabe has a nice opener here. He can prevent a lot of damage with the Ice Veil Archer.
Yeah, Tanya Wannabe bagus sih.
And he also has the Yeti early, so it gets discounted as the rounds go.
Ini Noodle bisa kalah lagi nih.
It looks like a toss-up from the mulligan here, and he does go for an Ice Veil Archer onto the 1/1, trying to get that 2/2 attack, so he can block it with one of his creatures.
Kayaknya sih nggak bakal diblok ya. Atau mungkin bisa diblok sama yang 3/1.
A nice mid-rangey hand as well as the.
Ya, terus habis ini Dravennya turun.
It's going to come up to where who can control the mid game and start dishing out more damage than their opponent.
Draven turun.
That's right. Looking at the hand of Noodle right now,
Dravennya bisa dibunuh sih.
Curve right there.
Oh, enggak ya.
Because he can draw out a lot more minions, but the problem is this is going to be open damage coming from Tanya Wannabe, considering that the Fearsome unit is not going to be left uncontested, and there's a Raider right there that's going to be appearing on drawing out from Tanya Wanabe's deck. This is actually a good curve. Do you agree, Zero Infinity, for Noodle?
Yeah, it's
ini Noodle bisa tag semua sih.
Coming into play, and of course Draven also already there. He is going to play a huge factor in defense, since a lot of the creatures on board right now are not able to trade with him. So Noodle here is thinking about if he should go for a spray fin or he should go for the open attack. Personally, I think the open attack is just much better here, because you can just push in more damage that way, because the zap spray fin wouldn't do a lot for your board state, because it's unblockable anyway, and it can, if Tanya Wannabe here goes for development.
Wah, gila sih si Noodle.
It's going to
Kenapa dia tekin semua ya?
Attack with creatures, since now there are going to be 2 favorable blocks now on Tanya Wannabe's side, and that's exactly what
Tanya Wannabe defense-nya jauh lebih bagus.
That's right. And when you say favorable attack, this means that there's going to be value trades, and the minions are going to survive, but you're going to kill off a lot of minions.
Cuma masuk 4 damage ya.
And that's what's happening right now.
Tapi di tangannya si Noodle ada 8 damage sama 6 damage, 14 damage.
And you can see the Yeti survives as well as Raven.
Masih kurang 1 nih.
A lot of axes that can be used in the future turns.
Gangplanknya turun.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty good here for Tanya Wannabe. There is only small creatures on the side of Noodle with like 1 and 2 toughness on the board. If he goes for a GP development, it's going to be difficult for him, because the barrel can just get dragged by one of the overwhelmed creatures. And now it is Tanya Wannabe applying pressure.
Abal-abalnya bisa defend ke Draven ya.
Is going to play a big factor here. There is nothing on the board that can trade with the Draven.
Tapi kayaknya Draven bakal buang ini sih kapaknya biar Dravennya jadi overwhelm level up ya. Enggak ya.
But I think that is best reserved for face damage in the future. Since he right now in the hand of Noodle, he has around 4, 8, 11, 14 damage already, and if you count the barrel in the count, that is exactly lethal with 14 damage on the just with direct damage in the hand of Noodle.
Wah, gila tangannya Noodle sih.
A lot of direct damage coming from Noodle, and another decimate is going to be on his hand right now. 2 Noxian Fervors, 2 decimates. That's a total of 4, 8 plus 6, that's going to be 14.
Dia harus attack sih.
And again, as you said, 15.
Gak bisa enggak, dia harus attack.
The keg that's going to be coming from Gangplank. I'm very curious as to how he's going to develop this. Do you want to put in a Gangplank right there and just maximize or just count on the keg?
Harus attack dulu.
Do you want to just push on more damage?
Tapi di tangannya si Tanya ada yang 8 mana ini. Yang overwhelm mah gampang banget dikasih 8 udah 11 damage.
Last turn there is a Battle Fury in hand.
Dibekuin pasti.
Noodle is just 1 turn short of finishing the game with direct damage, especially with the Ice Veil Archer. As Gangplank comes down, there is an immediate Ice Veil Archer now going on to the Gangplank.
Ini langsung open attack pasti. Pasti open attack.
All the way down there, and he is just. I think an open attack here is the optimal play. Just drag the barrel onto one of your overwhelm units, and you have lethal here with a bunch of axes in hand as well as Battle Fury. That's right. And that's going to be hard for Noodle to deal with.
Cut my name into ya.
Right, this is going to be the last turn for Noodle, and he doesn't have any more reactive pieces on his hand as of the moment, considering that he was supposedly the aggressor. Although, of course, Tanya Wannabe is kind of an aggressive, is using kind of an aggressive.
Crying won't do any good. I'm gonna catch you.
Yeah, and Battle Fury here is going to be key in keeping his
board,
trying to get the win here. But I think there is an out now that I think about it, with double Noxian Fervor available for
Draven Darius.
For Noodle here. There is going
tinggal di Battle Fury aja.
To be able to snipe one of the creatures if the Battle Fury goes on to a different creature, right? So because that's 7 damage, and I think anything that the Battle Fury goes on to will get killed off by double Noxian Fervor. But opting to play it safe here, he is just going for a axe that is going to be lethal now with 3 damage coming in, 3, 7, 10
Ini aja udah masuk
on the board, and Noodle
7.
has to respond.
That's right, and Noodle has to respond. It's going to be very, very tricky right now. He can go and try to remove some of the
masuk 10 damage ya.
right there. But again, as you said, Zero Infinity, there's still Balfir right there on the side of Tanya Wannabe, which can effectively finish him off. And there you go, Fervor goes into, there you go, that's the finishing turn right there. More than enough to finish off using the Battle Fury on the Ballista. And that's going to be 2-1 in favor of Tanya Wannabe. Oh man. We were expecting quick games a while ago, but yeah.
Tanya Wannabe yang menang ya.
Yeah, I think definitely the axe play there.
Ya, Noodle udah pasti kalah.
Just not overextending at all, just giving it the exact lethal, and then waiting for your opponent to react to the lethal play was crucial there, because if he rushed the Battle Fury, it might have been a different story. If he couldn't if the Noxian Fervor went onto the Battle Fury creature, it would have been much harder for him to win.
That's right. And looking, Noodle's still looking at the iterations right now, and it's going to be still a win in favor of Tanya Wannabe. And this is again a Darius Raven deck, and we can see the Darius, but the Raven very well as a champion dealt so much damage in the previous turns, which gave Tanya Wannabe the win. Those axes are just floating right there. They're not going to be used. Okay, but again, it's going to be utilized at the exact moment that they will be very, very useful.
Tunggu sebentar.
And that just got Tanya Wannabe the win. So
mau coba benerin kabel mic dulu sebentar ya.
Tanya Wannabe and Noodles, did you have any highlights right there of the match, Zero Infinity?
Yeah, I think just for a review of the last match, Noodle had really a good start using Pirate Burn, right? He had the early aggression, he had the early creatures, he had Crackshot Corsair to start it off. But during the mid game, it was just getting too much for him to start to control, to be the aggressor. And the mid-game creatures, the Iron Bullet and all that, was just really blocking well, allowing Tanya Wannabe there to just push in more damage with Overwhelm, and there are going to be chances for them to chomp block, and that was crucial in getting him the game board control in the mid to late game. And I think, of course, that Noodle had enough there to win the match, but just not enough time. He had just enough face damage that he could have won the match if the match was prolonged. But Battle Fury and the axes helped along in speeding up the match, and the gas just wasn't enough there for Noodle to win the match early enough.
That's right. And it's going to be, again, 2-1, where Tanya Wannabe is going to move forward into the bracket up to top 4.
Tanya Wannabe decknya bagus
sih. And now we're going to go into the match of Mr. Bear versus Lincoln Gad. This is going to be a great match. You casted Mr. Bear's match a while ago, Zero Infinity, and now
ya Mr. Bear ini juga menarik banget. Zoya masih bisa berubah loh ya.
We will have to update the score with
Oke, lawannya Anivia.
What decks are they playing right now?
It looks like Lincoln Gad is on Anivia, and we are seeing a run back of the previous deck that Mr. Bear was
menarik banget loh deck-decknya di ini ya. Top 8. Anivia bisa lolos sampai sini.
Karma coming down the box, firing off for Lincoln God here, and I'm not sure who has the attack token on the next turn, but Karma is doing some work here with Spell Shield and bringing it up to +0/+2.
Wah gila karmanya loh.
Also double star shaping to save this Karma from getting wiped out by the box, and looks like we are going to see Karma safe and sound with
gila
and 8 power, and it passes back to Lincoln God with double Anivia on board. He
Berani
is
di-deny sama dia.
here, but we see Mr. Bear with the deny already in hand, ready for that turn.
And that's right, the update on the scores are Mr. Bear and Lincoln God both have 1 win on their belt. So this is going to be a clutch match between the two. Whoever wins will move on to the top 4. And right now, the two Anivias are doing the damage. There you go. Very, very effective, but they're not going to go through. And that's going to be only 4 damage. Good read from Lincoln God, not using the harrowing, because there, as we can see right here, there are two denies on the side of Mr. Bear.
Yeah, and a huge cosmic race now coming in from Mr. Bear. This is going to not kill off the Anivias. It's gonna be much worse for them. This is going to be obliterate on the side, and that's not gonna be counted for any future harrowing turns. And he goes
bisa di-deny
for a ruination here, and it looks like Mr. Bear has a decision to make if he wants to spend his deny to protect this karma, and I think he is going to do just that, putting the stack of the Veiled Temple onto the karma. It's 9-7, and that is dangerous territory. That's a lot of stats now. And we see in his hand there is the I forgot actually what's the name of the Phoenix, but the Phoenix that has to die twice for it to get removed off the board.
That's right.
It is already there. There is a Hush and an Equinox, so Hush is going to be a great play coming into like future Anivia,
dia punya Vengeance
so that they don't turn into egg. And now we see the Phoenix coming down and a Vengeance now being picked up on the side
sih ini.
of Lincoln.
Pasti menang si Mr. Bear ini.
What you're looking for is the Immortal Fire. That's going to be a very, very hard unit to remove from the side of Mr. Bear. And now Vengeance is going to go on to Karma, but of course deny. He's going to get denied with the Vengeance. Karma is just dealing so much.
Menang Mr. Bear ya.
And now he bows out. That's going to be the deny of a win from Lincoln God, and he moves on. Mr. Bear moves on.
Mr. Bear sudah masuk ke top 4. Aku penasaran loh ngelihat decknya dari awal, karena setiap ngelihat Zoe-nya sudah pasti level up gitu.
Just to block off possible removals for the very, very important karma. Is that really the way to play that deck, Zero Infinity?
I think that it was a smart choice there of Mr. Bear. Of course, he was looking to close the game that late and tapping out of the harrowing mana, and he could end the game right there and there by denying the Vengeance because he had the Zoe leveled up, which gave everyone else elusive and lifelink coming in from the Dragon Link that was produced out of the Eye of the Dragon. And now with the Vengeance and tapping out of any other place, he was able to see a opportunity there to finish the game right then and there. So he took it, and that's what you do on a control deck, right? Once you have board control and you start to
Aku penasaran banget sama decknya si Mr. Bear itu ya, kayaknya bagus banget.
What exactly Mr. Bear did in the final moments.
That's right, and also.
Jelas kita sudah mau dekat ya, udah semifinal habis ini.
The two Anivias with the Supernova. Oh, that's like, when you see like, that's really, really good. A really, really good move when you see those Anivias removed, because when they get obliterated, guys, it's not going to be on the death pool. It's not going to get harrowinged into the play. But then again, that's not a problem, because with the next turn, Mr. Bear just finished off the game with a 2-1 win over his opponent, and that's Lincoln God. So again, our top 4 players are going to be Mr. Bear, Belkut, Adele, and Tanya Wannabe.
Okay, Belkut lolos ya.
Really exciting. How about you, Zerafini? What do you feel about these top 4 players?
Yo, honestly, man, it's getting really tough to predict these matchups going forward. These are 4 of the best players that I know of in Southeast Asia, and it looks like they are all
yang masuk top 4 udah bukan deck metal.
I am expecting really clean plays from all of these 4 moving forward, especially with you want to take home that lion's share of the $20,000 prize.
Keren sih.
the grand champion is taking home $10,000.
Give up Mr. Bear. Yup, aku penasaran banget sama Mr. Bear loh. Ditonton ya.
That's gonna be a big difference. So you want to get to the final round.
Ternyata ada yang buat nobar sudah dari tadi loh.
I'm hoping that we're going to see, and I know we are going to see great matchups moving forward.
That's right, and we're seeing no duplicates in terms of the country representation right here. Zero Infinity. We are seeing a representative from Singapore, Mr. Bear, a representative from Thailand, Belkut, a representative from the Philippines, Adele, and a representative from Malaysia, Tanya Wannabe. So a very good spread. We're looking at champions from each country right
Dari Indonesia nggak ada ya. Udah gugur semua.
Try to move on to the top 2 positions and get a huge share, and $10,000 from playing Legends of Runeterra. It's life-changing, guys. Where can you see that kind of prize from playing this epic card game, right?
Jarang YouTuber Indo main lore apalagi buat nobar. Serius.
Legends of Runeterra is right here. You're watching all the action as it progresses, and we're really honored to be your casters. Zero Infinity is actually a player, right? You played with most of these these guys, and in terms of
kayak Mamang Kamfang ini join Facebook lah.
These players, we're seeing in terms of the games, they have played 1,000, I think more than 1,000 games for each player in terms of rank. So what can you say more about these players, Zero Infinity?
Yeah, I think I've known them for quite a while, especially Mr. Bear and Adele. And as I said previously, they have been consistent players on ladder, on tournament, so they're really on point. Tanya Wannabe, I've seen him on ladder quite a number of times, and I can say that he is one of the players to watch out for as well. And he doesn't show up to tournaments as much as I'd like to see him in, but yeah, he is also a great player. And who do we have as the 4th seed? Sorry, remind me again, Excelsior?
Yeah, the 4th seed for our top 4 is again Belkut from Thailand. Belkut. So these guys, they carried a bunch of different decks. So we're seeing kind of a good spread in terms of which decks are going to be carried out. But then again, they thought it out which
jadi subscriber baru. Thank you Mamang Kamfang.
Which decks can counter the most popular decks. So in terms of preparation, Zero Infinity, how
Zoe karmanya misalnya kudu di banned sih.
This kind of tournament.
Masa sih kita harus lihat 2 deck lainnya dari si ini ya Mr. Bear ya.
The particular tournament that you're going into, what are the popular decks, trying to check out what is level 1 of the meta, what is level 2 of the meta, because
nanti ingat ya, tak spoilerin sekarang deh, hari Kamis jam 10 pagi bakal ada video deck baru ya. Gua bareng sama Lutfi, bareng sama AB, bareng sama Simpanse. Kita berempat semua buat deck baru dan kita saling adu berempat gitu ya. Tayang di channel gua hari Kamis jam 10 pagi. Oke? Jam 9 WIB, jam 10 Wita. Player Indo yang buka coaching siapa bang? Si Xiaoken. Gua nggak pede sih nge-coaching. Jadi main biasa lah.
More grindy decks now being more prominent. The aggressive decks from Noodle wasn't being able to keep up with the mid-range decks from Tanya Wannabe, and it looks like we are in for some grindy games here.
Oke bang, ditunggu main nama Lutfi Alimawan. Iya hari Kamis ya, tanggal 4. Oke? Semoga gue juga masuk di channelnya si Lutfi ya.
Offline, not on this tournament. Okay, they had to practice a lot in these types of matchups. So, of course, the teams helped. We have here a lot of
wow, udah punya deck Surima nih. Ya, asal buat lah. Kira-kira nanti kan sekarang udah bisa kira-kira dulu. Kita harus tunggu dulu reveal-nya sampai akhir kan? Kan masih nggak tahu decknya yang gimana terakhirnya. Pendapat abang tentang turnamen lore resmi Indo emang ada ya?
Let's go on to Zero Infinity to explain the bracket as of the moment.
Yeah, so it's gonna be Mr.
Bear lawan Belkut,
Adele versus
Adele, oke.
And it looks like the
Mr. Bear ini kalau ketemu agro agak bahaya juga nih.
Adele and Mr. Bear in the finals. And this spread, actually, you mentioned it a while ago, these 4 players are from 4 different countries, and it's looking like a real C championship over here in the top 4 of the Cosmic Creation seasonal tournament. And yeah, Adele is bringing in a
jagoin siapa nih buat juaranya? Kayaknya Mr. Bear ya. Decknya menarik banget loh. Karma Zoe.
Go into Fiora Shen matchups.
Mr. Bear ini menarik banget nih.
Exactly has a Fiora Shen, so watch out for Tanya Wannabe has to watch out for that.
Ya katanya dia
Mr.
sih buat
Bear,
turnamen resmi ya, tapi ya nggak tahu lagi.
And is going to look for matchups that are favorable for him in terms of silencing units or going for the heal plays against aggressive decks. So I'm not sure if we featured Belkut's decks on the stream earlier. I think we did. Would you remember that, Excelsior?
I don't remember the matches between or with Belkut. He went against Kanan in the previous.
Aku pengen buat turni sih, tapi masih nunggu saat yang pas. Entah minggu depan atau 3 minggu lagi ya, karena 2 minggu lagi kan sudah turninya dari AG ya.
That could possibly deal with the most popular decks as of the moment, and it's probably not aggro. Probably not, right? I think I'm not sure.
Actually, I remember now, Belkut, because he was the one we were casting about the Timo Ezreal deck. It came back to me that when you mentioned Kanan, because he was the one that put 90 puff caps in his opponent's.
Kenapa logonya dipilih ini ya, Elixir of Iron ya? Agak aneh sih. Satu hari bisa push ke gold nggak? Pasti bisa dong. Kalau ke gold sih.
Mr. Bear here to pick what he's banning, especially that I think 3 of the decks are all targeting Lee Sin, which is good for Mr. Bear because he is not running that, because he opted to run Zoe Karma, right, instead of something like Aphelios Lee Sin or Zoe Lee Sin. So whatever Belkut was targeting is
paling menarik sih decknya si Mr. Bear sih ya.
Out for in the semifinals.
Jadiin Bang Lokani moderator podcast lagi lah. Masih bingung. Tuh banyak yang minta Lokani jadi moderator nih. Banyak yang cinta Lokani nih.
Moonboy Gaming is going to be coming back in the caster share, and Zero Infinity is just going to take a rest, and he'll be back in the finals. And with that, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in a few with the Cosmic Creational Seasonal Tournament.
Istirahat berapa lama lagi nih? Wah, ini trailernya Surima ya. Legend Surima. Itu apa sih yang diambil tuh? Ini yang 7 mana 66 Virsam itu ya. Kartunya. Gila, naik buaya, kok mau buaya dinaikin ya? Renektonnya dateng. Apa ya sampai direbutin banyak orang? Bang, kalau live main lore jam berapa? Biasanya sih jam 10 WIB ya. 10 malam. Sapas itu jatuhnya di sini ya. mereka berdua nggak ada yang dapat ini ya. Gila, malah ini yang dapat ya. Gila, keren banget loh. Gila, nunggu 15 menit lagi. Oh gitu. Dia memang rajanya Surima ya, si Azir itu ya. Pantesan Indonesia dicap jadi netizen paling tidak sopan. Testimoninya kayak Kak Imam, iya enggak go. Bang ini udah join FB ACC ya. Oke, nicknya apa ya? Namanya apa ya? Oh, nicknya juga Kampang ya. Sip, mantep. Si Hudi keren banget. Gila, 10 menit lagi. Menit lagi kita ngapain ya? Yuk kita istirahat dulu ya. 10 menit kita harus jalan-jalan diri biar nggak tegang. Oke. Jadi sider di grup FB nggak apa-apa kan? Nggak apa-apa. Viewernya turun bang, ada MPL loh, it's okay. Ya dipaksa meramaikan lo ya. Hati-hati tuh. Gak mau bikin turni bareng sama Lutfi, AB sama Shoken bang. Kadang waktunya susah. Kayak turningnya Agronaut ini aku lagi nyepi kan di Bali jadi nggak bisa ikutan. Terus Lutfi agak susah untuk dikontak. Yang paling gampang dikontak itu Shoken sama AB sih. Makanya aku podcast ya sama-sama mereka-mereka aja gitu. Yoi bro, saya masih setia sama Bang Bento. Thank you Bima Prakasa. Gak pernah diajak. Aduh. Gawat nih duduk di sini lama bisa pusing juga ya. Tadi nggak pusing, sekarang makin pusing. Bang, Pastor Lutfi yang bulan lalu ikut nggak? Enggak. Kalau Lutfi di FB ya live-nya, kayaknya. Terus ya kalau Lutfi live-nya di FB betul. Di sini udah mau jam 5. Wes, berarti WIT dong, keren banget ya. Buat bantuin ke master dong. Turni mingguan slot minimal 16 aja, mayan sih. Ya. Pada turni aku dukung hoodie, mantap tuh Hud, sudah ada yang dukung. Ntar aku jalan-jalan dulu biar nggak pusing ya.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is back. It's him, it's Moonboy Gaming, and you are watching the Cosmic Creation Seasonal Tournament of Legends of Runeterra. We're here in the top 4, guys, with a bunch of different countries represented from Southeast Asia. Moonboy, are you excited about this top 4? Different countries, different champions, right?
Yo, what's up, Excelsior? What's up, everyone? So yeah, so we have players that gone through a gruesome 5 rounds of pool stages, and we have come in all the way from the top 32 into the top 4. We have 4
Kita sudah
awesome
top 4.
Each representing a different country, representing their own team moving forward as well, and every game has been so exciting. We have seen the games at such a high level, and over here we see players from over SEA. Finally, we are coming into the semifinals with Adele going up against Tanya Wannabe.
Oh, kenapa nggak si Bear sih yang dikasih lihat? Ya ampun.
That's right, and it's going to be the top 4 matches: Adele versus Tanya Wannabe. Adele coming from the Philippines, and Tanya Wannabe coming from Malaysia. So this is going to be the 2 countries that are going to be represented in this semifinals match, and we are excited to say that their decks are going to be a bit grindy and also takes a high level of gameplay. What are we seeing right here in Adele's decks, Moonboy?
Adele, so wow, Sejuani dengan Katarina, menarik ya.
PNZ, which we
lalu
actually
ada
saw in the stream earlier.
Draven Ezreal, okay.
By Ashe Katarina, a deck that we have not really seen before
Zoe
in the whole
dan
tournament. And finishing off, he has
Zoe
a Draven
dan
Ezreal
Apelios.
as well. So I think the key matchup over here is probably gonna be that Apelios Zoe. Like that is gonna be one of the strongest deck that he ever has.
Kayak si Apelios Zoe yang bakal di ban ya.
Of a trick up his sleeve with that Ashe Katarina moving forward in the semifinals.
That's right. These decks are going to be hard to pilot as well, and we're now seeing Tanya Wannabe again.
Tanya Wannabe kayak yang bakal di ban ya TF Apelios ya, atau enggak Fiora Shen
and Draven Darius. So in your prediction, Moonboy, which decks from each player are most likely to be banned by each one?
Well, I mean, on Tanya's side, I think Adele would be banning the TF Affiliates. Putting TF 2 of the best champions in the game is probably not exactly what you want to do in a tournament like that. As you know, the 2 best champions in the same deck is definitely gonna go out. I think Adele is definitely gonna be aiming that TF Affiliates. And that being said, this is the deck that is probably the best deck in the meta right now. Twisted Fate Affiliates running on so much value. They have so much bot control with the Affiliates. They have like so much value coming in, mana value coming in with the Vault Temple, and then inclusive of the draws coming from TF. This
Temple
deck
perlu
is solid as all-rounder, and it's basically doing every single thing that you guys could ever imagine of.
That's right. And we're seeing, of course, this kind of deck.
I wanna be juara.
On the ladder, you've seen it on this tournament. Very
Aduh, kenapa nggak si Bear itu sih yang dikasih lihat? Ya ampun, penasaran banget aku, Mr. Bear.
With the box plus easily being drawn out using the Crescendum, and also, of course, don't forget the Wiggly Burblefish. Very, very cute, but also deadly unit that can easily be copied by our players right here. So, does this deck have any weaknesses, Moonboy?
Well, basically, this deck is kind of solid. The only point of weakness is probably when the Affiliates or the Twisted Fate is getting controlled in a sense. But not forgetting, he has other options of winning with this particular deck as well. The Wiggly Bubblefish is one of them. And something that he actually omitted from this deck is the Mind Melt. One copy of Mind Melt, which he chooses.
Tapi Tanya Wannabe nggak ada Mind Melt ya.
In this deck, so he's really purely going on consistency. You know,
dia bawa Bastionnya 2.
Star shaping, huge stuff like the Great Beyond or the Scourge. Like these cards could allow him to close off the game, and this is what this deck is all about. And moving forward, I think Adele might not want to be facing this deck coming in the semifinals, as this deck is just too solid as a whole, and it kind of don't exactly lose to anything at this point of time.
That's right, that's right. This is going to be high stakes in the top 4 matches right here. Whoever wins will get to the top 2. So again, guys, this is very, very important because whoever wins will get a huge upgrade in terms of the pricing. It's going to be up to $3,500 US. Very, very. You can buy a lot of packs with that, with that prize money, and that's going to be a very, very good incentive to play well and have the patience as well in terms of choosing the line of play for each turn right here for our players. So, what do you think are going to be the first, or what's the safest first deck to play in each of the players' lineup? Moonboy.
Well, looking at the lineup, if the TF Affiliates is not being banned, I think Tanya Wannabe really wants to go for that TF Affiliates, or subsequently he could just go for his second deck of choice, which is the Darius and Draven. That is also pretty solid as a opening, where he really wants to finish it fast, finish game 1 fast, move on to game 2, and then slowly grind his opponent down. That could be his game plan moving forward in the semi-finals. But that being said, Adele's decks are pretty solid, it's really safe, really solid. I think he might be starting off with the Ash Katarina if he ever chooses to as well.
That's right, the Ash Katarina is something I've yet to see, especially in ladder. I don't even face that kind of deck. It just appeared out of nowhere for me, and it's can you give us some light as to how this is going to work, Moonboy?
Oke, mulai ya.
Well, I believe this is gonna be a
Ada lawan Tanya Wannabe
using rally and the big creatures coming in from
Kenapa Elixir of Iron sih harus ini ikonnya?
And one of his choices of moving forward as well. So here we have game number 1 in the first game of the semifinals. We have Adele going up against Tanya Wannabe, with Azure Draven going up against Fiora Shen. So I believe
Fiora Shen ini bawa burung ya. Wow.
TF Affiliates
menarik banget ya.
For Tanya Wannabe side, and I believe Adele is really aiming for Fiora Shen, and this is probably one of the matchup that he is looking forward to.
That's right, and we're seeing an opening hand from Adele, a bunch of spells on his hand, and now Dreamblade Painter is going to get free attack right there. And
wow, drawingnya bagus banget sih Tanya Wannabe ya. Ini dia bakal pas yang 2 mana untuk subside. Habis itu nanti kita Fiora bisa subside. Habis itu Shen turun, nanti Fiora bisa dikasih barrier sama Shen. Ini si Tanya Wannabe tangannya bagus banget ya untuk deck Fiora Shen. Adel kayaknya semua deh prismatic satu deck gitu. Kayak bakal dikasih.
Tanya, as anyways, he's not gonna get any value. Tanya is not gonna get any value of that Fiora.
That's right, and of course, it can't pickpocket is going to be taken out by the green game.
Fioranya bakal turun.
Still one of the MVPs. Actually, the champions don't matter to me right here. This is the MVP right now.
Terus nanti Dravennya bakal turun.
Because he just keeps on drawing out the answers that are needed by our players right here.
Oke, Dravennya turun. Dia ngepas ya, biar Fiora yang nggak turun. Oke.
Well, he probably don't want to play into any form of
si Tanya bakal taruh ya betul, bakal taruh si Shen ya.
Shen immediately coming in from Tanya, and attacking with this Draven is kind of like smart for Adele, right? He wants to damage Tanya's units, and Tanya has to be really careful of what's coming up from Adele's side of the deck, right? They have Ravenous Flock, they have Scorched Earth. So these are the kind of card that Tanya wants to avoid, and at the same time,
nggak di block ya.
Being said that
Padahal dia punya Notify ya si Tanya Wannabe.
Ternyata nggak di block. And now he just needs to protect the Fiora as much as possible so that it doesn't take any more damage moving forward.
That's right, and that's a free attack from the Draven of Adele right there, and going in with a Static Shock, possibly removing the Green Caretaker on his side. And again, as you said a while ago, you can see
dia bakal turunin Fiora
within Ravenous Flock range. It can be taken out with for damage from the Ravenous Block, and that's going to be a bit
Fiora turun pasti bakal di stun.
Development of Tanya Wanabe's units, and now we can see that the Fiora is live online. 2 champions that are highlighted in the deck, and let's see how Adele is going to react to this.
Yep, I mean, looking at Tanya's hands right now, he has way to actually defend himself against the Ravenous Flock with just a Notify. And the biggest question for Tanya
berarti
is
bakal
be
pas.
How much
Si Adele pasti pas ini.
counter spell do you actually have to deal with whatever Adele is gonna throw at you? Look at his hand
Nah,
right
ini
here.
bakal
He has
tag
2 Ravenous
semua.
Flocks ready to go, but Tanya only has 1 point of counter spell, which is that particular copy of Notify. I don't think it's gonna be enough unless he's lucky enough to draw himself some extra counter spells. That's where the River Shaper, as what you said, as Selfer, is gonna come.
Gak di block ya?
Really crucially.
That's right. And as you said,
berarti sekarang bisa turun si Tria bisa turun. Tapi kalau turun dia masih ada Notify sih, jadi aman ya. Adele enggak, Indo sudah gugur semua kayaknya.
Free attack towards the nexus of Tanya Wanabe. Tanya Wanabe now brings out the River Shaper to possibly draw out more spells, and there you go, Ravenous Flock on targeting the
nice ya,
first
dipancing ya.
Shen right there, and Notify, and then another Ravenous Flock. He just wants to make sure that that Shen is dead. Oh my gosh, single combat. What's happening right here, Moon Boy?
So over here, Tanya wants to get as much value as possible with the Shen before the Shen going out. He knows that the Shen is going out this turn. He's just gonna bring that Draven alongside with him. I think Adele is just gonna say no, it's not gonna happen. He might go for the Scorched Earth, but I believe it's not that important at this point of time, or he could have saved the Scorched Earth for something else. But Adele is immediately firing off, not allowing Tanya to get any value out of this this trade. But that being said, 3 cards is spent on that 1 Shen, and that kind of means that he also kind of says that Tanya has ran out of counter spell, and Adele is just gonna be the one asking the question right now. Does Tanya has the answer to actually answers this question?
Oke. Gila, ini benar-benar si Tanya benar-benar dikuras habis ya.
He knows how important you have to respect the River Shaper. That's how important it is. That's why he used the single.
Next bisa turun Varen ya. Aronnya bisa turun.
It's going to be a bit hard for Tanya Wanabe, but
ini bakal di stun si Trianya.
To possibly power up and of course prevent further damage, of course, to the Fiora. But will it be
Fioranya sudah kehabisan kartu di tangan.
Or good turn for Tanya Wanabe to attack right now, Moonboy?
Well, I think Adele is definitely not gonna allow Tanya to attack at this point of time. Here we see a Rummage immediately going into Ezreal, and the Arcanoid Sentry is a no-brainer coming from Adele. Not allowing
yang di stun Fioranya loh ya.
And if you're gonna attack with the Cithria, it's gonna get in range of whatever that's coming from Adele. So this really discouraged Tanya from attacking at this point in time. And I think Adele is just in the driver's seat right now with the level up Ezreal on
Ezreal level up.
And not forgetting, he has that Captain Farron in his hand to finish the game as well. So as of right now, Adele is just so comfortable taking out this Ezreal. Just means nothing to him at this point of time.
That's right, and that Ezreal is going to be, as you said, a bit of nothing because there are
ini bakal attack semua.
Right now.
Ada deny.
And Captain Farron might be a good choice as of the moment, considering that we can see Tanya Wanabe doesn't have any more life gain pieces on his hand.
Farron turun sih. Harusnya Captain Farron turun.
And deny, that's not going to be as helpful. Maybe deny for Decimate.
Wakil Indo si AG siapa tadi itu? Ada beberapa. Aku kurang hafal sih.
Unless he has more lifesteal pieces on his deck that can be drawn out during the next turn.
Yeah, so
udah sampai mana turnamennya Bang? Ini top 4 semifinal.
Spirit Refuge where he could get his lifesteal and then heal up just a little. Not forgetting this denied top card, the top draw from
Nice,
Tanya
Farron
is pretty important, right? Right here, he could go for a consider strike onto the Farron, but the damage is done too. Decimates is in his hand, so this deny is probably ready to fire off onto any of the decimate and not be getting even the Scorch Earth on from Adele.
Kayaknya sih bakal langsung dibunuh ya Farronnya ya.
Coming in for this deny as well, so it's really coming down to Tanya. Does Tanya wants to remove this Farron, and even if so, does he have a follow-up action for what's gonna come the next turn as well?
Oh, dipas.
Right, and he doesn't. It's going to be a bait to for Adele to just keep on attacking, thinking that there might not be a spell or a way for Tanya Wannabe to remove that Captain Farron, and there's going to be a total of 11. 14, 17 damage on the board right now on Adele's side, and of course with the overwhelm present from Captain Farron right there, those Arachnoid sentries have done their jobs, and now the Concerted Strike is going to remove the Captain Farron right there. But is it safe for Tanya Wannabe to just block off the other two units, or will he just leave them be?
Well, at this point of time, Tanya really has to go for the block, right? So that being said,
yeah,
it might
Tanya harus
ngeblock,
ngeblock,
whereby he might not have any units on the board moving forward also. So removing this Farron is just a pinch, a little pinch to Adele. Adele has 2 more decimates to fire off as well. So with this amount of damage coming in, it's going to be 6 damage coming in from both the Draven and the Arkanoid Sentry.
Thank you, Asmir Zamawi sudah subscribe ya. Thank you banget.
Very dangerous range. Not forgetting, Adele also have the Ezreal in hand. It's going to be GG.
Okay.
Really soon.
Thank you banget Agung Rizky Eka Prastiono juga sudah subscribe. Thank you, thank you.
Of course, Tanya Wannabe knows that that's why he didn't block with his Citria, the bolt right there.
Thank you, si Aryo Darmono juga sudah subscribe. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Unit right there, and is that going to be helpful for him, Moonboy?
Gambarnya keluarnya di live stream ya, sorry. Gak keluar di sini.
He wants to defend herself against the decimate. He knows that this turn he's gonna eat a total of 8 damage coming in from both decimates if he taps out of 4. So Tanya has to be really careful of dropping that Bright Steel Protector over here, or it's gonna be GG for himself. So he's definitely not going to drop any unit. He has to stay 4 mana up no matter what. So passing over here is right.
Yeah, pasti.
Adele. At this point of time, Adele just has Tanya in his palms right here.
Dia masih keluarin decimate sih.
We can see Tanya Wannabe is in a pinch as of the moment, but maybe there might be still a
atau enggak Ezrealnya keluar dulu. Ezreal keluar dulu, Ezreal. What?
And that the Bright Steel formation is not gonna help Tanya Wannabe. There's the Ezreal going on the side.
Ya, Tanya ada di ujung tanduk.
Is going to have 2 more damage, and I think that's it. That's Tanya Wannabe considering with an emote, and this is really hard. You can see 2 decimates, a possible block with a possible mystic shot. That's a total of 10 damage just from the spells, and right now it's still going to be Adele's game.
Yeah, so Adele going in with this attack just proves, and just want to check if Tanya has that sharp side to do with this Ezreal. Either way, he has enough spells in hand to actually do a total of 5 damage to Tanya's Nexus just by Ezreal itself. So here we see a spinning axe going onto the Ezreal, pinging him down to 4, and I think this is gotta be it. Tanya has no answer to this attack coming in from Ezreal. All he has is that deny. I think right here, Adele has it with just the Mystic Shot, or he could even just fire it off with that spinning axe, and it's gonna be GG for Tanya Wannabe.
That's right. That's a good line of plays coming from Adele right there. He has more than enough damage to just finish off Tanya Wannabe, and using Rummage instead to finish off with just exactly 1 damage coming off from the leveled up Ezreal, and that's it for game 1.
Kurang bagus lah untuk pemula.
Taking off game 1 with Flare
Apanya
right
nih yang kurang bagus nih?
Instead of the direct damage, and again, that was a hard matchup for Tanya Wannabe. Did he have any way to turn the tides in that match, Moonboy?
Well, probably at the state of the game, there is probably no way that Tanya could turn the game around. what he really needed was a lot of counter spells, which he only sees about 2 in the whole entire game, and he has no way to keep up with what Adele is pressuring him at that point of time. So this lineup that Adele has already made is purely to go against Fiora Shen. And that being said, Adele is just comfortable in this matchup. He is ready to take on any Fiora Shen. So if the next game Tanya actually sticks with the Fiora Shen, I think Adele actually is really comfortable to take off the whole series.
That's right. And we're going on to the next matchup. We can see is this looks like a TF Aphelios. Let me see if I'm right.
Zoe Aphelios.
Zoe Aphelios lawan Fiora Shen lagi.
It's still Fiora Shen for Tanya Wannabe, and this is going to be a hard matchup to see.
Wah, ini Zoe-nya pasti mati abis ini ya.
Just going to make a super cool star chart. It's reminiscent of the Teemo for turn 1 Teemo. It's always just like that, right?
Yeah, so having
nggak mungkin di
Zoe
has,
actually
nggak
puts
bisa juga
Adele
sih.
ahead of the game, kind of by a lot, right? Having a champion on turn 1, elusive, is gonna attack in for 1
Imut saja
damage,
buat
it's not just
pemula,
the 1
yep.
damage, but that super cool star chart coming in from for Adele is kind of big.
Nggak ada,
right?
nggak ada yang sampai semifinal.
Lots of things like Crescent Strike.
Indo sudah
and things
gugur
like
semua.
that. So I mean, knowing that the Zoe is gonna get off by the fleet tracker,
sebentar,
okay,
aku
because the star chart is what he
buat
might be looking
orang
for.
salty
And
dulu.
as of right now, Adele really needs to draw into options, or else it's gonna be a little bit troublesome for him moving forward against Tanya in this matchup.
Yes, you're right. Looking at this lineup of Adele, he has only 2 minions, Spacey Sketcher and the Ballistic Bot as of the moment. There might be a wild landmark right here on the next turn, but it's still up to him. And looking at the side of Tanya Wannabe,
Fiora turun sih harusnya.
as compared as to what he had prior to this match.
Nggak mungkin nggak turun si Fiora
In
ya.
terms of choices, he has a lot more choices as of the moment. River Shaper, Fiora, you have also Relentless Pursuit, and of course what you said a while ago, Nopify. Well, this kind of a sort of deny or counter spell is going to be really important. And there you go, super cool star card. What is your best pick in terms of the choices? Right
Probably
there.
what Adele is looking for is a Crescent Strike. As we stated, there's a Crescent Strike immediately coming in. So he wants to defend his bot at this point of time. So a Crescent Strike onto the Fiora and the
this turn,
is actually pretty important, and it kind of forces Tanya to come to counter this with a counter spell. And if a counter spell is ever going to fire it over here, and I think it's not going to be worth it for Tanya for this counter spell to be going on to this Crescent Strike. So Adele is just constantly the one posing the question to Tanya. Do you have the answer to whatever I have right now?
That's right.
Harusnya sih dikasih sih.
It's always that kind of a question. Do you have it or do you don't?
Harusnya dikasih sih.
That just tells the player.
Karena kalau dia pakai Notify sekarang agak kurang ya.
Want to use this resource to answer the threat that I'm going to give you. So this
Karena mananya jadi 2.
Especially if you're a player and you have to
Oke.
track that.
Maju
Those
tag.
answers are really
Kalau kayak gini kan dapat 3 damage. Kayak less likely untuk di block. Kalau di block pun dia harus keluar repel cascade, malah rugi 2 mana ya.
And we can see right now juga next turns. Is it still
Nah, Shen-nya turun.
down
Mantap.
a landmark? There you go. Moon Boy just put down a landmark. But is Tanya Wannabe in control as of the moment?
Nah, kalau kayak gini dia thermogenic beam bisa di Notify kan.
And he's actually doing what the Demacia region is doing, having lots of big units onto the battlefield and controlling your opponent's board with challengers. And this is what exactly Tanya is doing. His game plan is
berimajikan.
And he always leaves 4 mana up. He's really disciplined.
Itu ada
He's
listriknya pas ya ungu
I have
astaga.
denied. If you're gonna do anything, you might get denied. So are you really gonna waste that mana on whatever that is gonna be targeted? So it's come down to what Adele could do.
Kalau aku sih narik yang satu-satu ya.
He's really going limited on choices and limited on options, and he really has to remove the Shen or the Fiora, or else it's gonna add more and more stacks onto the Fiora. They're gonna get easy picks on Adele's spot.
Why pas? Kenapa kok nggak nyerang sih? Aduh, aku bingung sih sama playnya Tanya. Bunuh lah ya satu-satu itu. Oh, nggak bisa sih.
from the space.
Attack tokennya kan dilawan ya.
Not gonna do too much unless it's just gonna go for the Fleet Feather.
Ya kalau kayak gini sih pas aja sih.
Right. I think he chose the Equinox just to target the Fleet Feather Tracker so that there's one less challenger on the board of Tanya Wannabe and one less value trade from the side from Tanya Wannabe's side. So again, let's see which one he's going to target, because this is going to be one of course.
Ya salah. Akhirnya tadi punya. My bad, sorry. Salah lihat attack token, salah lihat. Maaf ya. Maaf Satria Arif.
It's still up to Tanya Wannabe to keep on giving pressure to Adele, because from what
Oke, nice. Kalau ini aku sih langsung attack sih ini ya.
Okay, so you don't have a lot of minions on your
langsung
side.
Attack ke yang satu-satu.
You're just probably going to react.
Fioranya tarik yang satu-satu.
So, is there anything that Adele can do as of the moment to answer this?
Well, as of right now, I think there's not much for him to do. Other
Fioranya tarik yang satu-satu aja.
Fiora, take it down. But I believe Tanya has
terlalu hype
as well. So, Adele has to be really careful what he's gonna react to this Fiora here, because a Hush is just gonna get answered immediately by Tanya. He has the sharp side, he has the repose, right? So all these things are gonna protect the Fiora at all costs. I think Adele is safe enough and say, hey, my ballistic bot is not dying. So
mungkin dia mikirnya biar ballistic botnya nggak bisa defend ke si siapa namanya si Shen-nya ya.
That's right, and let's see. Ooh, is that challenger?
Yes,
let's see.
Serpent.
I think
ini harusnya bakal turunin reverse shape sih.
From the fangs right there, and that's going to be another helpful unit to pop.
Wow.
And there you go, a relentless pursuit coming from Tanya Wannabe. He just needs another attack token on punching down whatever Adele is putting up, and the mountain goat is put up on the side of Adele as well to block any other units, and of course Fiora is going to attack the largest unit here. I was kind of wondering why he picked out the mountain goat instead of the ballistic bot right there, but that's actually a good option, or fangs instead of the ballistic bot.
So he is actually thinking of going for the Fang, because the Fiora actually has the barrier. So that being said, it actually denies Adele's heal. But I mean, sustaining the ballistic bot, taking out the ballistic bot is probably important in this lineup. And here we see a Pale Cascade immediately going on the Fang, trying to take off the Shen, and sharp side is going to respond in the sense. So the Shen is not going down, but there is still an opportunity to take down the Fiora, which
kok di-deny lalu di-has maksudnya ya, sorry. Si Adele bisa nge-has si Shen-nya sih kalau mau.
I think Adele is just kind of in the pickle in this situation right now.
That's right. Even though Adele might use the thermogenic beam to target the Fiora, that will be very, very vulnerable. Again, a repose would actually be a good option right there. So this is actually a really, really crucial move, considering that there are no more units, or there are a lot less units on the side of Adele as of the moment. Good.
Hasnya nggak dipakai ya. Simpen hasnya.
While also ticking up Fiora's level up condition. So what else? What is Adele looking for on the next row? I'm thinking maybe an Aphelios. Oh yeah, would that help, Moonboy?
Yeah, I think as of right now, Adele really needs to find his options and his ways to actually control the board. He can't allow that Fiora to actually level up anymore, which as of right now, look at his units in his hand. He has the Fang, the Sparklefly, and also the Serpent. They are all pretty easily disposable by the Fiora as well. So as of right now, I think the Fiora is just gonna be so hot, and there's so many ways to actually protect the Fiora as of right now. Adele is really might be a little bit of a danger to losing to a Fiora win con at this point of time. And here comes the Consider Strike immediately going in. I think as of right now, it just opens to a very good thermal beam for Adele. Once he's kind of tapped out, Tanya is tapped out before, Adele might be going for that option, as the Fiora is just too hot to handle at this point of time.
That's right, and the Concerned Strike is going to remove the fangs right there, and this is going to be one of the crucial moves, and it might still be vulnerable.
2 mana, ini bisa di thermogenic beam, mati sih Fioranya.
To remove Fiora, because this might be the win condition. Another Notify being drawn out from the deck of Tanya Wannabe. 2 more counter spells, Notifies on his hand, giving him more options. And the attack token is still on the side of Adele. Is he going to draw it out? Yes, he is. He draws out the Shen. Okay, this is going to be really, really important. So it just
harusnya dibiarin sama si Tanya ya.
That's left as of the moment for Tanya Wannabe is still going to be on Fiora. 2 more deaths on the side of on Fiora's counter, and that's going to be an instant win.
Yep, and he has that sharp side to actually defend himself against the thermal beam coming forward also. So it really comes down to Tanya, that Tanya wants to save this Shen. And if he's saving this Shen, I think Adele has to respect a sharp side, as the Fiora is going to be a 6/6, but I think he's just going to go for it at this point of time, and he might be, yes, and there it is, the thermal beam going onto the Fiora, forcing the sharp side to come in, and I think Adele might be a little bit of a problem, but it's totally okay if he actually goes for the Q on that Sparkle Fly. He has the Hush to answer it as well. So I think Adele is kind of comfortable at this point. If he could control the bot, run Tanya out of option, I think that should be his game plan moving forward.
That's right. And
ini Dragonnya pasti nate. Kartunya Adele di tangan udah dead ya.
And he uses the gem to grant it more damage as at the moment, but of course, the Thermogenic Beam is going to go on to the Screeching Dragon just to prevent another challenger situation right there. And
mau nyerang juga nggak bisa.
How else can you buff up the health of Fiora at the moment, Moonboy?
Yeah, so Tanya actually tapped out a 4 over there, so I think he's pretty okay. He's pretty comfortable with just going straight onto the Screeching Dragon because he knows he's not gonna attack. There's no way that Tanya would protect that Fiora with whatever he has. So he's going for the Diverging Path, trying to draw himself
itu
a
khas memang nyebelin banget ya.
copy of a Vow Temple, and this way attacking with the Sparkle Fly as well, he could heal additional 3. I think Adele is just, he has to draw.
Emang nggak boleh nyerah ya bang ya? Boleh. Boleh, tapi kalau kamu sudah top 4, jangan nyerah sampai akhir. Sudah top 4 ngapain nyerah? Chance menang itu selalu ada. Kamu kalau gampang nyerah, ya gimana ya? Pasti pasti dikasih ini. Gitu, jangan pernah nyerah.
An extra barrier of protection. And there you go, silence a unit, but then again, of course, there's still a riposte on the side of
kasih lifesteal
Fiora or Tanya Wannabe, and it can still kill off that Sparkle Fly.
Di Hush lagi kayaknya.
Yep, so here we see a buff onto the Fiora. I think a second Hush is immediately going in onto the Fiora. Adele really wants this Fiora dead, but I think this Fiora is not going down anytime soon. A Spirit Refuge coming in, and I mean Adele still has that Sparkle Fly.
Ini si Tanya Wannabe udah chance menangnya udah lebih besar ya.
There's no option, there's no way to trigger the
bagus banget drawnya.
Shaping is immediately coming in, and that is a huge draw for him. If he could find himself an option and a way out from this situation,
wow,
a living legend.
Wow.
That is gonna be so insane from Adele.
Yeah, that's really going to be insane. That the next turn, if he does use the Living Legends, that's going to be really epic. A bunch of fleeting celestial cards. Oh my God.
Fioranya harus mati, tapi nggak bisa juga kalau Fioranya mati.
A bunch of units still present on the side of Tanya Wannabe.
Nggak bisa, dia tinggal defend yang paling kanan dong.
He found out that there might be a big game-changing celestial card on the side
dikasih
of Adele. So let's see what's gonna happen here.
So Adele is gonna heal up the Sparkle Fly. Sparkle Fly is so huge, and look at
Sister
what the
kayaknya.
Living Legends actually gave Adele over here. Every single thing. He could go for a Scourge, he could go for a Silver Sister into a Messenger for more draw, he could go into the Traveler for more options as well. He could even go for a Great Beyond, going for the Great Beyond, trying to finish off the game next turn. So it kind of asking Tanya, does Tanya has the sharp side to close off the game the next turn, as 18 damage of Elusive is going into his Nexus the next turn.
Gila si Adele loh.
Oh my gosh. Oh no, this is it.
Wow, GG sih.
Beyond discovered
GG sih.
from the Living Legends, and that's
wow.
Living Legends into the Great Beyond, unopposed, no sharp sight in sight.
Wow.
And that's going to be 2-0 in favor of Adele and moving him to the finals.
Itulah alasannya jangan pernah menyerah ya. Gila sih si Adele ya. Drawnya.
And his opponent.
Well, Excelsior, the highlight, the highlight is definitely gonna be that Living Legends having using the Vigor early to go for a full 10 card,
seeing
his options, weighing what kind of options he has, and choosing to go for that Great Beyond, trying to bet on Tanya not having that sharp side at the Great Beyond is so huge that it actually closes the game, and that's just the power of Invoke in general. What it could basically just magically out of nowhere find himself that options of lethal through this Invoke's mechanic, and there you have it. Adele won and is heading to the finals.
It was a great read as well for Adele. I think he knew that there were two sharp sights that were used prior in the previous turns to protect the previous spells and the previous units. And now we're going into the next semi-final match between Mr. Bear and Belkut. This is going to be another epic match.
Hey, Mr. Bear!
What is Belkut using at the moment?
So Belkut is using the TF. No, it's currently using. Wait, hold on a minute. This is TF Affiliates going up against
error dia.
Yeah, that's right.
Timo S0. I think it's going for the Timo S0 for Belkut, and TF right. Is for TF Affiliates.
Wah, Mr. Bear kalah ini kayaknya.
Mr. Bear, yeah, that's right. This was the one with that you were casting a while ago, right? The 90 puff cap situation coming from Belkut. I guess Mr. Bear didn't ban this deck, but of course, we'll see if he's going to achieve that kind of a puff cap situation in this match.
Nih handnya si Belkut salah ya.
For the Calibrum, targeting the puff cap battler, as we said previously in Belkut's game in the top 16, where the puff cap battler and Timo are probably the key to going to go against.
Puff cap battlernya ditarik pasti.
As of right now, what the TF decks really need is just drawing lots of options that he has. And as of right now, I think Belkut's game plan is just jam in as much puff caps into Mr. Bear's deck as much as possible. But I think Mr. Bear is not gonna play into it with this TF red card, and plus the help with the Hexcore Foundry. The TF is gonna level up in no time.
That's right, that's right. And with the update on the score, we're now seeing Belkut going for 1 win over Mr. Bear, and now we're seeing he chose up another Gravitum just to stun that 3-2 right there. And of course, I'm wondering right now how many puff caps is there already on the deck of Mr. Bear and Purple Fish.
Wow.
So in terms of this lineup, Moon Boy, which do you think has the advantage? What is the turning point that we're looking for in this TF Affiliates versus TF Timo? Oh, is it Timo deck?
Tangannya si Belkut nggak dibenerin ya.
Right now, look at what Mr. Bear has on the field. I think as of right now, Belkut has no way to actually answer to this board. That puff cap battler is probably going down to the box to burst, and not forgetting he could even go for a bubble fish over here to close off the game as fast as possible. A 5-5 Affiliates is not a easy task to be dealing with, and even though Belkut put down an Icefield Archer over here, it's probably still gonna be controlled irregardless at this point of time.
That's right, and you have again, the box puzzles are very, very important in possible removal towards the puff cap peddlers right there. And let's not forget the quick attack, the quick attack of TF. But is he going to gamble that? Because there might be some way for
ikut nyerang Aphelios ya.
And now he eliminates that option of the TF being removed by challenging it with both his box puzzles.
Oke, tinggal dikasih pill cascade.
Not going to be too much of a problem for Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear has that pill cascade to deal with the Boxtopus, or right here, with just 2 mana, it actually forces Belkut to go for a mystic shot onto the Boxtopus, or instead of the TF, if he ever wishes to allow his Puff Cap Peddler to survive this attack as well. So I think as of right now, I think Belkut is kind of in a pinch, not having board, and at the same time, I believe there is not much Puff Caps in.
Apakah Timo akan masuk final?
As of right now as well. And with the Hexball Foundry, just gonna double up the speed of Crystal Face leveling up as well. So I think right now Mr. Bear is in the driver's seat. All Mr. Bear has to do is just maintain aggression, control Belkut's board. I think it's gonna be enough moving forward for him.
That's right. And there are more Puff Caps going
tambah 8 lagi,
ditambah
16.
Still as to how many Puff Caps that is. But now Belkut is going to take a bunch of damage, 5 damage into his Nexus, bringing
ini 2 round lagi. Kalau misalkan si Mr. Bear masih banyak darahnya sih GG kayaknya. Oke, ada star shaping lagi. Oh, dia di tangannya ada 10 heal ya, Mr. Bear.
This is a mirror. Yeah, that's the same. We're seeing the same hand from both sides.
Yep, so here we see an Ezreal coming in from Belkut's side of the field. I think the Ezreal has to be removed as soon as possible before he could do any damage onto into Mr. Bear's Nexus. And here we see a Crescendrum leveling up the Aphelios, and I think the Aphelios is just gonna rack up so much value moving
forward. Masih bisa dihas ya si Ezreal ya.
I think Mr. Bear is kind of comfortable. He could heal himself back up for 4/5. Get himself another unit to deal with it, and I think Mr. Bear is just so comfortable, and this bubble fish is not gonna do. It's just gonna be a blocker for the Teemo, and si Belkut, if you want to attack, you have to go through these fishes.
Teemonya ada blocker.
Are going to block off those the elusive units on the side of Belkut, and that's going to be very, very effective in protecting him from duplicating the number of Puff Caps on Mr. Bear's deck. So again, it's still on the side of Mr. Bear to put on the pressure.
Udah pasti
Belkut as of the moment, and with leveling up his Aphelios, he will have more value in terms of getting the weapons that he can get.
Yang di Indo sudah gugur.
Is it going to be an end round right now? You don't have the development.
Ya, handnya Belkut salah.
Yeah, so I think Mr. Bear don't really have to go for this development over here, going for the parlay, bringing Belkut down by 1 additional health. Also, having that Calibrum to remove that Investigator as well. So I think over here, I think Mr. Bear is just so much in control, and not allowing Belkut to do anything else. Even though with the Ezreal on the board, it's gonna be removed by
ini langsung attack semua sih.
The Boxtopus as well. So this combat coming in from Mr. Bear is just gonna be massive for him.
Yes, this is the crucial turn for Mr. Bear to possibly finish off Belkut by using all of his 5 units to go straight into the Nexus of Belkut. And now he uses is this a Calibrum? Oh.
This is a Gravitum. He's going onto the Gravitum to stun onto the Ezreal, not allowing Belkut to have any more units to actually block with what is. So the biggest question right now is how many cards the Belkut has in hand. Is he able to answer whatever that is Mr. Bear is throwing to him at this point of time?
Wow, this is going to be quite.
Nah, ini tangannya Belkut mau dibenerin ya.
Let's see. Who is he going to challenge? There you go. Teemo is being challenged by the Boxtopus. A bunch of damage. 2, 5, 12,
Apakah ada beku? Yep.
On the side. And there you go, harsh winds coming from Belkut, but still, there's still 6 damage coming from the two. Again, another harsh winds. How
well, Mr. Bear has the, Mr. Bear has the answer right here. He has 2 hashes.
Yeah, we have 2 hashes.
He could hash both the bubblefish or both units that could push 6 damage as well. So I think Mr. Bear safely have this thing in his bag. So both hashes going in, firing off onto the affiliates and the bubblefish, bringing them back to their original state.
Yes.
And there we have Mr. Bear taking round number 2, bringing it 1-1, and we are moving on to game number 3 in the semi-finals.
Apakah kita akan melihat Timo di final? Gila, ini kayak seru banget ya.
That was a very, very interesting finish right there. Those hard hits are not going to protect Belkut from the damage.
Mr. Bang ya, Apelias.
And a very, very creative way to finish off the match with both hushes. As he said, Moon Boy, those hushes really, really quickly finished the match. And he was sitting on it. It was there. Those hushes are on the first 5 cards on his hand. And it's
Zoe Karma.
A very, very
kita akan lihat Zoe Karmanya.
Or lethal right there.
Yeah, so that is the power of the top 4, right? We are at the top 4.
Aku nggak tahu ya, kok kayaknya ngelihat deck Timo di final ini, di semifinal ini atau deck Timo yang tadi itu, kayaknya dia bisa enak gitu mainannya, maininnya ya. Kalau aku kayak di rank itu kayak susah banget maininnya.
Hash is usually used defensively against your opponent or like
fans gelas
to your opponent,
ya.
and he actually put it to use this time to go for the offense. So this is the flexibility of Hash, and at the same time, actually see how fast Mr. Bear is actually thinking at that point of time.
Yes, very, very pro level play right there coming from Mr. Bear, and actually redeeming himself from 1 loss into
Karma. Kita bisa ngelihat akhirnya Karma Zoe.
Now we're seeing this is
waduh, Timo dan Pumpkin Feather langsung ke draw loh. Wow, ini gila sih.
We are seeing a Karma deck from Mr. Bear.
Nih, kayak hokinya loh, bisa round 1 Timo. Kayak tadi dia juga round 1 Timo.
Together with the Vault Temple. So this actually shows this deck actually is a control deck where it actually gains so much value off that karma. So here they are trying to pick up as much value from the karma as much as possible. Once the karma is leveled up, it's gonna get double spell. But against this Timo deck, he has to be a little bit more careful of his draws. As of right now, if the Puffcats really goes haywire, Mr. Bear might be a little bit of a problem, as both players want game, and Timo would win if you actually drags out the game.
Nah, gila sih ini.
Late game.
That's right. And we're seeing one of the essential okay, so
wah, gila sih tangannya si ini si Belkut.
This is going to be a bit dangerous, but let's not forget you can see, of course, free attacks and more Puffcats are going to go into the side of Mr. Bear. And as you said, Moon Boy, as long as this goes, this is going to be still on the favor of the Timo deck.
Pakai pedlernya bakal turun sih.
What are the other ways that, of course, Mr. Bear can win against this deck?
Well, Timo, Mr. Bear really has to grind out his options moving forward. Here we see a Meteor Shower pick from the Solari Priestess. So this could be fire off the Nixon as well. So he has, but at the same time, Mr. Bear has to respect a Trochan, so he wouldn't be necessarily going for the 4 on the Puffcat Pedal and the 1 onto the Timo as well. So he has to be a little bit more careful with the Meteor Shower if he ever chooses to fire it off. But however, I think there's no way that Mr. Bear could deal with Timo at the same time. He could hush it and then block it, and I think that is not exactly the most optimal way that I could deal with this. And here we see a Meteor Shower going down, likely to go for a 4 onto the Puffcat Peddler and 1 onto the Timo.
That's right, and that's not going to be enough. Oh yes, it is. It's going to be enough to level up the Timo right there. But the priority as of the moment, of course, is to remove the Puffcat Feather. But this is also going to possibly double up on the Puffcaps on Mr. Bear's deck. Oh, this is going to be quite
wah, gila.
going to be doubled up on the side of Mr. Bear. Probably 30, 40 in terms of my count. But
yeah, so
my gosh, yeah, really, really nice.
Yeah, so Mr. Bear has to be really careful of what about his draw
Dia
as
harus
of right now.
taruh
So he has
tempel
the
sih.
hush to actually deal with the Teemo for the next combat, but I think
Mr. Bear kayaknya sih kalah sih. Drawnya Belkut terlalu bagus ya.
Has to take out, that Puppet Peddler before it gains so much value. And here we have a Chop Worm coming in. That he has 2 more Mushroom Clouds in his hand, and that is basically 8 additional Puff Caps. Together with the Puff Cap Peddler for every 1 mana
16 kalikan 2 32 tambahan Puff Cap habis ini.
Might be in a little bit of a pickle right now, as there's no way that he could deal with it, as he really needs draws. As of right now, his hand is not looking very great. All he has
Tangannya Belkut bagus banget sih.
I think Mr. Bear really has
Mr. Bear kayaknya sih kalah sih ini.
Before this mushrooms actually puff Mr. Bear up the next turn.
Ready yourself.
Bakal di stun sih Timonya.
Also draw units on the side of Belkut.
Timonya bakal di stun sih.
Draw 1 for each of the players. It's going to be not towards his favor, or is it? Because the Puff Caps are just going to deal extra damage moving forward. And as you can see right there, the Eye of the Dragon is going to survive and possibly bring out another Dragonling on the next turn to give out the... Oh! Wow! It's still going to survive, but it's still going to draw out a Dragonling next turn for a life steal and to gain more life in the future turns.
Yeah, but as of right now, health is of the essence to Mr. Bear. So he needs whatever form of healing that he can find at this point of time. He needs to remove that Puff Cap Peddler at the same time also. So as of right now, I think Mr. Bear is really he's struggling at this point of time. He just
bakal dibekuin kayaknya.
Survive and try to play everything to its out. And here comes a Brittle Steel to deny 2 more points of healing from the Dragonling. So I think
kacau Timonya.
The aggression coming in from the Teemo deck is so huge. Not forgetting 2 more Veteran Investigator in his hand is ready to go off to deal additional pocket damage to Mr.
Golden
Bear.
Sister.
So it's gonna be huge as from here on. And a Meteor Shower might seal the deal for Mr. Bear.
And there you go. As we said, the Veteran Investigator is trying to draw out all the possible Puff Caps that are going to deal.
Nah ini kalau sekarang Mr. Bear bisa bertahan, ada chance menang. Belum lagi nge-heal ya. Aduh.
Mr. Bear, because it doesn't have any more mana to use life gain.
Drawnya 1, 2, 3.
How much is she getting? So near.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so we see Mr. Bear is on the line right now on 1. He's just 1 Puff Cap off.
Ini ngedraw berapa dia?
Dying in this game. So here we see a Starship really trying to heal himself back up. So Mr. Bear really needs to find ways to survive. And we know a Mystic Shot is
gila ini seru banget loh ini. Aduh.
Mr. Bear as well. So Mr. Bear
gimana jadi Mr. Bear ya? Kita yang nonton jadi deg-degan banget apalagi Mr. Bear coba. Gak ke draw loh, gak ke draw.
So difficult for him to deal with whatever that's gonna be thrown at him by Belkut.
Ini harus di defend semua. Terus dibekuin. Oh enggak, dikasih ya.
Units on the side of
Eye of the Dragon-nya bakal turun sih.
Now we have an update. 51 Puff Caps are already right there on the side of Mr. Bear with 30 cards, and that's going to be a
Zoe-nya turun.
Puff Caps each at least for his card. So it's going to be kind of 2 turns in terms of attack and
1. Gila. Hoki ya Mr. Bear.
From the deck. Very, very helpful. If I say for myself, Moonboy.
Elusive, gak mungkin dia ngedraw, gak mungkin dia ngepick the messenger antara Moon Silver atau, nah kan?
That bang, but not forgetting Belkut actually has the offensive Hexcore Foundry that he might be is looking for to close off the game as well. So as of right now, I think Belkut is just trying to rush, right? And as Mr. Bear survived, Belkut is
Foundry-nya turun.
Belkut is running really low on options.
Mati dah ini.
Moving forward also. So I think as of right now, I think Bear is slightly more comfortable compared to Belkut, but I think with that Hex Core Foundry, as you said, he's drawing an average of about 3 path caps per turn. So healing here might be of essence for Mr. Bear, and I think he's just gonna go for it, and he might just go for the heal. Or he might even go for the Karma. Hopefully he survives, and then he goes for the Star Shaping, healing himself for 10.
That's right, that's right. And that's
Mystic Shot ke face. Mystic Shot ke Nexus.
Moonboy is going to possibly heal him for 10. And is this going to be a... Oh, there you go, Thermogenic Beam going on right there against Karma. That's going to be a crucial removal right there. He knows the value of the Karma and the Star Shaping combination.
ini si Mr. Bear berdoa ya.
Mr. Bear's case right now. How much damage? This is 2, and the one is going to be
1. Gila, astaga, hokinya.
So near.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Belkut as of right now is pretty comfortable, right? So passing the turn over here, if you need to do something. Dia pasti
nge-heal lagi nih.
Pop yourself out. And Mr. Bear without the Karma, he's unable to heal for additional 5 more, as the Karma is taken out by the thermal beam. So I think Mr. Bear right here, he has to be really careful with his play. He has to keep the 9 mana up. He has to take that Notify mana up. So that being said, the Destroyer might not be the best option for him to play this turn.
Oh, but he does play the Destroyer.
Wah, gila ini.
And,
Wah.
I'm really curious as to
Wah, si Mr. Bear hokinya.
He's up to this is 11, 14, 17, 20 damage as a point. That's going to be an extra 2 damage.
Gila, itu tadi harusnya sih di Mystic Shot ya. Aku nggak.
He's so near, but yet still so far from lethal. And again, that attack token is on the side of Mr. Bear. That's a bunch of damage. Is there any way for
Belkut misplay ya?
Run away from getting hit by these big minions?
Well, Belkut has a way to survive. He could go for a Flash Freeze into a Harsh Winds to defend himself against one of the Destroyer. But that being said, he must put a unit in front of the Destroyer, or else Mr. Bear is just gonna allow us to see a Deja Vu moving forward.
Kalibrum pasti.
He might even go for a Harsh on his own unit, and
Severum.
also one of the option as well. But he's going for a a overwhelmed space weapon to push in slightly more damage moving forward. Also, I think Mr. Bear is just saying, I have to go for it. I have to finish up this turn no matter what, and this is going to be the final turn for this game.
That's right. This is going to be the
dia pilih yang itu ya.
Right now coming out from Mr. Bear. Are there any ways to block this off? Nope. Spell Shield is
gila sih si Belkut ini misplay sih.
Those destroyers, and again, the gamble is going to be pay off. Mr. Bear has the advantage at the moment. Podcasts are not going to help. And there you go.
Yeah, so here we see a Harsh Wind coming in, breaking the Spell Shield on the first Destroyer, and he might actually go for a second Harsh Winds if he ever chooses to. But he has to go for a second freeze on the Destroyer. But I think Mr. Bear has the answer. We're gonna see a Deja Vu. Mr. Bear is gonna go for a hashing the own Destroyer. I think that should be the answer for him to clear off the game.
Dia harus bakuin yang paling kiri sih.
Yes, that's right. I was actually going to say that as well, Moonboy. Another hush is going to possibly finish him off in this turn. And there you go, Deja Vu.
Gila. Oh my god, menang Mr. Bear dong.
That's it. Imagine getting removed or getting finished off.
Oh my god.
By a hush towards his own minion.
Oh my god.
How painful is that, Moonboy?
Well,
oh my god.
Belkut is just
Imoy sudah mau menang loh.
It's gonna be so sad moving forward. But
gila, drawnya
at that point in time, right? Or else there's no way for him. That is the best out for Belkut. Belkut played it to his best of his out. But I think it's just sad that he actually lose to.
Nggak, dia salah Harsh Wind 2 kali.
The semi-finals, and congrats to Mr. Bear for making
all
the way to
sih.
the finals. But good game to Belkut. He really pushed Mr. Bear to the line in this game.
I'm really excited as to what's gonna happen. Again, it's going to be on.
Oke, berarti Mr. Bear lawan siapa tadi?
It's going to be Mr. Bear from Singapore versus
Adele
Gila.
from the Philippines. I actually got to talk to Adele before, and what we said,
Gila.
that he's going to face Mr. Bear, but not actually that scared. It's going to be a
Padahal Timonya openingnya udah GG banget loh.
Because he knows that Mr. Bear is a force to be reckoned with, and this is going to be a great match for the finals. Moonboy.
Yeah, so I mean, both players are huge, right? They are basically the giants of Southeast Asia. They have been dominating. Both players have been dominating.
Mr. Bear lawan Adele ya.
In international tournaments. So they have been staying up all night practicing and then going up against the best players around the world.
Gila loh. Tapi Timo bisa sampai semifinal. Wow.
Guys, we have the dream match that chat is really asking for. Adele versus Mr. Bear in the grand finals. The best of Southeast Asia is really gonna collide.
Mr. Bear ini kayaknya ya.
End of season tournament grand finals, fighting out for the $10,000. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm ready.
Are you ready? Are you ready to see some epic Legends of Runeterra action right here between Mr. Bear and Adele?
Mr. Bear habis dibuat ini. Gak apa-apa lah, dia hoki tahunan habis tapi dapat 10.000 coy habis ini.
Life-changing money right there. That's one more achievement. And aside from that, the best achievement right there is getting crowned as the Cosmic Creation seasonal champion. These guys are really have to fight for it. And I'm really excited for you and Zero Infinity to be casting that epic matchup between the two giants in the Legends of Runeterra scene.
Yeah, I mean, both players we have seen, and fun fact about this whole tournament is that Mr. Bear actually went undefeated in the whole tournament, and as of right now he's still undefeated. He went 5-0 on the pool stages and he's all the way into the finals, and
ya dua-duanya pasti undefeated lah. Masa yang lagi satu 4-1 sih? Gak mungkin lah.
So this last event,
semua pasti menang 5-0 lah.
Grand finals based on these two champions.
Ini Moonboy ngomongnya kok gitu ya.
So wow, I mean, based off whatever we have seen just now or seen the whole day, Excelsior, what is the best moment from these two players?
Man, this is it's most recent.
Maya dari 50 juta ya.
I've seen it being used defensively, as you have said before. But again, an offensive hush has got to be one of the plays of this game or of this tournament. It's very effective. And with that, of course, we would like to go on a break, take a rest, and of course, guys, you are just going to be watching.
Oke, istirahat dulu untuk finalnya. Akhirnya kita bisa ngelihat Zoe Karma ya.
With that, guys,
dari awal.
We'll be taking a short break. See you in a few.
menit lagi. Oke, ini kita harus share ya. 5 menit lagi final. Kita share dulu, nanti tinggal kita enter aja. Empat menit lagi. Nanti udah tinggal 1 menit langsung kita pause ya. Oke, sudah mau ya. Nanti deh. Kita malah lihat-lihat yang lain-lain. Bentar. Kita post dulu di FB. Kita post di lore. Mantap banget ya ini ya. Turni streamer dari Riot kapan bang? Nggak tahu ya. What? Kok nggak ada suaranya dia?
Asia region square off to be the best of the Southeast Asia. So we are moving on to the grand finals over
Jadi
here.
nobar yang Europe nggak bang? Nggak. Cukup sampai si aja ya. Aku udah nge-stream lumayan lama, sudah 6 jam nih. Nanti total paling 7 jam ya. Ya cukup untuk hari ini. Oke. Habis ini sama keluarga dulu ya. Biar nggak dimarahin.
For a doozy of a matchup because we are going to witness one of the best players, if not the best player in the Philippines, and arguably, of course, also one of the best, if not the best player in Singapore. So it's gonna be Adele versus Mr. Bear, and I am so excited to see that. What are you expecting in this matchup, Moonboy?
Well, Zero, I'm just expecting lots of high-level play, lots of patience, and lots of question and answer coming in from these two giants from Southeast Asia. As you say, they are the best in the region, they are the best in the country. So we are expecting so much in this grand finals, and based on the decks that both players actually brought today, it's gonna be so interesting, and we have seen both players in action in the stream so far, and I'm just so excited to see what they have and what they could bring onto the table.
Yeah, and they are bringing quite the spicy decks into this finals. Adele now bringing some version of Ashe, but surprise, we have Katarina inside the deck list, and we don't usually see her in a lot of tournament decks, but here she is, all the way into the grand finals of the sale leg for the Cosmic Creation Seasonal Tournament. And also, Mr. Bear here opting for a triple Targon lineup, bringing in one of the decks with the most player agency, and it's really tough to pilot these decks. Along with this is a Zoe Karma version, and we haven't seen this much on ladder, but it's been doing great on tournament. But yeah, let's review the bracket for the day, and let's look at some highlights at how their journey was going into the grand finals.
So yeah, both players actually gone through a gruesome 5 rounds of pool stage, and then a top 32 cut all the way to the finals. And there we have Mr. Bear and Adele in the grand finals, looking to find their way to the top, be the champion of Southeast Asia, walk away with $10,000 US. So everything is on the line right now. Money is on the line, reputation is on the line, championship is on the line for these two champions. And wow, guys, we're in for such a good game this finals.
Yeah, and it's been quite a storied bracket, isn't it? Mr. Bear all the way on the other side of the bracket, Adele on the other side of the bracket.
Ini kalau Mr. Bear bawa 3 Targon gila sih.
On the top of the mountain with Mr.
Bear dari awal sampai sekarang pertandingannya GG semua.
Just a few moments. And of course, I think both of them are also repeats of the top 32. Mr. Bear here showing up in the last seasonals, Adele as well. And this just shows us the consistency of these players going through pools, going through the gauntlet, once again coming here into the top 32. Adele here, now we see the decks that he is bringing up. We've seen the Zoe Aphelios up in action. We're gonna see Ashe Katarina, and we also has the classic.
Sih bakal di ban si ini ya, Draven Ezreal.
Of the cards that is going to give Mr. Bear a head scratcher if it starts getting hits on the Nexus.
Yeah, the Kempan Pickpocket would do really well against Mr. Bear's lineup, as he's going for a full Targon lineup. And that being said, Targon has lots of spells, lots of really useful utility package that they have, and that Kempan Pickpocket is just gonna turn the tide if he ever gets to steal any valuable cards coming in from Mr. Bear's side of the board. And that being said, with the Ash Katarina, which is pretty spicy as well, so that's gonna make a difference. And
gila sih.
Mr. Bear's lineup with that Zoe Karma, where we actually
Zoe
see it in
Karma.
action in the last few
Ini ya,
games that was featured.
gara-gara Mr. Bear, kayaknya sih
TF
next
affiliates, which is
seasonal
probably the best
turnamen
deck in the format right now.
kayaknya
And
bisa
this
region
is
lock
really
deh.
spicy
Kalau
one,
enggak ya
which
kayak
is,
gini, semua decknya
Diana
ada Targon.
Nocturne,
Targon memang
Aggro.
menurutku
So, but the thing
region
with
paling
Nightfall
OP
Aggro
sih.
is really off, right? Haven't really seen too much players coming in
Ya,
with the
kalau kayak gini kan
Nightfall
nggak
Aggro.
asik ya, semuanya
Maybe
Targon,
this
Targon,
might be
Targon.
the changing factor in this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Bear,
Bisa-bisa ini nanti si Zoe Karma nih yang di ban ya. Dia entah lawan aggro bisa kuat atau enggak.
Across the board, he's the only one that believed in Nightfall in the tournament meta. And this is classic Nightfall as well with Diana and Nocturne. Some people have evolved the deck into including
Zoe
Aphelios,
Karma.
Aphelios is in another deck. And now we're going to look at the Zoe Karma that we've been seeing pop up on stream every time we featured Mr. Bear. And this is a very grindy late game deck, and it's looking to win more on the back of Karma and a couple of the Celestials that are coming out from Star Shaping and the Solari Priestess. And it's gonna find it hard to look for tempo early. So, but by the time we get to mid game and late game, if you can't handle the Zoe and
Jangan
you
sampai
can't handle the
nggak
Karma,
laku lagi sih,
especially
kasihan.
going into turn 10, we're gonna have
Karena khasnya itu loh yang paling
double invokes, and
ngeri
we're
ya.
going to see Celestials everywhere, and that's basically how he won most of his matches with the Destroyer, the Great Beyond, and all that. And Star Shaping here is going to be looking for cards that can finish him the game.
Yes, people, and I would like to bring you to the next deck over here with Adele with the Ash Katarina, one of the more spicy deck that Adele actually brought onto the table this weekend. And that being said, this is kind of like an Ash Sejuani shell where it's lots of huge units like the Trifera Glory Seeker, Everest and Half God, Kato the Arm, and then finishing off with the Captain Farron also. But I believe right over here he removed all 3 copies of Sejuani, putting in the Katarina, trying to go for an extra attack.
Kalau Surima nanti dikit-dikit decknya Surima.
Is probably gonna change the tempo
Awal-awal udah
for him,
pasti
and it's gonna
Surima
be
semua
so
sih
aggressive.
di
And
ladder
not
ya.
forgetting the
Kecuali
amount
memang
of
yang try
pieces
hard
that he has
push cepetan
in
ke
his
master
disposal,
sih
and
pasti
the draw
bakal
engine coming
nggak
from
pakai
the
Surima.
Trifera
Dia pasti
Assassin, just gonna
bakal
drop
pakai
in
deck yang
a
sudah
million.
ada, paling Fiorasian
And
lagi.
it's okay to
Tapi
be out of
kalau
resources
content
because
creator
Trifera
pasti
Assassin will
Surima
dare
semua
to
ya.
save your head.
Dan orang-orang yang enjoy pasti
Trifera
main
Assassin
Surima
really
semua.
the MVP
Kalau orang-orang yang ngejar,
for the
biasanya
Ash
mereka
deck
sampai
once
master
they are
dulu,
faced
baru
with
mereka
control
coba-coba
matchup,
deck
because it
gitu.
refills their hand, gives
Ya.
them much more breathing room, and presents
Day
them
1
with
master
options,
atau Day 2
couple of uses
master
here and there.
gitu.
But yeah, not
Biasanya sih pada
forgetting
gitu.
that, Mr.
Day 1
Bear is
diamond, Day 1
running,
diamond
triple
gitulah.
Targon, so Hush is going to be a thing, and Ash OTK is going to be a little bit complicated for Adele to pull off, because Hush can take away the unblockable once creatures go to 0 attack. Of course, the trades are going to be favorable.
Terima ada
But
spell yang mirip khas juga, Bang.
You can end the game as
Ada,
quick as you want it to
ada.
be. But yeah, this Katarina is going to be a spicy inclusion going
Wus.
into the matches.
Renekton
that
sama
is
Kindred,
looking
oke.
for more aggression. Especially, we see Kato the Arm inside the deck list, and Overwhelm just gives Ash decks little bit more dimension, since it gives them more reach, which previously was just helmed by Captain Farron with his Overwhelm plus the 2 Decimates that he is producing in hand. So with Overwhelm coming from Kato onto one of the bigger units, and you can't be mistaken, the Ash deck really has a lot of huge units here, with a lot of their units coming in at 5 power, and it gives +3 and Overwhelm. That's going to be hard to deal with for the Targon decks.
Yeah, so we have seen what deck both players actually brought onto the table, with Mr. Bear having a little bit more of a control kind of option with Zoe Karma, and also have a little bit of aggression coming in from the Nightfall aggro, while the Dell over here actually go for a slightly more bot control and bot presence kind of style of deck going up against Mr. Bear. So what do you think is going to be the matchup, and what do you think is going to be banned moving forward in the grand finals?
Yeah, in a certain sense, I think Adele is on the back foot here, since a lot of all 3 of his decks are looking to control the board, freezes and all that, trading with your challenger units. Rhymefang Wolf is also included in the Ash Katarina deck. Ezreal Draven, we know that's basically removal incarnate in Legends of Runeterra, and without creatures to level up your Ezreal, you're going to look for more aggressive game plans. So I think one of the considerations for Mr. Bear might be banning out the Ashe Katarina just because Katarina is there, just so you get rid of the possible rally. And for Adele's side, I'm not too sure what he can ban on the side of Mr. Bear. I think he'll be leaving out Nightfall and taking his chances with some sort of with the board control coming on from Ashe and the Ezreal Draven deck. He might be going for a ban on maybe
TF
Zoe
Aphelios?
Karma or TF Aphelios. Either
Kayaknya Zoe Karma yang bakal
I'm sure
di-ban ya.
we're going to see Nightfall in action.
Yeah, so we've seen TF Aphelios in a little bit of action today. We also seen Zoe Karma in action today. So I believe that both deck is in kind of the same shell, whereby it's really focused on invoke, and they're just gonna use this invoking toolbox to close off the game, gain some control, and keep themselves in the game as long as possible. So do you think that banning either or is not gonna make too much of a difference in this matchup?
I think banning Zoe Karma is going to be more favorable if Adele thinks he's going to be playing Ezreal Draven, because sometimes Ezreal Draven has the cards.
Thank you banget Aldi Vanoval Pratama sudah subscribe. Zoe Karma keluar lawan Ezreal Draven.
Zoe Karma is one of them, but here we see now we are into the mulligan phase and Ezreal Draven is up for Adele, and I think Adele opted to ban TF Aphelios because we see now Zoe Karma is on the board here for Mr. Bear, and I think he is going to look for really aggressive hands, trying to find his creatures early instead of the usual Ezreal Draven mulligan wherein you try to find
ini pasti di mulligan semua sih harusnya.
Down a 3-drop creature and start to snowball from there. But the mulligan here for Adele not looking so great right now with double Scorch Earth.
Sama-sama spell semua tangannya ya.
And yeah, Mr. Bear here now, no creatures in sight, so it's looking to be a passing game for Adele here.
Yeah, so here we see an emote exchange coming in from both players. It's gonna be a back and forth, back and forth pass over here, and this Azure is probably safe for Adele to be playing here. And I believe Mr. Bear will be going for the Graviton to not allow Adele to actually go for anything, but instead he go for a Cassandrum. He might be, looking for a Mountain Goat, if he ever chooses to, but this Mystic Shot is up to Adele if he chooses to fire it off. And I think as of right now, Adele has no way to deal with, no bot to actually deal with, and he has the Scorch Earth to deal with the Val Temple as well. So as of right now, I think is Adele exactly in the front seat at this point of time?
Yeah, it would be better if Adele had a couple more creatures in hand, but he does not have that. The Crescendum now picking up the Eye of the Dragon, and if I remember correctly, that's the only 2-drop in the deck. Moonboy and he is going to fire off a Mystic Shot into that and trying to clean it up later on in the rounds with
Zoe
Dragon coming out already because of the 2 spells that he cast last turn, and he is looking to go for a Static Shock here, but a Deny is in the hand of Mr. Bear, and I am going to think that he is going to spend it here to save both of his creatures from getting picked off the board.
Yep, so a huge deny from Mr. Bear. At this point, without the Static Shock, that Zoe is kind of in... it would be able to be removed subsequently later on as well.
Deny-nya sudah keluar.
To put it down. And Mr. Bear would probably not gonna play the Zoe at this point of time, and maybe the Val Temple might be the best line of play for Mr. Bear. But Adele over here is he's looking for aggression. He's really looking to push in as much damage as possible. So this attack actually forces Mr. Bear to actually go for the block with that Eye of the Dragon, but I think it's not exactly that advisable for him to do that, as healing is probably what he's looking for at the same time as well.
Dia bakal turunin Zoe kayaknya.
The Dragon Links coming in from the Eye of the Dragon is gonna be much more important than saving that immediate 3 life and then losing your Eye of the Dragon.
Oh yeah, di Notify.
Now we see a Scorch Earth going into the Veiled Temple, but again, Mr. Bear here has the exact answer. The Deny onto the Static Shock last turn, and now a Notify on
dia keluarin Zoe sih.
His Veiled Temple from Doom there, and now we see a Zoe going onto the battlefield. The Veiled Temple is activated. And Adele has one more shot at this Veiled Temple if he wants to go for another Scorch Earth on the following turn. But yeah, man, Homecoming here now coming into the hand of Mr. Bear, and
Okay.
it looks like Adele is getting his Ezreal leveled up. He wants to do that, and more creatures are coming into his hand. So his aggressive game plan is coming into fruition here. The only question here now is, can he
Bakal
get Ezreal
dibalikin ya.
leveled up early enough for before the karma and all the healing comes online to ruin the damage potential of Ezreal.
Ya, bakal
Yep, so here we
dibalikin
see a
kayaknya.
Homecoming immediately bouncing the Val Temple and targeting onto the
ya
Ezreal
bakal
as well. So this actually
dibalikin.
refills his mana from the Val Temple, as this is the second card he has played this turn. I think over here, this move really just denies whatever
Yes, ini
Adele is
final
trying to
Danny
do,
Pass.
and is starting to waste Adele's mana at this point in time. But Adele, what is Adele? Adele is trying to put Mr. Bear lower and
Dibiarin sih
lower in
harusnya.
terms of answers. Like, look at Mr. Bear's hand right now. He has no way to answer, whatever that is gonna be thrown. He's only limited to this amount of
File temple-nya keluar lagi kayaknya.
Has Mr. Bear
enggak ya.
the
Dulu.
aggression to have the answers to actually keep replying to
Oke, Spell Cascade keluar. Oh, nggak bisa.
Constantly putting in threat and question to Mr. Bear, and it all up to Mr. Bear. Does he has the answer?
Yeah, definitely. The Veiled Temple there getting saved. So I think Mr.
Karma
is saying that this Veiled Temple is going to be crucial in him winning the match. And now we see Karma coming into his hand. And I don't think he will risk a Karma drop this early into the game. It's going to be his win con with double star shaping. But there might be situations wherein Adele could force his hand into dropping down the early Karma just for blocks, or baiting out a star shaping early if he finds enough damage to put onto Mr. Bear's Nexus. And now we see Ezreal now coming back down, and the Tri-Beam there is already in hand, so that does tick up. And now a attack now going in for 4 damage. Mr. Bear is down to 12. A Mystic Shot is generated from the Ezreal, and it looks like
Living Legend.
this has forced the hand of Mr. Bear.
Ya, kayaknya ada Immortal Fire sih.
That star shaping early.
Yeah, so the early star shaping, finding himself more units on board, and instead he's go for it.
Beneran Living Legend.
Legends instead of the other 2 cards, which he wouldn't be able to play anytime soon. So probably he's gonna look for the answer for the long game. And I think as of right now, Mr. Bear is in need of draw. He needs to find his value, and hopefully, here comes the Pure Cascade. He's trying to get, and the Homecoming is probably huge in the following game. It's so good. This Homecoming is such a good card in this matchup, as it could just bounce whatever that he think that is a threat as of right now, and
langsung
just
attack sih.
the Ball Tempo, and he could still get the value of kind of get a
Kayaknya sih
discount
bakal
on the
di-remove.
Homecoming with
Oh,
Ball
enggak
Tempo
dikasih.
being activated at the same time.
Yeah,
Ezrealnya sudah berapa ya?
All these healing from the star shaping coming in, and the dragon links from the Eye of the Dragon.
Berani dia ngedrop Karma.
A lot of
Kayaknya
work
sih
here
enggak
in
ya.
keeping Mr. Bear alive. Of course, we see double Arachnoid Sentry in the hand of Adele, and he could use that to his advantage by playing them aggressively on his attacking turn. Especially now that Mr. Bear is low on resources, he does go for another moon weapon there, and picking up Crescendum again, and he's just looking to get more of this Eye of the Dragons onto the battlefield, because he wants to stay as healthy as possible so he can get into the late game, drop that Karma, and then hopefully find something that can win him the game through Living Legends. And yeah, Crescendum now going to pick up another Eye of the Dragon, and hopefully Adele is looking to finish off one of the Eye of the Dragons here with another spell. And of course we have Tri-Beam on 3 now, I think, or 2, and that can clean up the next the other Eye of the Dragon.
Yep, so you see Mr.
Yeah,
Bear over
nice.
here drawing into another star shaping, and that
Level
Homecoming
up.
could be crucial if he wants to save the
Ezreal sudah level up.
as well. So I think as of right now, I think Mr. Bear is so comfortable, but at the same time he is unable to put down the Karma. Adele really needs to find answers. The Ezreal is level up as of right now. I think everything is just so comfortable for both players. But I think there's no one exactly in the forefront of this game. And here we see both Arkanoid Sentry targeting both the Dragon Link on the bench of Mr. Bear, and Mr. Bear kind of don't really have much answers at this point of time, and the Karma is probably not too safe to be placed here, and Living Legends and a Cosmic Inspiration that could be a big draw for Mr. Bear, and that could, just buff everything up by buff +2/+2, and Adele has to scratch his head just a little bit more to find a way to actually deal with Mr. Bear's board if they're buffed by 2/2.
Yeah, as that was going on, we see 2 more of Star Shapings going into hand. We see the Living Legends now being played, and he is going to spend that coin into making Karma going down to 5 mana, and that's going to be permanent. That's going to be huge for tempo in later on in the game. Now he puts down Trickster, which I was going to tackle on next, so we can block that Ezreal. But not forgetting here, we see a Tri-Beam Improbulator that is probably going to get onto the Trickster here, and that's exactly what Adele is going to try and do. He has a couple of options here. He can use Homecoming, but wow,
kayaknya sih bakal di stun.
Pick up there with Mentor of the Stones coming in clutch from the Tri-Beam Improbulator, and now Mr. Bear here is kind of forced to use the Crescent Strike there to stun Ezreal and the Draven just to alleviate some damage going onto his board. And now we see the attack now buffing up one of the Arachnoid Sentries all the way to
dia berani terima 5 damage ya.
The Mentor of the Stones, and this is quite a good pickup here from the Tri-Beam Improbulator, with the gems also working as 1 damage onto the Ezreal, and hopefully, it gives Adele
Dia bakal turunin yang 0
more damage going into later on into the game.
Habis ini karmanya bisa nge-heal 10 ya kali heal, makanya dibiarin.
With Karma on the board, that's almost the full Nexus health of 20 HP.
Yeah, so I think Mr. Bear is just moving on closer and closer into the late game that he desires, and not forgetting the Star Shaping actually could get himself invoked into more of the celestial cards as well. So healing this particular challenge by Mr. Bear is not going to do too much of a difference to Adele. Adele really has to find lots of pressure moving forward for Mr. Bear. But not forgetting that thermal
karmanya bakal turun sih.
Adele might be crucial to take off this Karma, as we know that Mr. Bear has no deny. But I think Mr. Bear, Adele has to just go for it and just believe in the heart of the card and just take out the Karma with this Tri-Beam.
Yeah, that's a nice Tri-Beam Improbulator here coming in from Adele, and double Star Shaping now on the side, and that's 10 HP going all the way back to 20 HP, and we get 2 invokes. There is a Supernova, a Great Beyond, and Destroyer, so we might be seeing, depending on how Mr. Bear wants to take this, I think he wants to control the game much more, so he might opt for a Supernova here. If he doesn't go for that, I think the Great Beyond might be a great choice for him. And another Supernova and another Great Beyond, and he's probably going to get a win con out of that, and that's exactly what he gets.
Bakal dibalikin deh
for the control
karmanya,
and a Great Beyond to try and close out the game on the later turns.
Yeah, so here we see a Homecoming immediately going on to the Karma, and that Ezreal, like this
enggak dikasih
the Tri-Beam Improbulator, but instead he let it go as a Neverglade Collector. That might be huge, and that might be the card that Adele might be looking for if he ever sees himself trading with Mr. Bear. But I think that Supernova is probably gonna clear off Adele's board the next turn if Mr. Bear actually think that Adele is going out of control.
Yeah, and this open attack here is going to be crucial in this matchup, because if Adele does an open attack, he will be susceptible to the Supernova that Mr. Bear got from the invoking from Star Shaping. And the Neverglade Collector is also a good pickup, but you see here, the Eye of the Dragon is just doing so much work with the Dragon Links. That's a chump blocker, and as well as a 2 HP heal for almost the whole duration of the match. And he is considering a Homecoming here onto the Ezreal. He basically knows what's in Adele's hand, because there's access, the gem, and that's all revealed to Mr. Bear. So the only unknown cards to him are the Thermogenic Beam and the Kempang Pickpocket. But as the game goes longer, it's just
bakal turunin Celestialnya kayaknya. Celestialnya bakal diturunin
as we're witnessing right now with our very own eyes. it doesn't matter what Adele is gonna do. All he needs to do is just control.
Aku juga kurang ngerti sih, Mam. Tapi dia harus main sangat-sangat late game sih.
Down to destroy the Ezreal, and then follow up by Great Beyond to close up the game. I mean, this could be Mr. Bear's game plan moving forward as well. But looking at, Mr. Bear really desires the late game as we are moving closer.
Iyalah, harusnya sih gitu sih.
The deck is meant to be doing, and here we see a Supernova targeting the Navigate Collector and the Ezreal, so not allowing Adele to get any more heals from the Navigate Collector, and at the same time removing the Ezreal.
Final ya,
Is actually thinking, does Adele has the second Ezreal if it's in his hand?
Yeah,
kenapa kok nggak berani ya?
The second Ezreal copy, but if he did choose to do that, it would be crucial since the
Falling Comet atau Challenger
without blockers on the side of Adele, and it's going to be really hard for him to defend that. And the gem now, opting to put it on Ezreal, he does pick up
dia bisa Falling Comet sih.
Falling Comet from the Solari Priestess, and he is just looking for more control cards now since he does have his Wincon, which is the Great Beyond.
Yeah, so here we see a Fallen Comet immediately going onto the Ezreal, not allow the Ezreal to take any more value moving forward, and at the same time having 6 more additional mana open to bluff around with Adele.
Abis ini kayaknya deck Zoe Karma bakal naik ini ya gara-gara Mr. Bear nih.
Spell to react to you. So and not getting, he still has that Supernova if Adele has a second Ezreal in his hand. So this being said, this turn passed over to Mr. Bear like that is just clear information to Mr. Bear. Yes, I do not have a second Ezreal. How are you going to close up the game, Mr. Bear, at this point of time?
Yeah, but of course, deciding not to use Supernova during the last turn, respecting the second copy of Ezreal, he can't end the game on this turn right now, and we see a Kempong Pickpocket being developed.
Emang udah banyak sih sebelumnya Zoe Karma. Oh ya? Aku taunya si Apelios Karma ya.
Eye of the Dragons did so much work. I think Adele did close to maybe 30 plus damage already to Mr. Bear, but he's been healing so much, and we are already on our, I think, turn 11 or 12, and Bear is still in 17 HP range, and he still has one more star shaping in hand, so he's just saying, come at me, bro, I still got more left in the tank.
Yeah, so with this attack coming in from Adele, I think it's probably going to be safe for Mr. Bear to play that Great Beyond this turn, and at the same time clearing Adele's bot a little, cleaning it up, and Mr. Bear just goes for the Great Beyond. I'm not sure how big is the Great Beyond as of right now, but I'm sure it's going to be pretty big to close up the game the next turn for Mr. Bear.
Duh, Flame Strike ini GG.
Yeah, and this is what we want to see from Zoe Karma, right? We want to see him. We want to see it get to the late game and start developing into using the celestial choices into finding a finisher. And now Adele is the one running out of resources. Mr. Bear was pretty low on resources on the mid game, but now we see the Great Beyond being dropped down.
Gila, 15.
15 and 9, and Adele only has 13 HP left. And how is he going to deal with this? He does have a thermogenic beam, but the spell shield here is really pesky.
Yeah, so using this static shock to break this spell shield, trying to find an option moving forward from the deck as well. And then some Dredger. The Sound Dredger
Gila,
could help
GG
him
sih.
something on the Rummage is still not enough to take down
Damage.
this Great Beyond.
Dia pasti
As
ngedraw
Mr.
sih.
Bear is just gonna go for the open attack, take him
Harus
down to
ngedraw.
15. Adele has to find a way to remove this Great Beyond as fast as possible. The only way probably is gonna be a Scorched Earth, but we've seen 2 of them being used in the early game as well. So he has to first damage the Great Beyond and then follow up by Scorched Earth. That is probably the best way to remove this Great Beyond. So immediately going forward, that Thermal Beam onto the Great Beyond, figuring out this hot. He's gonna see 3 more additional cards this turn. Could he find
Langsung
Scorched
attack.
Earth to deal with this Great Beyond?
Nih, Mam, Winconnya, Mam.
Attack coming in from Mr. Bear. Adele going for the Rummage. Mystic Shot. Get excited. It's not enough to close off
5.
this Great Beyond.
Terus masih bisa di-heal.
This is gonna be it for Adele.
I think there is a way to save him if he kills his own creatures. If he kills 3 of his own creatures, Neverglade Collector will heal him 3 HP, if I am not mistaken.
1, 2.
And that's going to be 16 and then 15 on the side of the Great Beyond. But wait, there is still the Veiled Temple activation, which will finish up the matchup for him. Adele is going to try and play it smart, and I think he is going to try and survive with 1 HP left. He is going to pop off one of his creatures.
Gila, big brainnya harus bunuh.
He is going for the
lawannya sendiri loh.
Mystic shot on the Arachnoid Sentry, and again excited on the other Arachnoid Sentry. But all Mr. Bear has to do here is proc his Veiled Temple and his Great Beyond Dolls all the way up
Gila
to 16,
sih.
and it's going to be exact lethal for Mr. Bear. And these really great plays from both sides, but just a little bit inched out there with exact lethal on the side of Mr. Bear. So Adele had the right idea to save that that turn.
Wow, gila sih.
Mr. Bear had exactly the answer with 2 burst cards, and he
harus bunuh diri untuk selamat ya.
The Veiled Temple play. So man, that is a testament to how great this grand finals is going to be. Adele going down in the first match, Zoe Karma taking it home for Mr. Bear, and we still have another deck for Mr. Bear. I'm not sure which one was banned, but if anything, if that's a metric to how good this grand finals is going to be, I'm super excited here, Moon Boy.
Yeah, exactly, man. Adele playing to the best of his out, man. Adele, trying to find ways to actually play around that Navigate Collector, trying to survive. But unfortunately, he's just one health short to survive that attack. But I think that great plays from Mr. Bear as well, right? Building that huge Great Beyond, waiting, not going for the Supernova early to respect a second copy of Ezreal and things like that. So that, like as what you said, this is the level of players that they're at, and we're moving on to game number 2 in the grand finals.
Okay, game number 2.
Aggro, while Adele
sticking
on to Ezreal Draven. So as you said, the Ezreal Draven objective is probably going to control the Nightfall aggro as much as possible.
Udah ke-control sih gamenya. Yep.
Do too much, right?
Yeah, that is
apa sih Targo di nerf kayaknya, atau enggak sistem turningnya di nerf lah.
Control the early to mid game and start punching out. After that, he does have a couple of Kempong pickpockets now on.
Tinggal dilihat sih ini Mr. Bear dia bisa nggak defend di sini ya.
Curve as well. Atrocity not really what you want to see this early into the game, but he has the Dust Metal Bringer into the I forgot the name of this bird, but it's a 4/1 fearsome when it comes down to Nightfall. But opting not to put it down, contemplating if he wants to just attack with the Dust Spell.
Yeah, so I think Mr. Bear is respecting a Death's Hand coming in from Adele, but instead he's going in for
akhirnya diturunin, pasti dibunuh sih 4-1 itu.
6 points of damage to Adele. So I think Mr. Bear's game plan right now is just go in as fast as possible, as much damage as possible, and this way now he could close off the game. But basing on hand right now, I think Adele kind of have the upper hand in this matchup.
Okay.
Yeah, and choosing here to block with the Kempong Pickpocket instead of using the Death's Hand, I think is a great conservative play. I think it is to respect.
Gila, pemikirannya gitu ya. Dia malah ngebloknya pakai unit bukan pakai skill.
Since he will favor
ini BO5 enggak lah, masih BO3 doang.
With almost all of your units. 2/2 quick strike is nothing to scoff at. It takes away the Arachnoid Sentry and a lot of the 2 toughness units that can be found on Adele's side, especially that his deck is running Kempong Pickpocket. And the Sump Dredger now, just getting rid of the Kempong Pickpocket, I think he is just looking for more control cards here, and also ticking up that Tri-Beam Improbulator. And now we see the Nocturne coming down on the side of Mr. Bear, giving the Sump Dredger here
attack sih pasti
vulnerable. And that's going to be crucial in the next turn, because the Dust Petal can just drag the Sump Dredger, keeping the Nocturne safe from harm.
Yeah, so I think as of right now, Adele's move is probably going to be attacking with the Sump Dredger, forcing Mr. Bear to go for the block. But I believe this 3 point of damage is not going to be too much of a difference to Mr. Bear. As
kalau nggak jago nggak bisa sampai sini ya, Mam ya.
Into the Nocturne is going to be pretty huge for Mr. Bear. And here we see an open attack moving in from Mr. Bear, trying to pave a way for the Nocturne, pushing 5 more additional damage onto Adele, and Adele really has to take note of his health total on his Nexus, or else he is gonna be in so much trouble.
Pas kayaknya nih.
Mr. Bear has that has that Doom Beast in hand to do 2 additional damage as well. So Adele just have to watch his health total and be a little bit careful going up against Mr. Bear right here.
Okay.
Yeah, and here we're going to see the Unspeakable Horror gonna pick up this Subdredger off of the board. And yeah, man, speaking of Doom Beast, that's one of the most annoying cards to face when you are playing Ezreal Draven. I don't know if you played Ezreal Draven as much as I have, but every time I see Doom Beast, it's like, oh man, drain 2, and then you put a creature on the board. It's so pesky sometimes.
Ini pasti
Ezreal Draven deck.
Doom bisa diturunin sih.
Going to see the Arachnoid Sentry going on to the Nocturne here, and Bear opting to use one of his spell cascades to activate Nightfall and start putting down the Doom Beast, putting value on the drain that is being presented here by the Doom Beast. So that's 2 less HP for Adele and 2 more HP for Bear. And Ravenous Flock now trying to take care of the Nocturne, but a Pale Cascade says no, and immediately it gets followed up by a Death's Hand, and that Nocturne is getting off the board. He does have a Fading Memory, so he has a couple of options here to try and burn Adele out with more Doom Beast. If we count
tangannya Mr. Bear sudah mulai menipis.
That's 4 more damage. And then whatever, I think Atrocity here is going to be a key finisher moving on into the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, look at Adele's hand right now. Adele is really running low on options. Like, he's going so aggressive that he's really running low on options. The Atrocity is probably going to be key, and I think Adele right here is pretty comfortable.
Habis ini kayaknya stunnya turun deh.
He has the Arcanoid Sentry. He could even go for a Rummage, discarding both axes to find himself more options from his deck to take out Mr. Bear's unit also. So I think as of right now, Adele is in the controversy, and Mr. Bear really has to burn him down as much as possible. Plus, Fading Memory into a Doom Beast is just gonna do 2 more, bringing him down to 7. The Atrocity might not even be enough to close off the game. And and another Fading Memory from Mr. Bears might be huge, as this is gonna bring Adele down to 5, and it's just making him closer and closer to death with just Doom Beast itself.
Definitely, this Fading Memory top decks from Mr. Bear is just getting him closer and closer to that $10,000 grand prize, with Doom Beast being picked up by the Fading Memories. He goes for it right away. It's ephemeral, but it's going to be enough for this turn since he wants to block the aggression coming in from Adele. And now,
7.
Driving Improbulator is going to get spent, and he has a choice here. Does he want to fire off the Atrocity right away? But I think he has the option of keeping it until he can find a creature that can provide him lethal. So he is just going to let this pass. And Eclipse Dragon is coming out from the Tribe Improbulator, and he is going for another Fading Memories, picking up the Doom Beast. He is looking to block the creatures now coming in from Adele, and just another.
Tapi Mr. Bear udah mau kalah sih ini, handnya udah habis.
With 5 HP, so a Nocturne plus an Atrocity could do it.
Yeah, and that is included that Adele doesn't draw into a get excited as well to remove the Nocturne. But that being said, this Doom Beast is actually put into use over here to block himself, just a little bit of damage, and it's all down to Mr. Bear's top deck. Thus, Mr. Bear has the answer to clear off Adele in the grand final to get Atrocity, and it's gonna be the flight, and the flight is probably gonna be crucial.
Nggak dikasih
static shock in the head of
di static shock habis nih. Di static shock pasti.
Without removal, if he didn't have that static shock in hand, it would have been insane, because he would be able to pick up 2 damage onto the Nexus, and then he could find another card. But yeah, static shock here, just going to do it here.
Okay, kalah si Mr. Bear.
Go back into the deck and find another crucial card from Mr. Bear, and an Ezreal now coming into play. But the open attack here is, I think, just too good to pass up, because he is already dead from the Eclipse Dragon, and he only has a Solaris Soldier. This is enough damage. This is lethal, and I think we are going to a 3rd game now for Adele.
Final game.
Mr. Bear, with Adele taking home the
final game.
Finally, with his Ezreal Draven controlling the Nightfall deck. And yeah, man, just Mr. Bear there had I think a chance to win, right? Like with all the fading memories, all the Doombees, he really did have a chance to win, but just running out of gas in the mid game, and Adele just took over from there.
Yeah, we get to see the power of the Draven as Rude. Like, it kept Mr. Bear in a check all the single time. When Mr. Bear plays something, Adele always has an answer for Mr. Bear's creatures. So at that point of time, I think Mr. Bear is really lagging behind. He's just treading on thin ice and just praying
Mr.
for
Bear
the
bisa
best
kalah
for the
ini.
top deck. But apparently luck is not in his
Karena
favor
deck
for
ini
this
nih.
particular round. And he went down to Adele, and we are moving on to game number 3.
Oh iya, ada orang Indo.
Awesome grand finals, and this is gonna be the last game for today, and we have Adele with Ash Katarina going up against the Nocturne aggro, and I think over here
tapi komentatornya bilang bukan dari Indonesia si Adele.
Man, this is it, bro. We are in game number 3 of grand finals. Whoever wins this game is taking home $10,000 US. But yeah, man, whoever wins this is GG.
Ini pasti di replay semua. Kalau yang bawah si Adele, dia udah draw Omen Hawk.
The Ash Katarina
GG sih.
of Adele against. These are actually like a blast from the past, if you get what I mean, Mason. We have Nightfall, which we have seen in previous metas, and of course Ash Nox variants also in previous metas, and it's quite a story to find them here all the way in the grand
Drawnya
finals.
bagus.
Yeah, I think early board control.
Drawnya bagus sih Mr. Bear.
Factor here. Omen Hawk now being one of the best one drops for Nox Ash, he is going to get in for damage now. And as the Nightfall deck, you are usually trying to conserve your one drops so you can use it for Nightfall shenanigans. And he is going to save that for now, and he is going to drop the Solaris Soldier on turn 2. Adele now has a chance of using the Ice Veil Archer to freeze one of these Solaris Soldiers and block the other one, so that's going to be key in preventing these aggression coming in from Mr. Bear.
Apa ya kok Mr. Bear tadi run satunya ngepas?
Solaris Soldier on turn 2 is kind of a way that he couldn't go for the proc on the Diana, and that also says that he's not planning for a Diana on turn number 3, and I mean he drew himself a flight. But I think
bakal
he's just
ditembak
trying to
ya.
apply as much pressure as possible.
Oh, nggak ditembak.
As much damage as possible. And here we're probably gonna see a flight into maybe a Crescent Guardian.
Lalu keluarin Diana.
Yeah, I think he has a couple of options here. I think Diana or the
Diananya turun
would be a fair choice, but I think Crescent Guardian would be the better one. And he does put down
attack semua
onto the board. It's 5-3. It is susceptible to something like Brittle Steel, which is already in Adele's hand. He also has Stroll Chance, so he has some nice blocks here, preventing most of the damage coming onto his Nexus with the Avarosan Sentry coming in clutch for the block, and now we also see the Omen Hawk going in for a block on a 2/2 creature. The Flight, I think, is just going to get in for damage, and he is going to draw a card here for Mr. Bear. So the question now is, how do you want to prioritize your removals, your combat trick? Do you go for the Brittle Steel on the 5/3 first?
Ini dia bisa horror ini kemana ya?
At the same time.
Ke 3-1
Yeah,
harusnya.
so I believe going for 1 by 1 might be the best option for Adele over here, but it seems like he's just going straight with the Troll-chan first. And I realized that just now he actually repositioned the Ice Veil Archer with the Arkanoid Sentry as well. Sorry, the Sentry as well. So this way he is playing around the horror. So as Adele is just playing really carefully against Mr. Bear so that he doesn't take
Adele
any
blockingnya bagus sih.
damage, but the passing turn over and asking Mr. Bear, I just used a Troll-chan, are you gonna stop from here? Are you gonna save your Guardian? But I guess not, and the turn is just gonna be over just like that. And I think Adele is just only has freezes as of right now, and he really has to find answers to keep up to the tempo coming in from Mr. Bear.
Yeah, definitely. Adele's right now with Kato,
bisa turun ya.
The Fire and Assessor now coming into his hand, but he doesn't have 5 power
Kato
creatures
bisa
on the board,
turun.
so it's gonna be a while before we see the Fire and Assessor actually come down and draw Adele some cards. There are a ton of
Kayaknya sih menang Adele
in Adele's hand, but the key thing here is even if he does have freeze, he doesn't have the creatures to trade well into the Nightfall deck, and that is dangerous territory because the Nightfall deck actually has burn to try and reach you into coming into the later games. So and this is also key here now with the Unspeakable Horror going onto the Omen Hawk, and I guess he was respecting
Eclipse Dragon loh.
Troll Chant coming in onto the Rhyme Wolf, so he had the option actually there to use the double Unspeakable Horror on the Rhyme Wolf, so one of his creatures doesn't get sniped.
Nocturne bisa turun ya.
Look, opting to use it on the Omen Hawk instead, and here we see the Unspeakable Horror going into the Nexus of Adele. So Mr. Bear here fishing for that kind of plan wherein he goes for a more of a burn type of plan, since the Ash Nox deck isn't really well known for having healing.
Yeah, so here we have the Diana immediately coming in for Mr. Bear. Playing the Diana naturally without a Nightfall activation is a little bit behind, but I believe that he has a plan with the Diana as she is leveling up this turn, and there is a way to activate Challenger on Diana at the same time as well. So it's probably gonna be safe for Mr. Bear to just go for a full swing over here, as the Kato has vulnerable, and it could just pull the Kato with one of the Solaris soldiers if he chooses to. But Mr. Bear has to respect any form of freezes or any form of combat trick coming in from Adele, as we know what this deck is all about. It's all about freezes, it's all about combat control. So I think he has to be a little bit more careful moving forward in this matchup.
Yeah, and there are a ton of freeze now. So there is Flash Freeze and a Troll Chant, but he has to pick one here. Mr. Bear tapped out, and I'm not sure if Noxer is level up.
Bakal dibekuin sih si Diana ya.
I think it is key here for Adele to keep his Kato alive, since that's his only ticket into drawing some cards out of Trifarian Assessor. He does have a choice here of what to use. He can use the Troll Chant, of course, just bringing down the Diana or toughening up his Kato, and then bringing down out of the other units. But he is getting dangerously low on life here with 8 damage going into the Nexus. With this play, he will be down to 6 after this.
Yeah, so but however, I think he kind of got Mr. Bear's board a little bit under control, other than the Nocturne and that buff Solari soldier. And Mr. Bear actually has an Eclipse Dragon in his hand, and that's gonna be a huge unit moving forward also. And Adele actually has that Trifarian Glory Seeker if he chooses to play it down here, but I think he's just gonna remove that Nocturne irregardless. The Nocturne is gonna be a problem moving forward, and he has to be dealt with. So he could even go for a Glory Seeker.
Bingung sih, Adele nggak bisa ngedraw.
Trifarian Assessor, drawing himself 2 more extra cards to see what his options are. These are all what Adele could do moving forward also. But I think Mr. Bear's play is slightly limited, but he has
Adele nggak bisa ngedraw karena dia butuh mana sih.
Doombeast, which would total would sum up to a 6 damage, and that is gonna be lethal for him.
Yeah, you're definitely correct. If he does rip off a copy of Doombeast here from Stalking Shadows, it's gonna be game. And that is exactly what he gets. There was even 2 copies of Doombeast there. And it's just a waiting game now. He just plays triple Doombeast here, and he wins the whole thing. It's looking really good here.
Gila, Mr. Bear dapatnya Doombeast, pas banget. Sedangkan Adele nggak punya heal ya, dia nggak punya heal ya.
Yeah, so that is Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear has that $10,000 Stalking Shadow being played.
Wow, gila sih.
And yeah, exactly. And those 3 Doombeasts were
benar-benar pas yang diperlukan untuk
once again. And
lethal ya.
Seeing Adele Zagreed, he does not have any form of healing, and this Harsh Wind is probably not gonna do too much, as Mr. Bear is just slowly waiting to fire off those 2 final Doombeasts to close off this grand final.
Gila, Mr. Bear, nice.
Definitely.
Dipas 1-3-3 selesai.
10,000 Mr. Bear waiting room, and another Stalking Shadows off of the top of the deck. He's just going to look for whatever he is in hand, but there is already the win con with double Doom Beast. Adele is down for the first Doom Beast now, coming down from the hand of Mr. Bear, and Adele knows he is in trouble here.
Nice, 140, dapat $10,000 ya dengan Doom Beast ya. Wow, Mr. Bear juara. Wow, nice.
Damage again onto the Nexus. No healing in sight for Adele, and it looks like Mr. Bear is your grand champion for the Cosmic Creation seasonal tournament in Southeast Asia. And just another exchange here of emotes coming in from Adele here and Mr. Bear.
GG, Mr. Bear.
They are just looking in, they are just having some fun here, and now Mr. Bear with a closed casket with the Doom Beast coming in from the Stalking Shadows.
Yeah, so we see Mr. Bear over here. Both
Gila
hokinya
si Mr. Bear ya.
And there we have it, the final takedown onto the Nexus. Mr. Bear taking home the win and taking the title of the Cosmic Creation seasonal champion. And not forgetting $10,000 in his pocket right over here. Wow, that is a huge Stalking Shadows coming in from Mr. Bear, and that just basically
hoki sih Mr. Bear ya. Dari yang lawan Timo tadi dia sudah hoki sih.
Stalking Shadows was really sick. Like it felt like it was fate, because there was 2 Doobies in there. Like there was literally just 2 Doobies in the deck, and both of them were in that Stalking Shadows choice. So it really was the GG.
Emang berarti kalah, belum hoki. Dengerin ya, dia cuma punya 2 Doobies dan dua-duanya ke draw. Satu draw biasa, satu draw dari Stalking Shadow. Hoki banget itu. Prismatic tidak membawa win ya.
And you're definitely, that's a great call there, Mood Boy. That was definitely a $10,000 Stalking Shadows.
Yeah, so there's nothing else to say about this match. This is a great match, coming in from 2 of the best player of Southeast Asia, and congratulations to Mr. Bear for taking the win for this whole season. But not forgetting Adele and the other 30 other contestants over here today did their best.
Yang masa final ada
to the best of their ability
aja yang bawa deck lucu-lucu.
And finally, we have crowned our very own Southeast Asia champion.
Zoe Karma. Yeah, Zoe Karma for the win.
Yeah, and it has been a well-deserved win for Mr. Bear, if I would say so myself. He has been a top-performing player, whether it be on ladder, where it be on where it be on tournaments, and he has so much momentum going into the finals here. And he brought a unique lineup. I think he's the only one that played Zoe Karma in the top 32.
Ya, dia emang disuruh menang kali ya.
Recognizing that Nightfall is a great deck in the top 32. He also used this in pools, if I am not mistaken, and he did so well here. He played to his outs, looked for the burn play against the Ash deck, and honestly, during the first parts of the game, Adele just didn't have much but freezes in his hand, so that was really a key factor going into the mid game, wherein Bear had most of the control of the matchup, and he was so
top 3 master bukan kaleng-kaleng.
The Doom Beast shenanigans that came out.
Sayang the scarf-nya nggak lolos ya. Top 1 master.
Game plan that did not even work out the whole game in game number 3, right? His deck is just
nomor satu master belum tentu bisa menang ya.
Really early, and early Omen Hawk is a good sign for that particular deck, but he's not lucky enough to join.
Oke, ini udah selesai ya. Oke deh, kalau gitu sampai di sini dulu. Kita sudah hampir 7 jam live streamnya. Thank you semuanya sudah join. Ya, kita nobarnya sampai di sini aja. Sampai jumpa besok malam sih harusnya ya. Thank you semuanya sudah join. Thank you. Congrats untuk Mr. Bear yang sudah menang Regional C. Selamat, sudah dapat $10,000 US dollar. Oke, thank you semuanya. Dadah. Thank you.
And this level of play coming in for both players, and it's gonna
thank
be
you.
So
Besok
great.
kayak Satria Arif.
Adele is just unfortunate to take the loss over here, and there we see the bracket for the whole top 32. Mr. Bear taking the big win with his name highlighted big in the finals in the middle of the screen. Mr. Bear, congratulations in taking home.
Congratulations, Mr. Bear. Thank you semua yang sudah join. Dadah, thank you.
Yeah, this Cosmic Creation seasonal tournament is gonna be one